All right, okay, y'all. What's up? Welcome to the live stream. Today, I am going to work on level design. And I will be working on level design. I will not get distracted and need to work on something else. I am addressing you, voice of doubt in my mind. Yesterday I came into a live stream just like this to work on my game. I spend 8 hours on Wednesdays and Thursdays. I take a week off every 3 weeks, but other than that, I come in here and I devote this time every week to making this game. Frank gets it. It's a game about an alien invading Earth, and you are that alien. And let's just say yesterday's live stream, well, I planned on doing level design. That was my whole plan, was to do level design. And, well, that's not what I did. It's not what I did, is it? No, instead what I did was I had to optimize my game because it was laggy. It was lagging so bad I couldn't do any level design. What level design could I do? The game was being a lag fest. So, guess what? Today, there's no lag. That's right, the game is playable, it's smooth, it's buttery, everything is cool and good, and we are gonna do some level design. I'm excited. That is all I plan on doing today. That is it. That is it. And there's a lot that comes along with that, including doing some terrain painting stuff. So you might notice on the ground here, there's these like green and brown spots, right? That's a shader. That's a shader on a flat piece of terrain. It's not terrain, it's really just a mesh object. A mesh instance 3D, that's a plane, that's all it is. And then we slap a shader on there. Much credit to Pierogigon, Dragonblade, myself. I feel like we had some help from somebody, some of y'all, all kinds of people in the community coming through and helping us out. A lot of people help make this shader possible, and I'm really excited about it. And what it lets me do is go into an image program and do this very thing that you see right there. It actually uses RGB channels. Yeah. So the blue becomes the like, there's like, see the dark brown dirt on here? That's the blue. The red is the light brown dirt, and then the black is the dark green, and then between the light brown and the dark green is this sort of lime green color. And so whatever blends between the red and the black becomes that lime green color. And then there's also a noise map on there that helps distribute some of that dirtiness a little more nicely. So I'm excited to do some of that. I'm gonna make some more terrain things, because as you can see, like right now, look at that, not that. Look at that. These are the same, that's the same thing. It's the same. Do I have a lot of barns to work with? I don't. But I can arrange them in different ways and they'll look a little different. I do want to make some more barns, but that's not what I'm doing today. Today I just want to put them together. So yeah, so we're gonna make sure that this never happens, where if you look at the screen, you know, one screenshot of the game, you will never see two of the exact same arrangement at a time. So that's something I want to do today, and I'm gonna need to paint some more terrains. There's another one actually that we did. We have to get it. It's a little randomized. So there's elements of randomness, and then there's elements of non-randomness, and we'll definitely be digging into that today as well. So here you can see there's a slightly different one. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Here, this one. Ooh, see, that's the same. That's the same thing right there. And so I'm looking forward to doing some more of those, and I want to build things out and get them and figure out like their arrangement, right? Because I don't want this is actually level 1. The game isn't all gonna be taking place on farms and stuff. The game's gonna take place in towns and cities and things like that. But you know, for now, here we are in a farmland, and it's level 1. It's the beginning of the game, so it's not gonna be very difficult, and that's good. So you'll see here, there's a bunch of trees. This is obstacle. This is an obstacle chunk. Did I mention these are all in chunks? Here's a chunk. This is a chunk. I keep thinking it's a roller skate, Frank, when you put that. Yeah, it's tractors. So I don't know if I'm gonna do a tractor. I think I will. I probably will add a tractor in. I think, you know, cattle farms are less on the tractor thing, but guess what? There's not cattle farms. There's also cornfields. So yeah, dude, what if we make some farming equipment? That'll probably be in like level 2 or 3 or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's up, Edward? Because, there's gonna be 4 areas with 3 levels each in it. 4 areas with 3 levels each. So I could do things like the tractors and the combine harvesters and things like that. That feels more like a level 2, level 3 thing. So there's area 1, area 2, area 3, area 4, and then within area 1, which is farmland, there's level 1, level 2, level 3. And level 1 is going to be the simplest, the least difficult, but it would be I'm really excited for the later levels to add some more complex things. I've got all kinds of ideas. I do that stuff on Mondays for the members only. And just because I'm a little more insecure about doing art. By the way, I've made all of the game's meshes and stuff myself, and I like to do it in a more private environment. And the member streams are a great place for that. Unless everybody becomes a member, then it's not so private. But for now, it's pretty private, and so that's nice. But one thing I'm really excited to make is this these like grain silos. Look at that beast. Oh, I can't wait to model this. It'll be huge. Oh, I love it. And then like, look at this little like building on the side. Oh my gosh, I want to make it so bad. But yeah, so, and then there's other levels too, as I said. You know, there's gonna be the small towns area. It's got 3 levels in it, right? I don't know. I barely even have any, like, I'm probably gonna work on this, you know, within the next couple months. But I've got some houses. I've got some bird's eye view images, city stuff. I'm gonna want to do big city. I've actually already made some buildings. I made this exact building. So, you know, that'll be fun. This will be a difficult area. It'll be very dense, lots of stuff to dodge. And then the final area is military base. And for that, you know, I've got a bunch of references. Some from like games, some from real life. And I've started to make a couple of those too. But, you know, we'll get there. We'll get there. Alien in the big city, that's right. So yeah, I'm gonna place down, basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna place down the assets that I have. I'm gonna work with them to arrange level 1 and put things in different places. And I think it'll be kind of nice that I haven't made all the farmland assets, so that way I'm definitely gonna make more for level 2 and level 3, and I don't get tempted to put some of the newer ones I'm gonna make in here, and it'll keep some variety between the levels and stuff. So I think it'll work out nicely. So yeah, and basically what I'm gonna want is to ensure, again, that there's more variety. So I don't have a lot of obstacles chunks, so as I was saying, these are chunks. These are chunks right here. That's one single chunk, and this is just literally there's only like one obstacle chunk right now, and it's just these like trees, right? And you gotta dodge them. I'm gonna want more, but for right now I don't actually have that many obstacles in here. And I'm also gonna want to show you and tell you about how I make these things appear and how all of that works. Yeah, and because I'm gonna want to make some more. Basically, it's like, so here's how the randomness works. It's kind of like these playlists or these set lists is kind of how I think about it. Let's pull up the script. This is what I'm doing today. It's what I'm doing today. You can't stop me. Don't you dare. So you'll notice these super long, these very long arrays. They're not that long, but they're long enough. And this is how the chunks spawn in. So they spawn in this order, kind of, sort of. So there's the safe chunks. This has the cornfields on it that don't hurt you. You just plow right through them and the corns go down. There's also a bunch of blank ones in there that I haven't put anything in there. I kind of want to make something that just has like, I don't know, like an empty field or something. I'm not sure exactly how that's going to work. I don't have like a grass shader or anything. Like I could, but I don't really care right now. So there might just be some blank stuff, and then maybe I can go and paint some things in the ground or whatever. We could put like a couple trees here and there. I'm not sure. But the safe ones, the idea is that there's no obstacles that can hurt you. If there is anything there, it's not a big deal. You can cut right through it. The points chunks are a little different because these have the cattle ranches on them. for in this particular level, and this is going to have the cows, which by the way you can abduct the cows and get points. This is going to have those on them, so that way you can get those points. And this is an important one to distinguish because this is going to really define the potential pacing of the game, so the player can collect all their points and beat the game and stuff. So I really want there to be cows in a regular drip of cows, so that way the players can get through the game. And then there are the obstacle chunks, and that's like with those trees that I showed you, and all that's on these chunks are things that will hurt you and you have to avoid and weave between. And I don't want too many of these in level 1, so it shouldn't be too hard, even though there are some problems right now with the characters collision. I'm actually going to work on that next Monday, and hopefully in the next week or two I'll be able to improve the collision of the player character. We'll see. That might be a big focus in the next couple weeks. A drip of cows. Yes, a steady drip of cows. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. So and then this says collector. Basically, outside of the level, is a terrain collector. I should probably use the debug level for this. That's something else that I started to set up yesterday, was a way to switch between levels. I'm not confident in it. I had set up a previous system for switching between levels, but I changed the way the levels loaded in and it became a bit irrelevant. So for now, let's just look at this. Okay, so what you can imagine these, and I'll probably be looking at this a bit today too. Let's see if I can manage to navigate here. I don't know why my thing isn't working. I'm trying to use fly around, but it is not working well. Cool. Great. Well, you can kind of get the idea. Here, this is good enough. All right, so do you see this versus this? This is the terrain controller, or the belt, or the field, whatever, the playing field. It's where stuff spawns in, right? And the level that moves towards the player. And back here is where all of the chunks are stored before they go into here. So something, when it gets past the player's like right here or something, right? And once this gets past the player, it's going to jump into this section, and then another one at the same time will load into the end. And this is semi-randomly decided. There's randomness and there isn't randomness. I'm going to look at the remote here scene, which will make it a little more clear what's going on. I'm gonna drop this open. Okay, so here are the 3 collectors. There's a points, right? We talked about this. The points, those are represented by the yellow ones, or the ones that have the cows on them. There's the obstacles. These are represented by the red chunks. These are the ones that will hurt you. You have to avoid stuff on them. And then there's the safe chunks. These are the ones that are safe, that will not hurt you. You're all good to go. What's up, Dragonblade? And these are represented by these dark blue ones here. And so if we pop open the terrain controller, this is that belt. This is the thing in the center that's moving towards the player. You can see it looks like things are advancing upward, because they are. Just like this is. This is advancing forward, and this is advancing forward. So you can imagine this is the first one, and it's about to disappear. And what it just did is it went into one of those collectors. So when this disappears, so 8 is the one that's going to go away. Bam. It just went into a collector. So if we open up the collectors, here's the safe ones. That's a blue one. 2, it just jumped in there, right? So here's another safe one. 6, it's going to jump up right into there. So these collectors hold on to these nodes. Now you'll notice there's a bunch of nodes or chunks within these collectors. And so when it's going to decide which one to put back into the terrain controller, it randomly picks out of these. So, if I have 4 different cornfield chunks that I've designed, you don't know which one is going to come in. One of them's going to come in. It's definitely going to be one of them. And that's what this script is doing here. This script, not this script, a different script. This script right here is saying pull one of those cornfields, pull one of those chunks at this time, pull one of the points at this time, pull one of the obstacles at that time. And that's how this goes. And so right now, this is loading one set list, one playlist, and it's stacking them along. So in that sense, I can control the pacing to make sure that there's never too many safes in a row, that there's never too many points in a row, there's never too many obstacles in a row. And but at the same time, I can add some randomness in here. Dragon Blade helped me put that little aspect together. So we have 2 different playlists here, right? And this is very similar to that one. I'm going to design a lot more of these today. I'm going to design so many more of these. I'm going to set them all side by side so I can make sure I'm making them different from each other and stuff. But, you know, I've just got this whole list set up here. Here's another list. And then what I do, again, thanks to Dragon Blade for helping me set that up, is we use this little function right here. This little function and this function, chunk chosen to add. So it's actually only iterating through one of those lists. So we can actually add the other list on here right now. And what this will do is it's going to pick a random list of those lists. So either it's going to pick playlist 1 or it's going to pick playlist 2. And it's going to go through that, and then so you'll see that. So that way there's still some control over the pacing. So I could have, I'm going to rename these, right? This could be, you know, easy list, right? And then there could be like moderate list, difficult list, right? And then we could do mix and match those differently to try to adjust the pacing, and so that way we get a little bit more randomness in there. So yeah, so that's kind of how that works, and I'm gonna want to work on some set lists. I kind of want to just start out working on some texture painting stuff. I want to just like I kind of want to go about it a little differently than I have before. Usually well, maybe I won't. We'll see. I guess what I'll do is I'll just make a new cattle ranch here. A brand spanking new cattle ranch right here. This is not a new one. And then what I'll do is I'll paint some dirt onto there, and that'll be cool. So yeah, let's do it. I'm going to switch this back to level 1. I'm going to switch back to level 1 because that's the level I want to be on. Is there a way to like, it'd be cool to like set favorites or something, you know? Like have like a favorites list. I feel like you can close these too. That's probably the closest I could get to a favorites list. I kind of want to do that. It's just getting to be a lot over here. And I'm not accessing these most of the time. So like why are we bothering? The blue ones are tool scripts. That is to say they are, is there like a Control W, nice. That is to say, they are running in the editor, so they're not like special or anything. Block, I don't really care about that. Don't care about any of these. Close them all. Oh, I closed something else maybe. I actually have no idea what Control W just did there. I don't even know. Why can't I click on this now? What have I done? Oh. Oh, Jesus. Discard changes. Oh, I think I just discarded. Anyway, it's fine. Close this. Close this. I was trying to spam Control W, and it was like, don't want to do that. And I was like, are you sure? It was like, yeah. And then that happened. Okay. Closing this. Closing this. I don't really care about. It's amazing how quickly this builds up. I just don't need them. Oh, I almost did it again. I just don't need them, you know. There's so many open. This one I don't need. Windmill water. It has changes. What changes? What are you even talking about? What changes? There's a double. Oh, we put a W in there. Yeah, you know, I don't think I need that change, but thank you. And then it also is keeping open all of my like documentations that I open, which again, in theory, is great. I love having documentation at the ready, but this gets so messy. I just have to like keep oh, you can see everything I've cared to look into. I just have to keep this clean along the way, really, is the trick. Oh my gosh, there's so many things in here. Documentation, documentation, documentation. All day. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And I have to click every time. I can't just spam Control W. Oh, we're almost there. Oh. Okay, cool. That was grueling. The ones that I do want to have open, however, are... Let's close the game for now. Yeah, I don't need the game open. Let's get the main scene open. And then from the main scene, I would like to have the terrain controller script ready to go. I don't know how block object already got open, but it's useful, I guess. And then globals is one that I use a lot, so it would be nice to have that one open. Yes, okay, this is kind of all I wanted. Bam, level updated. Okay, cool. So now we're on level 1. That's what I want. Let's make a ranch. Let's make a cattle ranch. Let's go through it. So I'm gonna put a task up here to keep me focused, so I can pay attention, so I can know. I kind of want, you know what I wanted to do, but I didn't. I wanted to add a like smaller version of the task. Like I like it. No, not optimization, but I'd like a smaller version. I'm gonna say making a new level chunk. I could be specific and say I'm making a cattle ranch, but I don't know. What does that mean? What does that even mean? Nothing. Nothing. All right. So in order to do that, I'm going to need to actually check out my folder of stuff that I like to use. We're going to go to level 1 in my files over here. If you made it this far to the stream, it's not a plantation. If you made it this far to the stream, by the way, I hope you'll consider hyper smashing that thumbs up button. By the way, you press that like button, it will help this stream. Assuming you haven't pressed it already, it'll help this stream get out to a few more people, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you for doing that. Okay, so whether you're watching it live or not, honestly, actually. So I'm gonna open up the folder here, and then I specifically want to open up the point section. So in here right now, I have a bunch of duplicates. That's why you were seeing multiple of the same one. I don't want that anymore. I'm not interested in that. Yeah, hyper smash it. Hyper smash it. Smash it with much hype. And then I want to duplicate this. I like how I say no more duplicates, and then I did duplicate it. I actually would rather duplicate this other one. I think this would be, oops. Wait, when you say an error occurred, does that mean you did it or you didn't do it? Can you be more specific? I don't understand what just happened. So is this a, because I forgot to put the dot at the end. Oh, interesting. So I guess it just yeeted it. It was like, well, that's the end of that. Okay, well, I actually already have one that's named correctly. So I'm just gonna move that in there, and that's gonna be good enough. I want to say terrain level 1 point. Move it on in there. That's one less safe, but don't worry, we got plenty of safes. I got more safes than I need. All right, now we got cattle ranch, but no, delete it, because I wanted it to be from the same starting point as this one. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't have it be from the same starting point. Because what I'm kind of imagining, because we have one... Oh, we gotta close this. Do not save it. We have one that's facing, like, this way, right? You've got the the ranch, because, and you know, this isn't like a house, right? This is a cattle barn here, and it looks like a house, but it isn't. Really, the implication is that more stuff would be over here, and you're just seeing a little section. But we've got it on this side. I kind of want to put one on this side. On the other cattle ranch, there's one that's more central. It's off to the side a little bit, but it's generally speaking more central. I think I'd like to make one that has one over here. Now, I don't want it to be like an exact mirror, because that's boring. But, you know, if it could generally... You know what would be nice? What if it was facing, like this way, right? Like, there was, like, the barn was facing this way, and so you're almost coming up on behind it. I kind of like that. And I don't know if I'd want to put a cornfield on there or not, if I'm being honest. I think so. I think that would be okay, potentially. Not all cattle farms, a lot of cattle farms don't have corn. You know what you know what I'd like to do? What if it's a solar panel farm? There's a lot of solar panel farms out there. Those are super legit and real. And what if we just have like a ton of solar panels everywhere? And it could even have the same ground as the cornfields, because the cornfields are separate from the ground piece here. Okay. I'm feeling inspired. I'm feeling inspired. That means I need a snack. Now, technically, it wouldn't be a wind farm. Yet. And this is something that I learned recently, doing research for this. So a wind farm uses these big, like, wind turbines. Right? This is actually a water windmill. I still haven't made the water pool that's supposed to go with it, but I plan on it. I think, do I still have it? I do. Somewhere here. So this is actually a water windmill that we made here. And then it's supposed to come along with a drinking pool that the cattle drink out of. So it pumps water out of the ground. And then that is how the cows get some water to drink. So that is an option, and maybe in one of the later levels we'll do a wind farm. But for now, it's just these. What's up, Future Games? Do you remember what your level was in your first video in the Godot engine? Yeah, absolutely. It was Hello World, Goodbye World. It was a Hello World conversation. Do you remember? Do you remember? It was this right here. Right there. I'll never forget. I'll never forget. The first time I ever even tried Godot. And I made like, oh, that's Thomas Brush talking to 2-Star. Right down here at the end of it, you can see a little preview of the game. Doo, doo, doo. And this was 8 months ago. So I wanted to do a Hello World program as my first foray. And so it evolved into, you figure out how to say hello. You're this head. And you're figuring out how to say hello to that Godot head. And it looks like I went to goodbye first there. So we had to make sure that wasn't possible. Here we go. Here we go. Hello, world. Hello, friend. Now say goodbye. Goodbye, world. Goodbye, friend. And you press a button to say hello and goodbye. And that was the game. That was the whole first level. So yes, I do remember. I could never forget. It was a wonderful, wonderful thing. Honestly, it's part of what sold me on Godot, because that's way better than any of the Hello World things I had made in other engines. So yeah. Cool. So this is the third level? Yes. I want to move some things around. I'm going to get rid of all the corn stalks. We're not going to put any corn on this one. This one is corn free. But maybe, you know, the point is good. I've come a long way. I've come a long way. It's a beautiful journey. I love learning game dev, and I'm grateful that y'all come along with me on that journey. Some of you. I'm just kidding. All right, so let's move this over here. This is kind of what I'm imagining, is you actually come up behind it a bit. Probably should have kept some of those dupes in there, or I'm not really going to be able to test this properly. But it could be nice just to make them and then worry about the dupes later. Also, I would like to rotate it on a snap here. So if we could put it at like 45 degrees, but like negative 45 degrees or 180, whatever the frick, just like at a bit of an angle there. So imagining you're coming up behind it. Now I have to be careful with the boundaries because the edge of this needs to be green. Otherwise, the terrain chunks won't match with each other. So there has to be enough room that whatever little dirt or, you know, fences or what have you that I put around the sides, I have to make sure that it actually is going to line up correctly. Okay. Let me get this tree out of here. Hello, Abo. Welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good this Thursday. I almost said Friday. Not yet. Not Friday yet. I hate that it defaults to the move button. Give me that select. Okay. I haven't found a way to change that default, at least not without making my own little plugin or something. I'm feeling like I need some music to inspire me here. Yeah, to keep the energy up. Keep things moving. Dude, I made this snack too spicy. My snack is shredded wheat in a jar. But it's seasoned shredded wheat in a jar. It's spicy. Oh my gosh. I was a little heavy-handed with the chipotle powder. Okay, we're gonna play some of that lovely royalty-free YouTube music. I want it to be Friday too. I want it to be Friday. I want it to be Friday. Soon. We're almost there. We're almost there. Abba was doing good. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. You might be coming in the game jam. Might be coming in the game jam. I'm doing good. I'm doing fine. I am fine. All right, we're just going to start right here. 50 tracks. Play them. Play them. Hook me up. YouTube. All right. And it's okay, you know, if for whatever reason it doesn't work out and you're like, oh, this is too stressful, I ran out of time, whatever, like, that's okay. Like, no pressure, it's all love. You know, even if you want to just share, like, a partial thing or tell us about your idea. Very supportive environment. And if anybody isn't supportive, I'll ban them. I will. So it's very close to the edge, but it's not as bad. Because I still wanted to have that effect of it being, I kind of want to like rotate it more. That's a little more of an angle than I usually do, but your dad needs the internet. Let him have it. You guys gotta share. I understand. Thanks for stopping in and saying hello, Abo. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. You know, however it turns out. Good luck. You got this. Yeah, maybe I'll see you a little later. Bye, Abo. I really shouldn't be keeping. I really need to not be duplicating. Because the problem with duplicating is there's gonna be like little things that make it look the same. And I don't want that. I don't want that. That's just not, it's not exciting. It's obvious, you know, when things look so the same. The trees especially. If the trees are all in the same place, it really can be obvious. I don't know if I like my tool shed. It's okay, but the roof doesn't super match the other roofs. It can always be updated at some point. Oh, the door's on that side? Let's give it a flippy dippy. There we go. Okay, snapping. The rules of snapping should mean that those are facing the same angle. Get some of these hay bales. Bring them over here. And maybe I'll get, so there's also another barn. I do want to make more barns. I have more barns in mind. But for now, I've only got the 2. And I would almost want to say there could be some angle agreement between these, and that could be nice. We'll see. We'll see. And I'm trying to imagine like how the dirt is gonna be set up. Oh, that angle agreement was off. Again, I have to make sure we're not too close to the edge, unless I don't want any dirt there. Be kind of cool to put like, what if there's like 2 of them? Like this one borders on like factory farm up in here. They got a lot of cows. I need to modify this barn. My plan was to just remake it, and then I ended up still using it. The scale confuses me a bit. I mean, this is such a big premium cow barn. And then these just look like little shacks. There needs to be more like windows in here. There's no air flow in these barns. I gotta work on that. I think maybe I'll spread these out a bit. And for the hay bales, yeah, I don't know, I'm just kind of like going with it. Oh, turn off local, and then it'll do them all at the same time. Oh yeah, maybe the hay bales are back here for some reason. It kind of seems like not a convenient place to put the hay bales. Because if you think about it, you want the hay bales to be able to be like strewn out where the cows can get them. Okay, this could be easier if I do it a different way. But then again, I actually kind of like this like staggered look. Kind of works. Is there a hotkey for snapping? There's gotta be. Why? And let's bring them a little closer. Good enough for me. Yeah, I could like shake it up a little bit, like give it some variance. Let's get that snap back on. Flip a couple around. They're not gonna look that different, but a little bit. A little bit. Texture, the noise texture on here should make it a bit different. And then take that snap off again. Actually, I will use the move. No. And I'm just gonna like off-center them a little bit so they're not all in perfect lines like this. just to give it a little bit more of a natural feel. Just a little bit. Pushing and pulling them, eyeballing it. Does it convince me? I honestly think that they would probably put them pretty straight, but we're gonna pretend like this makes more sense. It looks like a mess. And then we could do a few more of these in other places. I'm gonna get snap back on. Oops, meant to duplicate it. Yeah, maybe like in between these. I don't know. Because I also want to think about where the fences are gonna go and stuff. It might be nice to have these fenced separately. Well, they could still be fenced separately, but maybe just put it like a little closer. Like that. A few more hay bales in there. Hey, what's up, Henry? Welcome. How you doing? Good to see you. Much love. Right back at you. Let's add a few more. Can we get some local movement? You ain't gotta snap it. No, I'll do without the snap. For now. It's a lot of hay bales. But there are a lot of hay bales sometimes. Thanks, Henry. Yeah, I spent some time optimizing the game yesterday. It is much less laggy. It's not even laggy. So I can actually do this and know that I can go in and test it and it not feel absolutely terrible, which is nice. I wanted to do this level design stuff yesterday, and now I can. I'm very excited about it. Because I really just want to add more variety. I want level 1 to feel like level 1, so yeah, appreciate it. We're getting there. Still just level 1 of 12. There's a bit of a while to go there. Whoa, that's crazy. Duplicate this. Get on snap. Oh, get off local. Yeah, I'm doing more hay bales. I am. It almost seems a bit inefficient for a farm to have hay bales in so many different places. I feel like they wouldn't want to have to, you know, go all over the place to go get their hay bales. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, but here we are. You could say that that angle is off, but on the other hand, maybe it looks a little more naturalistic that way. We'll see. I can work on it later. I am gonna probably move those electric poles a bit. Water windmill is good. You don't want too many water windmills of the same look. Again, it doesn't have, it's okay if people recognize assets. I don't care. What I do care about is, you know, if it looks like the same level chunk over and over and over again in a row. That's less desirable to me. You're gonna want the water windmill to be not only near an electric pole, if we're speaking on a purely practical standpoint, you'd want it to be near an electrical pole and near where the cattle are gonna be, so they can get to the water that's nearby, ideally. My angle agreement is a little off. I just thought it looked better that way. But I changed my mind. It looks better this way. Cool, cool, cool. Obviously, we got some cows over here. I still haven't made the nice-looking cow barn destructible. I could do that today. That's definitely the kind of thing I might want to do today. Oh, that's a good idea, because it wouldn't take that long. It's something I have a very specific procedure for at this point. I'm talking about this building right here. So if you want to access those cows, you kind of just have to know that they're in there and try to grab past the fence that's right in front of it. This little gate. Of course, I'd rather it be more like you destroy the building like you're like, you know, breaking a coconut to get to the flesh inside. Peeling a banana, whatever. I'm not saying there's cows in bananas. Don't twist my words. Obviously, it's a little horrifying with them like being stuck through partially. But, you know, it may not be that noticeable, especially if you come from behind. It depends. I mean, if we're going to have these be destructible, that's the other thing. Like, I got to figure out the order of that destruction, too. So I know whether or not those will be gone by the time they see them. So, you know what? Maybe we won't have them cutting through. Maybe not. Add some more cows in there. Yeah, line them up. Line them up. Seems like a bit too many. Not too many, per se. Just sort of depends. Because I designed it to be like there are some facing this way. And in the other part, they're more like... facing horizontally? I don't know. You'll see. So you'll see. Scooch this. You know, obviously it doesn't have to be super perfect. But I also want to like stick to some degree of like, you know, rules or standards so the player can sort of know what to expect when they break in here. Currently, these cows spawn in on a coin flip. So there's a 50-50 chance that each one will spawn in. So each one has its own coin flip that'll even be there. Which I'm a little surprised. I don't know why. Because basically what that... Look, I'm not gonna pretend to know math like that. But it seems that there's like half of them spawn in and half of them don't, which ends up being a lot fewer than I sort of had in mind. So I might want to adjust those odds at some point. And you know, that could even be adjusted on a procedural basis too, of some kind. Alright, so then I designed it so that we could pack in cows facing this way as well. Is it bad to have cows facing each other? Do they not like that? In theory, you know, there would be like more, you know, gates in here if it were like a real cow barn. These would be penned in, and I could make those later. Although since I'm already building these in, it's kind of like, you know what I could do? I could add the fence model in there. The worst thing about that, though, is that then it's not going to break apart with the rest of the building. That's a bad idea. I'm not supposed to do Blender today, you know. I'm really not. But it's actually bothering me now. I just think it belongs. I want to put little gates in there. It's what I want. It's what I want, so it's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna pull this up in Blender real quick. Yeah. Go to buildings, barns, cow barn 2. See, and I even set it up that way in here. Yeah, I'd almost think we could get some more of these gates. You okay, Blender? You alright, Blender? Gotta blend in. Gotta blend in! Exactly. I can just duplicate that. Maybe shrink it down a bit. Oh wow, this has a bizarre origin point. Whoops, someone didn't apply their transforms. Don't apply all transforms. Oh yeah, wait, that will only apply to this one thing though, right? That I have selected. Yeah, but this should not have the origin there. I'm just saying. Just saying. Oh, piggies! They do look like pigs. One of these days, I'm definitely gonna remake these cows to look less piggy. They're definitely giving pigs. They're like dog pigs, dog bear pigs. They don't look like cows. One of my earlier Blender projects. I don't even know if I could do better. I think it's about as, it's just like, that's what my art style can achieve. Yeah, you get it. It's dog bear pig. It's something like that. And you know, I'm not gonna like worry about this having like collision or anything like that. Like, it's not gonna be a separate object. It just is. Let's even just stretch it. Just break some rules. I'd like it to be a little taller, actually. So I think I'll do that. I'm gonna add a little modifier. Oh, I made this with the skin modifier. Nice, good idea. So let's just do like a little array here. Oh, that's skin, whoops. Zero. Put it right on top, just like that. It's a little tall. A little taller than I had in mind. I could always sink it into the ground. That'd be fine. I don't think that would be a problem. Cow ain't jumping over that. I guess, you know, if I whoa. If I really wanted to reel it up. Why is nothing selectable? Where is everything? Oh, because of the array. I see. Just let me click on it. Just let me click on it. Who cares? Okay, fine. Oh, maybe. Oh, the skin as well. Okay, yeah, I guess that does make it harder. Oh wait, I thought I put this all in one. I guess I didn't. Oh, they are two separate ones. Alright, we can just join them. That's fine. But yeah, if I wanted to be even more legit about it, I might want to, legit, whatever. Just so it, like, makes more, like, logical sense or something. Come this way. Strap them in like that. But then, like, how do they get out? I don't know. They're doors. You can't tell, but they're doors. Just trust me, alright? They're doors. They don't look like doors, but they're totally doors. Cows will be fine. They're not in cages. Oh, and they are in cages. It's a bit low effort, obviously, but I don't think it needs to be very much less than that. Don't think it needs a lot of effort. That's what I think. I think less is more in this case. It just, like, bugs me that it isn't there. One more. Good enough for me. You know, we can imagine the humans come through and unlock them once in a while so they can go do their cow things. I guess I do think about, like, the player. I mean, this would kind of need to be its own thing to destroy. I think it does raise some collision questions. Like, I mean, no, that's okay. That's alright. It'll just hurt you if you run into this. And it'll slow you down and stuff. I think it'll be fine. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Alright, I think this is good enough. Now I do want to merge these all together. I'm gonna merge literally all of the gates into one. So I'm gonna select all of these. And we're gonna join them. And now we have one singular big old barn gate. Oh, that gave us some trouble. Do you know why? It's because I didn't apply these modifiers. I must apply the modifiers or this isn't gonna work. Because it's gonna try applying every modifier. Control A. I still have to select it though. It's a little easier. Click on it. Control A, click on it, Control A, click on it, Control A, and then we'll join them. There we go. Done. Game dev. Okay, so I'm gonna save this. Now in Godot, I'm sure they will not be lined up with those cows, but that's alright. We should see it be different. Easy. Easy. Okay. And you know, it's kind of less work, because at least I know exactly where to put them, or whatever. I like that I left a little room. Oh yeah, these cows, they're living the luxury life here. Look at all that space. No, but I do like I left room because it means I can stagger them a bit. Add a little bit of variety. It's a bit hard to click on them now, I will say. I can imagine worse problems. Good change. And I want to make sure to fill it up with as many as possible, because again, it's a 50-50 coin flip for each cow, and it's likely that 50% of them, I guess, correct me if I'm mathematically wrong, but I think approximately 50% of them will appear and 50% won't. So I definitely want them all in here, so there's a higher chance that more of them appear. The maximum possible end up appearing. Now already I can tell you this is going to be one of the busier cattle ranches. In terms of number of objects, this one's going to be possibly the most object heavy one. It's hard to say because the fences do build up a lot, and I don't know how many fences I plan on putting on here yet, and maybe one of the other ones has more fences, but yeah, something to look out for. And yesterday I found that I needed to optimize basically what my big lag issue yesterday was having too much stuff that, by the way, wasn't being used on the obstacles. So obstacles meaning the fences, solar panels, windmills, all that stuff. They all share similar properties, and I had too many things on those. So it was okay to have a crap ton of obstacles. It wasn't okay to have a crap ton of things on every obstacle. And the cows are not obstacles. They're like NPCs. They're not even NPCs. They're actually health. They're categorized in the game as, you know, things that you, like collectibles, basically. And I didn't actually go in there and optimize the collectibles. So So I want to do that. All right, so there we go. That's all filled up. Thank the goodness. Thanks to the goodness. Yeah, too many things. Too many things within things. Because what I had finally narrowed it down to, the performance issues, were these fences. When I removed, and the fences, by the way, you might notice, don't line up well. I need to fix that. The fences, when I removed the fences, the performance issues went away. I was like, what? Why? What makes the fences special? Nothing. Except that there happens to be a higher volume of them than any other asset on these chunks. There's so many of these fence pieces. And so I tried, you know, because originally they were like each section with like 2 bars or 2 posts and the bar was in between. That was one mesh. And then I would string 5 of those together and stamp them. So I went into Blender and instead I just like made a new fence that was 5 pieces already built in, but that turned out to be a little longer, and so now they overlap and I need to deal with that. But I thought that would help, but it didn't. So it really wasn't the fence itself. And I realized what it was I had things like a hover arrow. That is to say, if you hover over things, an arrow will be like, you're pointing at this. Very inefficiently, I had a unique arrow on every single obstacle. And it became clear that it would be much more performant to have a single arrow that would teleport to different things that you're hovering over. And I was going to do that, but for now, there's just no arrow. So I removed the hover arrows that was individually on every obstacle, and performance issues went away. So it was able to have a bunch of things, that is to say, a bunch of fences. What I wasn't able to have was a bunch of things on those fences. Otherwise, it added up. I also removed some debug labels that I had hovering above all of the pieces. So like there'd be like numbers that could pop up and would tell you how many hit points something has or whatever. And that turned out itself to be a bit of a drain. But now that's gone. It's much better. And I'm gonna have to be careful. I'm gonna have to be careful to make sure I don't put too many things on things. But you know, like the cows have, all they have on them is a raycast. That shouldn't be much. They don't really have much on them, to be honest. They're pretty lightweight. So I think we've averted crisis for now. But I have to be careful. I have to be careful that I don't add things that are too complex onto my individual things that are going to be spawned around a lot. All right. So we got a bunch of cows on there. I mean, honestly, I'd like to stuff this with cows. If all the fences were one object, does that cause performance issues? If all of the fences were one object, then I couldn't have cool things happen, like the fences get destroyed individually, which I don't really need, but I want. Because they don't actually do any damage. You just crush them. This is gonna be loading in a little messed up because I don't have enough, but that's okay. Oh wow, so that's what that starts to look like. Wait, I did it. Oh no, it is that way. Oh gosh, I kind of need to improve that. Oh dude, I got a lot of work to do in that barn. That barn has some bad shadow problems. Yeah, it's sort of like how the cornfields get destroyed. And you'll see the corn stalks, 15 of them get destroyed at a time. So if you walk into it, literally 15 of them go at once. I think, approximately. So that way, I'm not, because I tried it with each stalk was individually getting destroyed, and it was a performance nightmare. And so the fences are very similar, where there's 5 of them grouped together. It's kind of cool. It's a little more realistic. It's not super necessary, but you know, they're generally not super complicated obstacles. They just had a bunch of stuff on it. So, you know, it's something that if removing that stuff from the fences didn't resolve the performance issue, I might say, you know, the fences don't get to get destroyed. And we make it one whole thing or whatever. But we were able to work around it, so I'm not worried. Plus, I like the flexibility of being able to place them in different spots. I like the idea of enemies taking cover behind fences, and then you can destroy their cover. Not that any of that gameplay exists yet. So yeah, so you might notice the shadows are really weird on this barn. I need to fix this barn. This barn is broken. It's not well made. Something I've been procrastinating. Actually, it isn't, because I went to remake that barn. And that's how this barn got made. But I realized that this barn was so different. And I still kind of liked the old one. Oops, dang it. I didn't want to get rid of the old barn. I could probably select these this way. So now I'm just using both, which kind of sucks. But I don't know. Alright, selecting these cows. Which ones are in here? Okay, that's not. This is always so annoying. Dude, I'm just gonna duplicate them. I was like, I'll just copy them and move them. No, that was hard. That was hard and not easy. I didn't enjoy that. You know, some things that would be nice would be to like have like sometimes the cows are outside, sometimes they're inside. That would be neat. But it's super unnecessary. So player's gonna basically learn, well, this cow farm will always have all the farms or all the cows inside, or sometimes they'll be outside on this one. That's okay. Let them figure it out. I think these cows are just gonna fall down. I don't think they're gonna stay standing up. This would be another example where it'd be nice to have the barriers on the inside. But I'm gonna get real distracted if I try to go in Blender and start working on this other cow barn. I'm gonna get in trouble because it needs a lot of work. It doesn't look like it, but it does. Well, some of you it may look like it. You know what's necessary? Aliens eating delicious cows. It is. It's kind of a part of the cycle of life. It's just kind of how it goes. Cows need to be eaten by aliens. It's a tough pill to swallow. Oh gosh. What am I doing? Why am I opening up the other cow barn? It has problems. It has I cannot begin to emphasize how many problems it has. It's so badly made. Oh, they were supposed to be lined up like that. I see. That is hilarious. Nicely constructed, Frank. I like it. I mean, that helps a little bit. It's terrible. This is so badly made. I bet there's some little things I could do to fake, like, sort of explain it to make more sense. Like, what if I just did that? It's not how things look, though. I wouldn't do that. I don't recommend that. Right, so I designed it to be set up like that. So maybe, okay, I am not happy with this asset. I think it's bad. Alright, I think this is a bad asset. That's what I think. That's what I believe. And I want to say that. I want that to be known. And I need to work on it. It needs work. Where's the but I'm still gonna build on it. Why is it? I don't fully understand this. Whoa. What the hell? Why did that explode the other one? Oh, I see. It didn't. Okay, I gotcha. I'm just gonna pull this gate out of here. Oh no, I messed up all those. Dang. I actually have to go back and fix the other one, I just realized. Dang. Dang. Yeah, it's the red stuff. The red stuff was a mistake. Why is this deleting so badly? Oh, because we're selecting faces? Select the verts! Delete the vert. Why is it this way? Why are you like this? Oh, probably because I have to turn on, like, X-ray. There we go. That was crazy. Okay, so come out here. Set origin. Bring this back. Pull this in. Shrink it down a bit. Yeah, but this thing needs way more work than this. This is barely scratching the surface on how much work this thing needs. With that said, might as well slap this in here for now. Okay, duplicate that. And I'm gonna spin this around. Shrink it down. Kind of low efforting it here, to be sure. Going for good enough. Okay. Make sure this... Okay, so I'm gonna make sure I combine all these into one. Join it. And then I want to make sure it is included in here. Why is that gray? Why is that like grayed out? What does that mean? What does that mean? I don't know. It concerns me. Wait, what's this? I created like a reference to it or something? There we go. Let's give it the same naming convention. So see how those became red? That's what happened on the other one, and I didn't fix it. It is not okay if those are red. If those are red, that means they're not gonna show up correctly anywhere else. Dude, this is so many verts. It's chaos. That is deeply unsettling. How many vertices are on there? Oh my god. Devastating. Alright, real quick, let me make sure I lip these so they're not red. We could do a merge. I mean, it'd be nice if we could somehow... I don't think there's really much you can do here. Oh, limited dissolve helped. Yes, limited dissolve. It made it look a little weird, actually. It made it look very weird in a lot of places. Especially in regards to the way it smooths. See, this got real crunchy right behind me there. That got real crunchy. Crunched it right up. I don't know if it's that bad though. I'm gonna save it and see what we end up with. I need to remake this barn anyway. Oh, and then I want to fix the other one. Well, first let's make sure this looks not like absolute dookie. Oh, it looks like I didn't instance those. Pierogigon, you're gonna get a song cause Pierogigon is a member. Pierogigon is coming on in. Oh, Pierogigon came on in. Pierogigon came on in. Oh yeah, Pierogigon's on point. Coming on in, oh yeah, pierogi gone. You came on in, pierogi gone. Welcome to the stream. Woo, here we go. Sorry about that, but you're welcome. There's your song. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I appreciate it. Well, thanks for coming in. That's what happens. I be singing the songs for the members. Look at us doing farmland, listening to music like this. Just finished doing the Blender tutorials for the day, learning about making procedural textures. Whoa, okay, the song's over. Nice. Sounds interesting. If probably not gonna come into game engines nicely. I love the way you're learning Blender. Alright, so this did an update, which tells me that actually I'm not using a properly instanced version of this barn. Whoops. Oopsie. It's actually all set up terribly. It's set up so wrong. It's set up so wrong. I might as well just remake it. Oh, great. So we're gonna do that? That means I have to replace it. Oi, oi, oi. Alright then, that's what's gonna happen. Oh gosh, I know I'm gonna end up remaking this anyway. Alright, fine. New scene from this. How does this look with the new bars that I put in here? It looks fine. It looks fine. You'll probably export videos from Blender and add them to games, so it still has value. Nice. That's interesting. Yeah, it helped you motivate to work on that stuff. Nice. It's a good idea. Good idea. It's an interesting way to use that. I like that. I'd be curious to see like how that turns out. For sure. The person doing the tutorial loses you. It doesn't consider the viewers. Oh. I'm gonna add a obstacle on here. This is terrible. Oh gosh, I need to remake this object so badly. We're gonna add a collision shape. The collision shape is gonna be a box. Stretch this on out. Get it about the size that's good enough. I am gonna remake this asset, which makes it confusing to feel about when I'm working on it. Henry's been learning so much this week with Godot, and you love it so far. Yes, 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 yes. I love to hear that. I love to hear that. Because Henry, I know you've been learning all types of engines. And it's cool that Godot is giving you the good feels. Godot is awesome. Yeah, it's kind of the engine that I just had the most fun using, personally. You know, I had a lot of fun, a very unique kind of fun using Unreal Engine. Like, wow, I have the power to create amazing things. But where I didn't feel power was being able to experiment with building a game. That felt much more restrictive as a solo developer, to me personally. But in Godot, I feel a lot more free making stuff. It's much more freeing to me. Oh my gosh, yes, it's so lightweight compared to Unreal. My gosh, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And yet Godot can do amazing things. And so it's like, why would I bother with something so chunky like Unreal, you know? Full stop. Yeah. I mean, I don't even install the thing. I don't even have to install it. It's that lightweight. Then I'm going to add the hit points onto it. I don't remember how many hit points I decided I wanted for this. Something, something. Something, something about approximately, give or take. It doesn't even look like it was giving it hit points to begin with. So, I don't know. 5? Something like that. Damage amount lowest. Slowdown amount full. What else does it need in it? Oh, I gotta save this. Objects, buildings, barns, cow barn. This is cow barn 1-2. There will be a -3 at some point. For sure. Let me just make sure, because I've reduced the number of things that need to be in here. Oh yeah, we gotta put an animation to grade. But that doesn't mean I don't need anything in there. And then in the obstacle, I think all the obstacle needs is a collision shape. We've gotten rid of anything else that it requires. So that should be about it for that. And then I just have to make sure I actually replace it. This will be Cowborn 100. Actually, this is Cowborn 10200. Then I come back over here to my cattle ranches. What? That's... That's not real. Why would this... Why would it have replaced the barns? Why would it even do that? What? What? Oh, damn it. I gave it the same name. No, it wasn't supposed to be. It was... Oh, man. Godot. Why would you let me just overwrite it like that? I never got into Doctor Who, Dragon Blade. I never got into it. Never got into it. Why would it let me do that? You got sick of it after 10 seasons? Dang. I created a new inherited scene with the same name as another new inherited scene, and it replaced the original scene with the new one. Unless I missed it with no questions asked. It just said, oh, you're done with the other one? Okay, here's the new one now. I don't know how it happened. But that's what seemed to happen just now. I need some snacks. I need some snacks to cope. My emotions can't take it. That's annoying. It's okay. It's fixable. I just can't believe it let me do that. I don't think I can control my way out of this. So we're just gonna save it. Close Godot. Pull open GitHub. Yeah, it should be in Git. Yeah, that's why I'm not worried. But like, why would you let me do that? How dare you? I don't remember. Maybe I did, but I don't remember seeing are you sure you want to override it? I don't remember that. So all I'm gonna do is pull up this right here, and we are just gonna discard that. Bye-bye. And that should be all I gotta do there. That should be the end of that. Yeah. Alright. And then we'll open up Godot. And it just means I have to remake the new one. The new old one. I know why it happened. It's because, as I said earlier, I created the newer cow barn to replace this old one. But they turned out to be so different that it's not really a second version of the old one. It's actually its own entire unique thing. All right, so the new one is back. But that means my naming convention that I established didn't make sense, and that's why I was able to override it. So we are going to rename this. So that cannot happen. See, I've named it Cowbarn 01-02. This should actually be Cowbarn 02 scene. That's what that should actually be. Now I'm going to come to the Cowbarn update that I just made. And I'm going to make a new inherited scene from that. This is going to be the one with those in there. And this one I will call Cowbarn 02 0102 00, and we're gonna save it. Oops. Looks good. And then we do the obstacle. We said something like 5 HP. I can give it 6, I don't know. Slowdown amount full. Ugh. Honestly, the worst part is making the collision shape again. That's the worst part. I hate doing that. It's so boring. Okay, drag this out. Maybe I'll try to do it better this time, or more efficiently this time. It's a second chance. Okay, because before I was kind of trying to do it like symmetrically, like from the center, but I feel like it might be easier if I just do each edge individually. Just a hunch. And that way I'm not trying to guess that it's equivalent. Yep, that was easier. That was a lot easier. That was incredibly easier. Now this leaves out making a collision for the roof. Guess I should do that. I guess I'm gonna do a capsule. I could probably actually get away with doing only a capsule. Maybe. I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't like the capsule. No, the capsule's not working for me. And we've got this big part sticking out in the front here. And the back. No. I don't like it. I don't like it. I wonder how horrible it would be to generate a mesh. Doesn't look that bad. Doesn't look that good. Doesn't look that bad. Someday, when I'm dealing with performance issues, someone's gonna be like, you should change all the meshes. I'm gonna be like, no. If there's a problem with the collisions, it's because the fact that I'm using collisions at all. This is not striking me as a very complex collision, which is good. It looks pretty simple to me. But you are going to potentially be able to collide with this roof from even above. So I care to make it generally have that shape. I'm sorry to hear that, though, Dragonblade, by the way. To have a show that you like be hard for you to watch anymore, that sucks. That's a big loss. I love not hating shows that I like. It's a great feeling. Alright, collisions are there. What doesn't like about this one? Oh, I did. I did non-uniformly scale it. It doesn't like that. It doesn't like that. But it's too big. We just gotta make it too small. Sometimes too small is the only way. It doesn't make me happy. But I can live with it. Yeah, I remember you saying that. Too small is good, but it should be like a too small that makes sense. Yeah, it's good to be generous. I do agree with that. But, you know, I don't want it to be like, you know, the collision starts all the way back here or something, you know. If I want it to be too small, I want it to be like proportionately shrunken in, but it's okay. It'll be fine. But no, I remember you saying that. I like that tip. I definitely have internalized that tip. But there's really no good way for, like, there's gonna be like this little hang off here at the end. Like, probably the best way to do it, if I'm being honest, would be to go into Blender and create the collision myself. Like, create, like, I think you can do that. I think we could make a mesh and then tell Godot to create a collision. I don't know what kind of collision it makes, but that would probably be the best way to do it. I hate this right now. This is devastating. It's like, what am I gonna do? Am I gonna come in here? I'm gonna really do that? Am I really gonna experiment with that right now? There is no triangular prism as a base shape. cylinder, capsule, box, sphere, convex, concave, boundary, height map, separation ray. No prism. Alternatively, I could take a mesh in Godot. That's a prism shape. Stretch it to fit, and then generate a collision based on that. It would be a convex. Maybe I should do that. I swear to God, I'm gonna flip out the next person who earnestly, not as a joke, but earnestly tells me to simplify my collisions when I'm having giant spikes in lag. I guarantee you it's gonna happen. And I'm gonna consider it, but I'm not. I refuse. I refuse to do that anymore. Obviously, Dragonblade. I'm non-uniformly doing this, but hopefully the collision will be considered uniform enough. My point is that it's obvious, and to say it is not helpful. My point is that it's obvious and it's not relevant when I'm debugging certain performance issues. If I had 1,000 of these, and I was trying to shave off a little bit of extra lag or whatever, trying to optimize it, min-max it just a little bit, yeah, it would help. Because I just am already here. Plus, can Godot run on low-end PC and laptops? Yes, to an extent. Welcome, Unknown. Yes, it can, but you have to be able to at least, you have to have, like, you know, Vulkan rendering. It can't be like, it can be low-end, but it has to have certain graphics capabilities. Namely, it has to be able to run, like, Vulkan and stuff like that. So as long as it meets like a minimum requirement for like programs in general, you should modern graphics programs, you should be okay. Obviously, you should take a look at the specs that it requires, but the engine itself is incredibly lightweight and non-demanding. It's worth a shot, Unknown. It's worth a shot. Alright, there's that. And then, what I'm gonna do... I'll get a collision shape from it. Oh, it doesn't like it? Why? Oh, it's calling it non-uniform. Dang it. That didn't work. That's alright. It happens. Your laptop is old and it can run it. Nice. Yeah, I know Pierogigon had an issue with like a very, very cheaply produced laptop. And it wasn't able to run it. But I think that was because it doesn't have like the graphics rendering capabilities to do things like Godot. As opposed to if you have a computer that does have those capabilities and it's still a potato, you should still be able to run it just fine. You don't need a powerful computer. Just one that vaguely keeps up with what modern graphics programs expect. But on the collisions thing, like, to me, it's like either you have collisions that are way too complex, and that's a problem, or you should just not use collisions at all. But at some point, I think it's min-maxing in a way that isn't helpful when there's a huge problem with performance. Again, unless you're generating thousands and thousands of something, and even then, it's probably not great. The amount that you would shave off from that, there's probably other places where you would need to do more. All you need is a square or a circle, 2D all the way. Right, so you would say like multiple planes, like 2D planes. Would that be better? I mean, I would need 1, 2, 3. I need like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 planes or so. Oh no, okay. You're saying with 2D games? But this is not a 2D game. Alright, so now I'm gonna generate a collision. It will be uniform. Oh, it did the same thing! It made the same freaking thing! I feel like if I did this in Blender, it would do the same. Look at that. It's terrible. You know, I could do this one, which wouldn't wrap it around as much. Maybe this is the better one to do. A basic pentagon is enough. What? A basic pentagon? What are you talking about? Isn't that a 2D shape? You looked up your graphics, but you can't find info on it. Yeah, I don't know. Does anyone know? Because I have no idea. I don't know. I just know that some computers can't because they're too old and crappy. But I have no idea. But you could just, I mean, Godot minimum requirements. I feel like that's probably pretty easy to find, right? There it is. Check it out. Put a loop cut on the side of a cube, erase the top edge in the middle, and you got your shape. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. I don't see how that's 2D, but I hear you. That sounds like 3 dimensions to me. But I see too how you're saying that would be one single thing. So like if I were in Blender, I could make it one unit instead of multiple things all at once, you know. I can understand that. Your laptop is 2000Y. What does that mean? What does that mean? Yeah, I could do that. I could do that. Maybe I should. Dragon Blade. Maybe I should. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Here, I'll do it. Let's try it. No, it's a good idea. 2000? Your laptop is from the year 2000? I don't know if that's gonna work. What? That's gonna be rough. Only in compatibility rendering. Wow. I mean, that's vintage. They had laptops in the year 2000? No, they did. I know. Oh my god. Wow. Wow. I would be very curious to know if that runs. But yeah, that's a good call, Dragon Blade, that it might run fine in compatibility mode. Alright, let's establish this new workflow. Creating collision in Blender. I like it. You've convinced me. Because then I only have to deal with one collision shape, which will be nice. Oh, wait, Henry. Wait. Henry. Oh, shoot, I just saw Henry. Henry, thanks for joining up again as a member. Thank you. Welcome back, Henry, to being a member. Let's go. Let's sing a song. Go ahead, let's sing a song. Oh, Henry, yeah. Henry, thanks for joining up. We're gonna mix up the vibe. Henry, you are a member. That means that you get a song. Oh, Henry, I appreciate you, Henry. You're great, and thanks for coming through. Henry, yeah. Oh, Henry, thank you for the membership. Oh, Henry, welcome to the community. You're already been a part of the community, I don't know. And $2, Thank you for the tip. Thank you, Henry. Henry, you are all right. Oh, Henry, you are all right. Oh, yeah. Henry, you are all right. Yeah. Oh, Henry, you are all right. Oh, Henry, you are all right. Yeah. Oh, Henry, you are all right. Hooray! Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's fire! It's fire! Let's go. All right, I'm gonna make sure I get your name up there on the screen. I need to actually pull up my way to do that. Thank you, Henry. I appreciate it. It means a lot. All right, now your name should be up there. Now your name should be up there. Thank you. I appreciate it. Cheers. Means a lot. Dragon, your work is done here. Your work is done here. You have convinced me to do something. I am now gonna do it. You're welcome to exit. I like GDevelop, but you can't make 3D games. Yeah, GDevelop is great. I like GDevelop a lot. I also don't like that you can't make 3D games. Now you can, technically, you can make 3D games in GDevelop. But it's not like a traditional 3D workflow. It's a little unpleasant. It's a bit unpleasant in my experience to make 3D games in GDevelop. I don't enjoy it. I find it very uncomfortable. So yeah, I definitely hear you there. Definitely hear you there. Yeah, good. Yeah. I agree. I'm with you. Alright, we'll drag this out. I really don't even want to be doing this. But like, honestly, I think it's gonna save me a lot more time if I do it this way than the way I was doing it. But you know, it still stands that someone is still gonna say that this collision is too complex. But to me, at that point, the problem is, if you want to worry about that, I should just not be using collisions at all at that point. But well, we're gonna, so get out of my face. Okay, and then what I'm gonna do, actually, is I'm gonna split this in half. So let's get that loop cut right there. Oops. Oops, I keep dropping down on accident. Alright. Chill. I'm not done yet. Jesus. I'm gonna find other game makers. You mean other than Godot and GDevelop? You should. I mean, you should try multiple engines. I tried Unreal, Unity, GDevelop. Those are pretty much the ones I tried. And I liked Godot the most. No. It's a good idea, though, to get rid of the bottom collision. It's a good idea. Blender game engine. Armory 3D seems kind of cool, actually. Oh, Construct. Oh, yeah, it's very similar to GDevelop. I don't even know if Construct has 3D at all. I think Unknown is at least looking to make 3D. Yeah, I got you, Dragonblade. I understand. Why would you joke about that? Why would you joke about that? It's legit. Why would you even... You know, sometimes your helpfulness can be delivered in a very irritating way. Why would you joke about that? That's literally helpful. Why would you... No, let me rephrase that. Why would you claim that you were joking? You're such a liar. You're not joking. You're exactly serious. Don't be a child. We're going to get enough children here as it is. There's no need for their... yeah, Godot is awesome. I love Godot. But you should still try a bunch. Like, there's no reason to just, like, give in to something because it's popular or because a lot of people say it's good or whatever. Or even if you like it. Maybe you like something else more. I could give you a lot of reasons why I think Godot is the best choice for me. But how do you know exactly what's the best choice for you? until you try different things. Oh yeah, Cocos. Yeah, Coco OS or Coco OS, whatever. Yeah, that one's good. It's a good suggestion. That's a good suggestion. Can't post links. I can only post links, so Henry can't help you there. Just search it. Just use unknown. You can use Google. You have the power. I know a lot of folks still don't use the internet. Google.com, very useful. All right. Coco S3D. Type it, press enter. You're welcome. I'm not even gonna do it for you. I mean, you gotta learn to be a little bit discerning. It's part of the process of using search engines, is learning how to find. It's a skill. Learning how to determine if things are good or not. So you have to open the page and you gotta ascertain, does this look like the game engine everybody talks about? Is this the thing? I don't know, maybe not. You know, come over to GitHub. This is another source. Does this link to the same website? Well, it doesn't matter. You can actually download it from GitHub right here. It's got a bunch of stars, a bunch of watching, a bunch of forks. It's got some issues. You know, you can analyze this, use your judgment. And you may well be able to find a link to the website. All right? So I'm not going to give you a link. I think you have seen enough. You can find it. I believe in you. I believe in you. You don't trust me? Who am I? Who says I'm going to get you the right thing? Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing, you know? You got to trust yourself. That's a good way to check up on an engine. Look up a tutorial. That's a good idea. Alright, so I'm gonna bring this up so I can be done with this task. I want to snap it to edges so that when I extrude this, well, it's a little hard. We'll have to adjust it to get to snap. Don't do it on a thing here. It's actually, oh, because it's a mirror, right? It's not gonna snap with itself. I wonder if it will if I, no, it won't. That's okay. It would have been nice though if it could snap with itself. You have a favorite website for when something happens. What is that? What does that even mean? Could probably be good if we just did some like merging or something. Bam, merged. Bring this down. I don't know what that is. Does this say legitimify? Legitimify? Like to make sure something is legitimate? Alright, apply that. Oh, I didn't make it wide enough. Whoops. I'm sure I won't regret that. You have a favorite website? Oh, let me Google that for you. Oh, yeah. I mean, I feel like that's so passive aggressive. I hate passive aggression. I'd rather just directly tell you that you should learn how to search things. The adult-child behavior is becoming so clear to me now. I don't know. It feels so petty. I'd rather just directly give my advice, which is maybe you should learn how to look things up. Dang, I messed this up. It's okay, it's fixable. It's fixable. I hate pettiness. We all sometimes can succumb to it, and that's okay. Don't get me wrong. Why do you know snap? The way I want you to snap. Oi, oi, oi. Guess I gotta redo this. Oi, oi, oi. This is why I didn't want to do some Blair. It's such a waste of time. No, it's good. It's fine. Everything is fine. Oh, maybe if I move it. Oh my god. Why do you want to do this to me? Oh my god. Alright, I just have to redo it. I did not want to do this, but I got convinced and I regret it. I should always stick with my own intuition and not listen to people. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I wouldn't, I mean, look, Henry wanted to recommend it. I wouldn't have recommended it, but it's something that's out there. Where did everything go? Oh, there it is. Okay, back to the mirrored version. I think you did help. I think, you know, part of what they wanted was to have suggestions, regardless of whether or not they find something that they end up liking. You know? So I think you did a good job. You know, personally, I found Godot and I was good. I was like, I don't need to look anymore. I found what I need. And you know, Henry, when you suggested that, I don't think you exactly knew what all of the things unknown is looking for. Why did it do that? Why would you do this? Oh my god. So you just made your best guess, and it turned out that they were looking for something that wasn't old. And that's important, because finding resources for something that there aren't a lot of resources about, that's not gonna be that's potentially gonna be a good reason to not use something. Like oh, if I'm gonna need to find like a recent tutorial, it's gonna be really hard, maybe even impossible. But some people might not want to have to look for tutorials. They're like, no, I'll figure it out myself. I don't need no tutorial. So I would say you were definitely helpful. Oh, they searched how to download it. That'll do it. That'll do it. That will do it. Okay. Criminy. And then merge it. Good, good. I guess I could also go ahead and do this as well. I wouldn't recommend that. Okay, so let's not let's not do that. Oh, it's not. Oh gosh. It's not straight. Whoops. Let's see if I can snap that onto here. I don't know, there's something weird with this snapping. Do I have like a weird setting on or something? That's a little better. There we go. Dunno. Why not? Why not do it this way? Don't answer that. I did it this way because I did it this way. Okay, so I think the mirror got applied somehow. I hate when people word things that way. Why didn't you? I know it doesn't come from a bad place, but then maybe it does. You know? I'm grumpy right now. Alright. Don't need this collision in here either. Alright, there we go. And then let's also run a limited dissolve so we get rid of any extra things we don't need. And I think we're good. Alright, we're gonna say collision. I think that you can add like a flag on here that flags it as collision. Blender, Godot, flags, there's one, like no imp. -COL. I can't promise I'm gonna like how it decides to do this, but let's give it a try anyway. Let's see what we end up with. Okay, so I'm gonna come back into Godot finally after all that. I wouldn't say that saved me any time. I just gave in to the pedantic suggestion that I don't use 2 separate collisions that would have worked fine. And you know what? I'm glad I did. I'm glad I did. But I'm much grumpier now. Okay, so that came in as a mesh. And then oh wow. So it makes it a static body. And it adds a concave collision. Oh, it's terrible. Why would you do this? Useless. Okay. Please don't do that. Right? Like if I were to take this mesh and create this instead. Maybe I'm the wrong one here. But to me, the one on the left looks a lot simpler than the one on the right. The one on the right is the one that it created by default when I imported it from Blender. I guess, you know, you could argue that this is using like these polygons. It's like creating triangles that would probably need to exist anyway. Oops, sorry, you can't see. The one on the left, let me try to move these so they're not in terrible places. The one on the left has a lot less going on as far as I can tell. One's convex, one's concave. The one on the right created triangles. And this one, you know, obviously would have to probably somehow make triangles anyway. But to me, in my mind, this is the simpler one. So that's what I'm going to do. I could be wrong. Concave versus convex collision. Hey, what's up, Danny? Wow, Danny Conca came through. I've been great. How are you? The auto one looks cleaner. The one that has the, this looks cleaner on the one on the right. The auto one is the one on the right. I guess it's cleaner in the sense that it is obeying, like, triangle shapes. Whereas the one on the right isn't. But that's interesting that you would say that. Specifically that it's cleaner. Right, the left one looks cleaner. That's yeah. I mean, it's auto in the sense that I generated it, but Blender automatically, or Godot automatically made the right one based on Blender. Physics calculations will still convert to the other. Right, that's what I figured. And so that's kind of what I'm thinking is like, maybe that somehow saves some time if this one is already done. Or some performance or something. But maybe not. Maybe it doesn't matter. I'm working on my alien game. My alien invasion game. It is a game about an alien who's invading Earth. It's a roguelike. It's going to be a roguelike game that's set up like an endless runner. And You play as its character, who needs to abduct humans and cows. So we can grab some cows, drop these cows on in here. Our abductions go up. It has some limb damage, which I take from my Survive Escape inspiration. I didn't want to work on my big dream survival game, and so instead I am working on a game that has some aspects from it, so I can do something simple. In this case, we got limb damage. So you can see the limbs get smaller. It's supposed to make you walk slower and, you know, fall down to the ground. You can fall down to the ground if you take damage on. You totally lose your legs. Now you're just on the ground like that. So it takes inspiration from that survival game in that you have to manage your limb health and heal yourself to have enough ability to be able to play the game. There are some like NPCs in here. They're not spawning in right now, but there's like helicopters that you can attack and stuff. It's got a long way to go. It's got a good way to go. This is only level 1, and currently I'm building some new levels for it. As you saw, I just clipped through that building. I think today I'm going to make that building not clip-throughable. But yeah, I've got some different like particle effects and stuff. When you attack things, you run into things. But yeah, it's coming along. Thanks. Thanks, Danny. It's coming along a little bit at a time. A little bit at a time. You can run into stuff, knock things over, break stuff. There's going to be a bunch of different areas. There's going to be a small town, a big city, military base, things like that. Oh yeah, there's cows. Yeah, absolutely. There are the cows right there. I modeled everything in Blender myself, with some advice from folks, but other than that, it was all done by my hand. There's a cow right there. And then we can abduct them into space. I'll show you what the helicopters are like. What's up, Thought T? Welcome. Yeah. Yeah, it seemed appropriate for a game about alien invasion in farmlands. Should be able to abduct some cows. So here will be some helicopters. In theory, these would shoot you and attack you, but I haven't gotten that far yet. But you can smack them and hurt them. And they will crash and fall to the ground and explode. Cool stuff like that. They're sort of a work in progress, but yeah. And they will hurt you too if you run into them while they're falling through the air. So yeah, it's kind of the general idea of the game. And then you're supposed to get a minimum number of abductions in each level. Oh, wow. Oh, interesting. I did update the collisions recently on the copters. They collide a little differently than they're supposed to, but it's alright. It's good enough. And then when you get that minimum number of abductions, you'll move on to the next level. It'll get harder. You'll pick up power-ups, things like that. And yeah. Not quite replacing the fences. What it actually turned out to be... So the fences revealed the biggest problem. The biggest problem was not the fences themselves. It was actually every single obstacle that had the same problem. But the fences were the most numerous obstacle on any given chunk. So on these cattle ranch chunks, there were tons of fences. And so that's why the cattle ranch chunks caused the most lag spike, because it had so many on there. The problem was a bunch of stuff that was in every single obstacle that wasn't being used and was taking up a lot of memory. Once I removed that stuff from every obstacle, performance issues went away. I did replace the fences with a different mesh, and you can see they don't line up with the old mesh, so they're like longer than they should be. They're supposed to be like this, but they're like this. So I have to fix that. But it turned out replacing the mesh wasn't the problem. Yeah, it's so much better. It's like the issue is basically gone. So yeah. Triangulate all meshes when you export. Well, I'm a little indecisive about it. I guess I'm going with the cleaner one then. Maybe Thought-T has an opinion on which is better. Your options are only these two. One of them has triangles, one of them doesn't. Yeah. Alright, well I'm gonna go with the one without triangles. Although it was nice to create it in Blender and everything. Oh, right. So actually, I'm gonna have to go back to Blender. You like the triangles? I mean, you can be the deciding vote. But I'll tell you what I don't like about it is that I have to keep all this other stuff. This collision mesh. I don't care about any of that. I'd rather come in here and say no import. Save that. Yeah, it probably doesn't matter much. Alright, that seems to be the consensus. Thanks, guys. I suppose that deserves some credits. I don't know what kind of consultant that'd be. Collision consultant? Obstacle design? We're gonna say obstacle design. That's what that gets to be. All right. And then just fit it on there. Good enough. Cool. And then I need to make the obstacle here. And so then today, I'm just doing some level design stuff, which is what I wanted to do yesterday. But yesterday, I ended up needing to optimize the game because there were some very serious problems happening with the performance. But those problems have been resolved, thankfully. And so now I can just work on building out my level 1 a little better. And this cow barn, I just wanted to add a little something else in there. I don't really like this cow barn. I need to remake this cow barn in general, but whatever. Sounds nice, Thought-T. I like that. I look forward to that. Okay. So that should be there. We need to do health. We're gonna say 6. Damage amount lowest, slowdown amount full. Give that a save. Okay. Now I have to replace the barns that are here with that one. I should also, you know what I should do? I should set up should set up the other stuff too. Yeah, I mean, again, I am gonna remake this anyway, but before I quit, I should make, or not quit, but move on to a different task. I should finish setting up the obstacle, which means adding particle effects and that kind of crap. So, let's do that. It means I also want to set up the colors for this, which is going to be a pain, because this was before I knew better about a lot of things. Oh man, I hate this mesh so much. This mesh needs so much work. Okay, so I'm gonna load in the red walls for the other barn. I want the same colors everywhere. See, like, this shouldn't be two separate things. It is, because I made this a long time ago. And I'm using it because it's here, it's kind of good enough. Okay, and the reason why I'm making sure these colors match is so that way I can also make sure that the explosions match, or the particle effects all match. Oh, we didn't pick a color for that? Boo. I guess I have to do that too. Oh, you know, I remember seeing those. I didn't really dig into them, but I remember seeing those sections. Nice. It sounds like something I should look into. So let's just make a universal gate color here. And the reason why I do this is, again, so that way it's gonna match other stuff. So I'll like save this material separately. And then I can just load that material on other things. And be certain that it's going to, like, look the same. For example, when it blows up into pieces. And let's say I change the color later, I'll already know, or rather, it'll apply to everything. I'll know that it's going to apply the same to everything that it's supposed to look similar to. I don't know if this is actually a good look for it, but it's the one we're doing. Barn colors 1. Gates. So now I got that color, same one on that barn. Make it the same one on this barn. Rafters, don't care about that really right now. I might change my mind on that. Roof. Trim. You made 60-70 FPS from it without visible graphic degradation. From 10 to 60. That's awesome. Yeah, you've helped me a lot with that, Thoughty. I remember I had a lot of like settings on that were disastrous. And that made such a difference with like a click. So that makes sense. Yeah, I've appreciated your optimization suggestions for sure. Alright. I'm not going to worry about the ground color right now. Okay. So now that we got those colors standardized. Oh, I need to add in the animation degrade, which will play the particle effects that are going to explode. So So this is gonna have 6 hit points. I might change that at some point. For now, we're saying 6. So that means the way that this code works is if the thing hasn't taken any damage, I guess it's easier to explain on something that's all set up. So the house has 5 hit points. And so the animation player, if it hasn't taken any damage, is right up here at the beginning of the player. As it takes more damage, the player is going to go forward and stuff is going to start disappearing and breaking apart little by little. And then by the end, it all disappears and everything explodes. And so that's what I'm going to set up now for this, is so along the animation player, it goes from healthy to deaded. Godot is not really optimized by default, unlike Unreal, but it has many options that can be used to help. Interesting. I have to take your word for it on that. You like learning about optimization? That's probably a good thing to like to learn. So I'm gonna want like the different parts to disappear at different times. So that way it looks like it's falling apart. I'm gonna give it, I'm moving it up to 7 HP. It can be a little tough because I have to divide the player in a way that actually makes sense into 7 parts. It's gonna be a little confusing. It becomes a bit of guesstimation. Now, something doesn't have to happen at every step, which makes it a little easier. I'm gonna grab some particle effects. You know, I'm gonna grab it from the tool shed. It's probably the most similar to those, even though there are a lot of differences. You're more technologically inclined than artistic. I relate to that a bit. I'm gonna copy all of these, paste them in there. You can't draw or paint well? Yeah, me neither. But I like to think I can express myself artistically through a technological approach as well. So this is going to be too small of a particle effect, of course. Now I have to make sure I adjust some of these, so I have to make this unique, otherwise it's going to affect the tool shed, which would not be good. Let's make this box a little bigger. It's easiest to me if I have it constantly emitting. In the next version of Godot, they'll actually have a graphical representation of the shape, but for now, I just have to eyeball it. So I'm stretching this emission box extents here, and you'll see it's starting to explode in a wider range. This is for the roof specifically. Oops, I meant 3.7. 3.8. That looks pretty good. Just bring it up a bit. It's looking a little chunky for my taste there, so I'm gonna have to make this unique as well. Otherwise, again, it's gonna mess up the tool shed. I'll just adjust the size of the emission piece till I think it's what I think it should look like. More or less. Not striving for perfection here. I'm gonna increase this considerably, so there's more. And, you know, not looking for it to be hyper-realistic, just enough to communicate to the player that you did that. You destroyed that. It's probably good enough as it is. Okay, so let's turn that emission off. Make sure it's set back to 1 shot. For the walls, now I gotta think about how many we're gonna need, how many steps we're gonna do here. I mean, I would say the roof, of course, needs to go away. Oh god, I made this model so badly. Oh jeez. Okay, so we want all of those to destroy at the same time. Not great, but it'll do. So all that gets destroyed at the same time. Where are the walls? I would even say the rafters could get destroyed too. Get that out of there. So you destroy, so this would be kind of what you're left with after you destroy the roof. And then I guess you just destroy the rest of it at that point. I'm gonna remake this whole thing. So there's gonna be a couple steps then. Literally 2 different destruction sections. The whole roof section, and then the rest of the barn. So if it's got 7 HP, we could even just say, like, you just keep hacking away at it, and every time pieces could fly off. But only at the halfway point will the roof finally go away. And then by the end, the rest of it will go away. I think that makes the most sense. Okay, so then for the walls, now that I know how this is gonna work, I don't need much. I don't really need the rest of these pieces, truth be told. So I'm gonna delete these, and we're just gonna keep this. Actually, before I do that, I'm gonna set up the roof getting destroyed so it's easier for me to see what it's gonna look like at the time that it actually gets destroyed. So let's set that up. On the animation player, I'm gonna grab the things that are gonna stay visible, which is basically everything. And I'm gonna keyframe them all as visible. So keyframe it visible right there. Come over here. Keyframe it visible. Do the same here. Keyframe it visible. And just keep doing that for each of these. Whenever I remake this, I will not have so many pieces that aren't really being... There's no reason for there to be so many pieces. I made this a long time ago, when I didn't really know what my needs were going to be or how to make things better in Blender. But it's easier right now just to keep it in the game than take it out. So that's what we're gonna do. Okay, and then at the center part, I am going to hide all the roof pieces. So we're gonna make those not visible. So I'll keyframe those as not visible. Keyframe that off. Keyframe that off. I think I'd like to have the rafters be a separate section. That would be kind of nice. Yeah, I could do that. Then we can have the roof get destroyed a little sooner. So maybe at a third of the way, the roof gets destroyed, and then the rafters could be after that. We could do that, actually. So let's do that. So I'll say that the rafters don't go away until the halfway point, and I could even pull this back a little further. Or maybe we could push it this way even. Like that. So it's a little past halfway. Another thing I can do is I can adjust the snap on here, which will allow me to get a finer adjustment. I think I'd rather move this back. I don't know, I kind of just want to touch and feel it a bit. Maybe like that. So then it'll come apart there, come apart there. And so that means I'll need a separate, or I'll want a separate particle effect for the rafters. So I'm just going to emit it constantly so it's easier to see. I'm going to change the shape of it to not be a prism. Make it a box. Now that means I need to standardize color. So I'm going to come back to the rafters themselves, and I'm going to add a new material on there. I actually think I like the rafter color that I chose over here a little more. I'd like to standardize it across these, if I can. So I'm just gonna... I could probably get away with making these the same color. One less material. So I'll just do that. I'm just gonna keep that as the color. And then I'm gonna save this. We're just gonna say barn colors light brown. That'll be the rafters on this barn and on this barn. And you know, if I'm like, oh, that's a little too bright, which I kind of feel that way, you know, I can come in here and try to darken that a bit. Adjust it here and there. And then because I'm saving it as its own separate resource, I can update it across all of them. So I'm going to hit save on that, and then that color gets pushed into here. And you can see it doesn't look very good in here. It's not matching that color anymore. Could also be because it just doesn't look that good in there. What's up, Kai Guy? We got cows, we got corns, we got aliens. That's pretty much my life for 30 hours a week or so. Welcome, good to see you. So if I did want to reuse that for feed, I might want to adjust some things so it could function for either. Destroying more buildings. That's me. I'm an agent of destruction. Yeah, I'm just trying to build out the cow ranch levels, and you know, I just want some more assets to work with. Or I want to finish the assets so they work more. Still a little bright to my eyes, but you know, I'm not gonna worry about it. You know, if in the game I'm playing it and I'm like, that color needs to change, then I'll deal with it. Alright, so that's the color we're going with there. So as you can see, those particle effects are not matching those rafters. Not at all. So, I'm going to come to that particle effect, and we're going to update the material. So there's the material, and I will load that light brown color I just made, and now that updates right there with it. Just what I want. Okay. Maybe I'll adjust the particle a little bit. I think it looks pretty fine the way it is. I might want to make it a little less long. Oh, that means I have to make a new process material, which is a little annoying. They managed to... Actually, I bet they do. I bet they do have... Honestly, I don't know. I would not actually be that surprised. It's probably written in, like, code a little bit. Unexplained circumstances. Hailing from, but not including, outer space. Paranormal activity. Or other unexplainable events. If not, they better write it in quick. Although at that point, it may not matter anymore. Depending on how you play the game, you know, the aliens could become a functioning member of society, I like to think. So I could make this shorter, but I think I'm not going to, because then I have to make an entirely new process material, and it's just going to save like a little bit more resources if I don't. Not much, but I'll keep it the same. Alright, so there's the rafter. That looks good. So now I'm going to make it not emitting constantly. Oh, we got a Pepe in the house. Alien 9 to 5 simulator. Maybe. You never know. It could go there. What music we listening to? What kind of song you getting today? Ooh. Oh, it ended. Oh, we don't... I don't know what's gonna come up next. It could be anything. What do you think about aliens, Roswell, secret government projects? That's what all they are secret government projects. I think when people think it's aliens, 9.9 times out of 10. Guess we skipped the song. You know, you don't get to skip the song. All right, Henry, thank you for the donos. I appreciate it. Thanks for joining up again as a member. This is your song, Pepe. You're getting the next song. Oh, Pepe, hey, hey, Pepe. Oh, hey, Pepe. Thank you for supporting Apple Game Dev on Patreon and YouTube. Oh, hey, Pepe. Oh, hey, Pepe. Oh, hey, Pepe. Hey, 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 Pepe. Oh, yeah. Hey, Pepe. Oh, yeah. Pepe, what's up today? Pepe, what's up today? How you doing? Hey, hey to you, Pepe. I don't know how to sing this. Real sorry about that. You're welcome. I have no idea how to sing to this. I don't know how to sing to this. Quite a few people have spoken, even people with serious positions. Yeah, so to me, it's just secret government stuff. It's never aliens, in my opinion. It's always because it's always freaking Americans. I know they say it's around the world, but yeah, because now there are U.S. military bases all around the world. No, to me, it's almost never aliens, if ever. It's just U.S. government testing things. Possibly other nations testing things too, but it ain't aliens. And the government's okay with it, because it covers up their tracks. Why would they mind if people thought it was aliens? They probably want people to think it's aliens. Alright, so what's next? The walls. So let's move on in the thing. And let's make sure it's emitting so I can see it. Of course, that needs to be bigger. You know, I think I'm just gonna duplicate the rafter. I think it's gonna make the most sense. That way we can, well, it'll just be a little easier to work with. I do have to make a new one of some kind. Alien Munchies clause. Missing livestock value shall only be reimbursed in the event of extraterrestrial munchies. Aliens gotta eat. What? The aliens gotta eat. But then again, I guess what you're saying is that means the alien. I'm very confused by that guy, guys. So if the alien doesn't have munchies, but destroyed your house, doesn't count. Or your livestock. If your livestock is missing, but they didn't eat it, then you're not covered. They're only covered if you eat it. You think the government may or may not have evidence? Whatever it is, it's probably not good. It's probably like, and when I say good, I mean very low quality. I would expect. I would expect that the government is not any better at finding aliens than entities that search for space, that are like interested in space stuff. Which, to be fair, they do have a lock on a lot of space programs. Look, I don't get into conspiracies. I don't like conspiracies. They don't entertain me. I don't think they're good. I don't think they're worth it. I think they're a waste of time. I don't care if the government has secrets. It doesn't bother me. I just don't care. I just don't care. But I hear you. I'm not a flat earth believer. Is it that obvious? I'm sorry that that would ever be a question. To anybody. Ever. Alright, I'm gonna adjust the positions of these. I could go with the same particle effect. I don't know. I feel like there's so many walls, and it takes so long to break them. I'm gonna make a unique process material. And I'm gonna break it up into pieces to make it a little taller so it goes over a larger vertical area. I'm gonna increase the number of pieces considerably here. Area's looking a little long. So I'm gonna rein it in a bit. But no, I mean, who knows if we're alone or not? I don't care. Like, what does that mean? Like, I'll tell you what I don't think. I don't think they're little green men. I doubt they look like humans. If there are aliens. It bothers me that the alien in my game is looking more and more human all the time. I wanted it to be non-human shaped, which it is, but I recently had to make a change that kind of implies that it has a bipedal nature. I don't like that. But I'm gonna live with it, because it's gonna make making the game a lot easier. It's fun to think about. It's fun to think about. It is. It's fascinating to think about, for sure. But, you know, if you think about it, like culture, like what's the culture of spiders, of dolphins, of monkeys, of dogs? I don't know, like the alien, the whatever the alien is like, it tardigrades, you know, like it could be, there's such a, it's like, what are the chances that it has a culture in the sense that like humans have a culture, you know? I feel like it gets so, it's like, it's funny how that argument of like, goes both ways, where there's so many possibilities that it's unlikely that they exist or that they exist like us. But because there's so many possibilities, then technically there is a possibility. It's like it goes both ways. Like it justifies that there could be, but it also justifies that there probably isn't. I'm more on the probably isn't side of things. That's just me. That's just me. I know it's kind of boring, but... You said you're not very artistic, but you got an artistic mind, Thought T. Alright, I think this looks good. So now I want to actually have these particles emit at the times that I want them to emit. You agree they would look like humans, right? Why would they look like humans? Right. I mean, it's interesting, like, you know, to me, it's like, to really answer that question, I think one would benefit from being more specific. Like, well, what are the conditions of the planet? You know, first of all, how did life even get there? Based on what we know about what creates life, how that, you know, entropy how the elements come together to allow for life. You know, if you want to change those variables, okay, how do you change them so it does happen? And because you change those variables, what would that life need to sustain itself? And then what are the conditions on that planet that life would, how it would develop and why it would develop that way? To me, that's a more interesting approach than starting from, you know, an imagination. It could be anything. Rather, looking at it from like a practical approach and then building from there. So I'm gonna put the particle effect. Well, let's make it all disappear at the end first. So the last things are the foundation, the gates, and the barn. Really, you can just hide the whole barn. Actually, that'd probably be easier. But I'll keyframe it all off too. Pretty unnecessary. All right. So there we go. It goes from there to gone. Yeah. It could even be that the paradigm of evolution doesn't even fit on an alien planet. You know, that like they might not evolve in the way that things on Earth evolve, because again, just the laws that govern its existence might be different somehow. But I know what you mean. I'd love to think there's an alien planet that's a clone of Earth, but they all look like the really cheap Spirit Halloween Really cheap Spirit Halloween alien masks. See, I hate that. I hate that. But like, it's funny. It's funny to think about. But at the same time, I hate it. I'm glad you like that, though. Obviously, otherwise there wouldn't be so many Spirit Halloween alien masks that just fly off the shelves. There's a reason why people are so into it, because it's a human thing to desire and be interested in. But to me, it just kind of amounts to like a cartoon character. At that rate, I might as well just imagine it's a bunch of freaking Snoopies on a planet. It's an interesting thing because most living things have eyes, maybe hearing, and body parts that can move, such as legs. So maybe aliens would have them too. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. More advanced. I mean, I guess I don't really understand that. Like, what's more advanced? Like, is an octopus more advanced than a human? Because it can perceive things differently and do different things? Is that like species of crab or whatever more advanced because it can see more colors than us? Or are we more advanced? Is it advanced that we can build and have culture and all that kind of stuff? Build civilizations? Does that make us more advanced? So when you say more advanced, do you mean like beyond civilization? Can you know, it all just feels so human. Just be like, their technology is better than ours. Like, well, why does it have to be technology that makes them more advanced? It feels like this. It feels like more of like a fantasy of what humans could become, or like humans who are even cooler, like superhumans, rather than imagining something else. It's just like a hyper extension of what we already are. More advanced than, e.g., a worm biologically. That somehow confuses me even more. You don't think we are the advanced species? What do you think is the most advanced species that lives on Earth right now? Or that has ever lived on Earth? What are the odds all Halloween spirit masks all look alike? They must be based on real visitors. Think about it! Pepe, I didn't know Spirit Halloween was an international outfit. I had no idea. Or an international business. That's cool. I guess they would be. Alright, so I'm adding the particle effects in, so that means that when we come here, and let me put my snap, no, I should leave my snap off, actually. So I'm going to, actually at the beginning, say that all of these particle effects are not emitting. That's the roof, that's the rafter, that's the walls. Come to the roof here, we're gonna make it emit. Nope, not yet, actually. We're gonna come here. Oh yeah, that is the first thing. Okay, never mind. Yes, I do want that to emit. Make it emit, and then I gotta keyframe it as emitting on keyframe. So now it's got a keyframe of it emitting, which means that when we come across here, it explodes off. Now, at the next step, we want those rafters to explode off. So we're gonna get the rafters, set it to emitting, keyframe it, and now the rafters will explode. Presumably, sometimes you gotta reset it to get it to actually do it. It'll happen. And then, for the walls, we do the same thing. Come to the walls. Set it to emitting, keyframe it. So the whole thing is just gonna get destroyed. Wait, so Kai Guy says, then there's a theory that spacecraft are actually time machines and alien visitors are future evolved humans. Spacecraft are actually... I'm sorry, what? I mean, of course, now we're getting into, you know, time science fiction. Which is actually far less interesting. It's like fun. It's fun to like imagine like, oh, what if you went back in time? How would that affect the future? You know, but it honestly it's even less interesting to me because it feels like it's such a defiance of the way things seem to work. Whereas at least with the aliens thing, it's like it's more like who knows? But with that, it's like, that would really have to go against the way everything seems for that to happen. But I agree, it can be fun to think about. I've been entertained by stories that mess with time. Although ultimately, I'm usually just like, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make any sense. That's stupid. I don't think there is one species on Earth that is the most advanced. Okay. But it can be one of more advanced in certain things, but certainly not in everything. So then when you say that you imagine more advanced species who are not on Earth, I don't know how that fits with that. So wouldn't it be more likely that it would be similar, that nothing is the most advanced outside of the Earth either? But maybe not. Maybe it's different. I don't know. Okay, cool. So now this should be pretty much all set up and break apart just like I want it to. Now I need to actually put this in. Yeah, I gotcha. I also want to set up this one though, so I'm gonna do that before I start testing it. I'm gonna set up this one. It's gonna use literally all the same stuff. The only difference is I'm gonna need to probably resize some of those particle effects. So let's add it in. Let's do it. I'm gonna put in the obstacle here. It needs a collision shape, which, I guess I should do that in Blender. Boring. Boring. What changes? No changes. Oops. Oh, I actually needed to fix this anyway, because these all got flipped, which is not good. And we got quite a few too many verts here. So we're gonna reduce that. Okay, so I'm gonna flip them. I'm gonna select it all. Make sure we merge by distance. Looks good. I'm gonna do a limited dissolve. We do have some overlap, unfortunately. Looks like we already had that though. My bad. I kind of don't care. If I'm being honest, like the player's not gonna see that really, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Oh, these got flipped. Flip them back. Then there's a theory that humans like inventing and telling stories. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Which is fair. It's Stories are cool and fun. But that's the thing. I feel like conspiracies stop having fun, and they start taking stories seriously. And it becomes unhealthy and potentially dangerous. Dang, this little spot, it's just a little problem area. Blender really do be its whole own task. Yeah. And you know, that's part of, like, for me with this game, like, I think aliens are a useful tool in storytelling. Because you can be more creative and come up with whatever you want. You know, I'm not trying to express anything I think about aliens so much as I'm trying to express something I think about humans. More so. And I'm using the alien as a way to tell a story about humans. Pepe, I'm excited to check out something about your game this weekend. I hope I get to, because I know you put a reference to the Alien game in there. Alright, so then I want to make a collision shape. Ugh, boring. What does the red versus blue shading mean here in Blender? Yeah, so have you ever played a game and you, like, clip through a building you're not supposed to? And when you look outside of the building from inside of it, it's just invisible? Like, you can see right through the wall to the outside? That's the red stuff. Red is not good, blue is good. That's correct. That's correct. But it depends. So, like, if I drop a cube down, it depends. If I drop a cube down here, we look at this, it's all blue on the outside. If we pop into the inside, bam, red. That's basically what it means, is the inside of the mesh versus the outside of the mesh. And so, you know, in theory, if the player is going to look at it like this, I don't really need the bottom to be visible. So I could come in here, get rid of this bottom, and now that's red. So if you were to look at it from underneath, it's not going to render properly in the game engine, and it might even just be invisible entirely. Whereas the outside is going to be visible. But, you know, there's ways to mess things up a little bit. So let's say I come over here and I try to run a bevel on this. That is to say, like, ooh, make a nice shape. Cool, cool. If I go a little too far, it starts inverting it to the outside. So now there are these, like, inside parts and these outside parts all just, like, overlapping each other at the same time. This is not good. This is not good. This is going to cause some glitches, some visual problems. Do not want. Very bad. But yeah, that's basically the difference. And so by showing it by blue or red, I can make sure that as I'm making it, I'm not accidentally leaving things that, you know, glitchy that I don't mean to. So, you know, like, what if I do want that to be the inside, though? There's a lot of different ways to do it, you know? There's good ways and there's bad ways. This would not be necessarily a good way. But, for example, I could extend the inside. Well, I probably wouldn't want to do it like that. That would be a bad way. There is a modifier in blender that can help with this. I don't really like it that much, but it can help. So we could do this solidify. And what the solidify does is it creates like a, you know, whatever. It thickens it. So that way now it's blue on every edge. I don't like this one this much. It tends to cause some other things. So you can see here as I make it thicker, this is at like an angle. It's not actually straight. So that's why I don't like it. So often when I'm making things, if I know that I need the interior to be visible, then I'll make sure I build it with that in mind. From the beginning. Anyway, that's a little bit about that. I think that's quite enough. Yeah, that helps. It doesn't always fix it though. But it can help. But it does not. I do not recommend relying on solidify. Except for very simple things. I mean, in this case, no, it still is a little crooked. See, even thickness. Like, what did it do here? Anyway. Right, actually I do want a cube though. Actually I do want a cube. And we're gonna have this be a collision. Maybe I'll remember to do it the way Dragon Blade wanted to. Unfortunately, the game is in an almost unplayable state when moved to another PC, but I can send you the full gameplay. Yeah, let's watch the gameplay. I mean, sometimes we just watch people's gameplay videos too. I want to check it out. I'm not versed in Blender. I need to get on that, but normal's direction I get. Yeah, normal's direction. Exactly. We're flipping normals. Yes. I could have just said that, but I find those words boring. But I should say that next time. So now I'm just making a shape that's going to be the collision for it. Oh god, I don't care. Why normals? Probably some boring reason. It's probably boring. Would be my guess. Stupid name. The word normals comes from the original usage. Normals were the normalized vectors pointing out from a polygon, defining the direction the face is pointing. I knew it would be boring. And it was. It was boring. Nice. Yeah, I can't wait to check it out. Oh. When I was talking about Pepe's reference to the Alien game, I'll show it to you. I'll show it to you. This is a video from the game Pepe was working on. And it's a Dead Space kind of game. And there's a secret room where you can find this cow. And then there's a table here. Cowboy hat, alien, green alien, cow, and eggs. equal, or Jawbreakers equals the alien. Moo, save me from green alien. It ate my wife. Have you seen my mother? It's nice of you, Thoughtsy. And this is referencing the lore. The stuff on the table. The game does have lore. It really does. Because the aliens are these little heads on their home planet. So that's what the cowboy hat is referencing. Because that's what they normally are. But then there's wind pearls in the sky on their alien planet that are created by winds that go against each other. And the aliens salivate on those pearls, and then that becomes their body. So that's what the Jawbreakers is referencing. Which I think is hilarious. I think the aliens are better at finding governments than governments are at finding aliens. I can understand that. I can understand that. I mean, I'm certainly personally not going to rely on the government to be able to tell me if aliens exist. I like the idea that, you know, I think I'd be more likely to expect the alien itself to show itself than for a government to do it. Oh yeah, Dragonblade made a good point earlier. This would have been an easier way to do this. But I was too angry. I was too grouchy at the time that I even had to bother with it. To try it. Wait, where's that face? Wait, where's that dot? Give me that dot. I know you got a dot in there. There it is. Okay. So I will adjust this into a collision shape. I think that was a mistake. I realized I was watching on delay, so this is a comment from a conversation from 10 minutes ago. Yeah, it happens. That happens. You can always press that live button in the bottom left under the playhead, the YouTube playhead bar. If you press that, it'll catch you up right away. That's a nice thing though about YouTube, is that you can actually keep up or go back if you want to. I don't like all this rotation crap. Yeah, press that little live button. Especially, and if it's gray, that means you're behind. If it's got the red dot, harder to find in the phone. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I could have looked at it here. That's a lot easier. That's so much easier. Wow. It's getting to be a pretty busted shape here. Keep it real. Alright, that's good enough. That's good enough. It's all a little crooked. It's probably fine. Alright, we're gonna call this collision. Save it. Hop into Godot. There's gonna be a horrible white block in the middle. Somebody poured concrete all in there. You know, I think I'll do the .col flag, which then it'll just bring in collision here. I'll just snatch that and use it. So I'll pull that out. Oh, right. Okay, I'll duplicate it then. Duplicate it. Pull that out. So then I'll have my collision shape. Then I'm gonna come back to Blender and I'm gonna say don't import it. So no import. And then save that. And now it's gonna go away here. I've got a collision. It's just the shape it needs to be. Oh, we got rid of it. No. Wow. I'm actually surprised. Rude. All right then. All right then. I didn't do that for the last one. For the last one, I created it in Godot. The collision shape. Can you be more specific? I was thinking I just need to maybe make this unique or something. Or I take this and I just, this mesh here, and I just make my own collision based on it. And then come back over here. Tell it not to import. Oh, you're saying instead of add the flag? Or why not add the flag? It's just typing. It's just a little typing. I know what you're saying. You're saying open up the advanced importer window and then I don't understand why it's destroying it. It didn't do that with the other one. What? The other one saved just fine. Maybe because I moved it into it before I told it to go away. The other one... Maybe I deleted it. It's frustrating. Turn off the original imported shape in Godot after I duplicate it. That sounds like something I'll forget about, that I did it that way. I'm gonna come back and be like, why isn't this importing? I don't understand. I don't know why this isn't importing. It's supposed to be importing. Why isn't it? I'm gonna be so confused. To be like, oh yeah, right. Maybe I remember the thought you told me to do that. Doesn't mean it's not a good reason to do it, but it's what comes to my mind. What irritates me is that I didn't have to do that with the other one. Unless I just deleted the other one. What if I cut it? I'm determined. I'm determined to not have to do that. It might not work, but I'm gonna try everything I can till it works. Without having to go into the advanced import. Yeah! Cut and paste, baby. There it is. Alright, and then I'm gonna add the obstacle. Success. But that's a good tip, Thati. That's a good tip. Okay. Then I gotta add the hit points in here. How many hit points does this have? I don't know, 7. Yikes, have fun. Thanks for stopping by, Kai Guy. Damage amount lowest, slowdown full. I need to add the animation into here, the animation player. To me, they should have a little bit more HP than the other one. We need to rename this to be called Animation Degrade. Okay, and then I want to figure out how I want the parts to disappear. So there's the roof. The rafters. The walls. We could say the doors first on this one. So the doors break off in the first hit. And then we could say the roof breaks off, the rafters break off, and then everything else. We could say the walls and then the gate too. It does raise some questions about collision, right? If you've broken it down to this part, you probably shouldn't be colliding up here anymore. The collision should probably only be down here, if you think about it. Which would lend itself to, you know what? I shouldn't be using this collision shape. If you think about it, I should actually have separate collision pieces. What? Yeah. 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 Because then I can turn off the collisions at different times. So actually, this entire collision that I made, I don't need it. I don't need it. All that time I just spent making it, which wasn't that bad, but I don't need it. This has different needs. This creation. So we're gonna yoink that on out of there. And actually, you don't lose your scene after you re-import the blend file for any reason. Oh. Hopefully not. I'm not supposed to. I'm not supposed to. So let's check that out, right? I just added obstacle, hit points, and animation degrade. I'll make a tiny little change. I'll adjust this position a little bit. Control S, hop into here. Someone remind me that I can't model faces and I'm in for a big struggle. You're in for a big struggle. Doesn't override it. You're in for a big struggle. Are you ready to endure that? Are you ready to endure that? Are you willing to endure that? Maybe you are. Maybe now is the time where that's okay for you. Oh yeah, sculpting is good for faces. Okay, so I'm gonna do separate shapes. Oh, I'm doing Blender. I'm gonna make separate collision shapes because that's actually what makes the most sense for this. It is. You know, I get that if I don't need to make separate collision shapes, there's no good reason to make separate collision shapes. But I'm afraid that in this case, it's gonna be pretty useful. And so I'll actually want to turn off those collisions ahead of time. So that way, it makes sense that the player has destroyed that bit of the structure. Okay, and then the way that I had done the prism last time is I made a mesh instance. That was a prism shape. And then I created a collision based on that. I could do this in Blender, but I don't think it's going to be easier to do it in Blender. I just don't. It's not what I think. And you just have to deal with that. Okay. Make sure it's long enough. Looks good enough to me. And then from that, I will do this a little different. Yeah, I tried moving it so it wasn't under one of the yellow ones, and it still happened. But then again, even though it wasn't under a yellow one, you know, it was under the top level. I don't know. It didn't really make sense. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's weird, because it didn't happen with the other one, but I might have done the other one a little differently. I might have, like, deleted the collision. I don't think I did, though. I don't know. Maybe if I delete it first, and then remove it? I don't know. I don't know. I just, no. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna make a collision based on that. We sorted it out, didn't we? But I get it's like interesting to solve the problem. Okay. So that's for the roof. Collision shape roof. Collision shape walls. And then I'm also going to want a collision shape for these gates. Believe it or not. Or there could just be no collision. You just clip through it. That would also be fine. Then it's one less collision. I'd kind of rather it be a collision shape. That's what I'd like. I think it would be a better obstacle that way. If you want my opinion. Then as the player, you have to be more considerate of how much damage you've done before you can proceed. And you know what? If we're needing to shave off some unperformantness, I'm coming for this first. But as they often say, you shouldn't be worrying about optimization until it becomes a problem. And I think that extends to specific situations. That is to say, if I am having performance issues, before I go shaving off all of my collisions, I think I should look at what is the predominant cause of the performance issues before I start just randomly going in and doing things that make it more performant. And if I'm at a place where I really am just like, okay, so I'm done with most of this part of the game, I feel like it's a little slower than it needs to be, let's go shave some things off. Then alright, I'll come in and I'll shave it off. Alright, so we got the 3 collisions. Yep, 3. And then, on the animation player, we're going to say that the first thing that goes is the doors, which isn't going to make any collision go away. But I am going to want to make sure all the collisions are set to enabled in the first frame. I'm just going to do that now. And let's make everything else too visible. Gates are visible. The roof is visible, so I'm just keyframing it over behind me there to have it all be visible. Keyframing the rafters to be visible. The front door. Oops, I don't know why I keep clicking it. I made 2 separate doors because I imagined they could be opened or closed, potentially for like a visual effect. In retrospect, I think it's not necessary, but it's there now. Another thing that if I'm ever min-maxing, we can always get it out. I doubt it has much of an effect though. But the idea was that, you know, in theory, we could open and close the doors, you know, and you could open up the different sides or whatever. Still might be useful. Maybe. Okay. So we've got all the visual keyframes. Now, if it's gonna be a bunch, let's say, I guess the doors are the first thing. How many hit points? 8 hit points? So I'm almost gonna need it at every step of the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's say that the first hit makes the doors go away. So I'm gonna have the doors become not visible after 1 hit, or the least amount of damage done that registers on this animation player. Doors go away. And then maybe a little bit more damage. And then the roof is gonna go away. A little bit more damage than that. And the rafters go away. Seems a little unnecessary to do the rafters, but it's more fun, I guess, to have more pieces. And then finally, by the end, just everything else goes away. Oh, not everything. Wait, oh. Right, the gates. Okay. So then eventually the walls go away. Forgot about the gates. The walls go away, and then at the end, we'll say the foundation and the gates go away together. Now, as for the collisions, I want to say that when the roof is gone, the roof collision, we're going to set it to disabled, so keyframe that. I know, let me just, I don't know if I like these positions, though. I'm going to adjust this. I'm going to turn the snap down so I can just move these around a little bit. I'm even just going to move that a little. Bring those. It's the rafters. I kind of want it to be pretty close to the roof going. That's the walls. I almost want the walls a little closer to the last. Maybe scooch these over like that. Okay. And then we say the roof collision goes off there. The walls collision will go off here. Walls set to disabled. And then by the end, the gates collision will go off. Alright, so there's all the collisions, all the walls going off. Then we just need the particle effects. I will bring them from the other barn. Should be very similar. There's the rafters that we added in. But other than that, it should be pretty similar. The size is going to be a little different, of course. This one is what we want. Not that one. So I'm going to copy all those. I'm going to have to remember to make them unique. Paste these in the hit points. That's where they get controlled. And let's see what they look like. They probably don't look great, but we'll make them look better. I'm going to have, let's start with the, let's start with, well, there's the doors. Those are quite small. I might actually want to borrow from something else for the doors. Something I already have that's a little smaller. I don't know, it might save me a tiny bit of time. Barely. But like this little, that little explosion, that's a good one for the doors. So I'm gonna copy this. Yeah, whatever. Copy this. Paste that in there. We're gonna say particles, doors is what I'll call that. Come up here till they're gone. Thoughty wants to know what Pepe is making faces for. I know the last thing I saw Pepe making faces for was Batman related. But I don't know if that's true this time. I'm gonna have this emitting constantly so I can witness it, keep track of it. I'm gonna move it up near the doors here. Technically, the doors could be anywhere in here, since they can technically move around. There's also that face. That is one of faces. 1/3 of Longley's. We need to unlock more slots before we can get all 3 pieces. I'm going to make this a unique process material. I think I can leave the rest the way it is. I gotta say, I'm a little afraid to do that. I could see myself forgetting that this was unique or not. And then I adjust it and I mess up. That's one thing about things not being unique, is I often can't tell that they are or they aren't unique. There really is like no indication that it is unique or not, that I know. If there is, I don't know what it is. And so I'd like to keep it the same for the sake of using less resources. But there is an almost 100% chance that I forget that I didn't make it unique. And if I ever come back to modify it, I'm gonna mess up other things. So I'm just gonna make it unique. That's my vote. And then, you know, sometimes if it's like exactly the same in every way, okay, but I am making like a little change, and so to me that's just a bit confusing. Oh, I didn't mean to modify the emission shape scale. I want to change the emission box extents. Oh shoot! Y'all! Olaf has gifted 5 Hyper Game Dev memberships. Let's freaking go! Wait, what kind of music we got? We got party music? Do we have party music? No, more or less. I would say so. Look at all that. Look at all those memberships. My gosh. Let me put on... Oh, the music stopped. All right, we can party this. Whoa, I'm in the wrong place. There we go. Hey, it's a party. Thank you, Olaf, for all of the memberships. Olaf gifted 5 memberships. Hyper Game Dev memberships. Let's see who got the memberships. Was it who I think it is? I think it is. Who I think it is, Gab Games. Gab Games, welcome on in. You were just down at Major Day. Oh, Lord, you made someone's day. Good job. Gab Games is gabbing away. Welcome, Gab Games, to the membership. And now you get to come through the extra stream that we do on Mondays. Who else? And Dragon Blade too. Dragon Blade gets to come on through. Oh, Dragon Blade gets to come on through. And also, Edward, you got a gift membership. Oh yeah. Ambry, welcome in, Bree. Welcome in, Bree. Welcome in, S got a membership. I love to see it. You deserve it. Now you get emotes and other stuff too. Oh man! All right. I apologize to everybody for that song that you had to endure. Did someone? There has to be someone else. 1, 2. Was that 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you, Olaf. Thank you so much. It means the world. Wait, your name's not up there yet. There we go. Now your name will be up there. talented. I know you're not talking about my singing. I know you're not talking about my singing. It was awesome. Come on now. There we go. Thank you again, Olaf. Appreciate it. It means so much. It helps so much. Gotta get a drink of water after that. And make sure, if you guys want a free membership, make sure you have opted in to receive memberships on YouTube. You gotta make sure you opt into that. So if you find the join button anywhere, find the join button, click on it, come up to the top right, these 3 dots, and go to gift settings. You may or may not have this option. If you don't have this option, it might mean you can't receive gift memberships. But some people who didn't have this option got a gift membership anyway. So we're just gonna say this. If you have this option, make sure it is turned on, and then you will definitely be able to receive gift memberships. So I just thought I'd let you know. I just thought I would tell you. So that way you can get all the goodies and the badges and the songs and everything else. Welcome, Dreamy. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. Edward will be so happy. Yeah, Edward will be happy. Yeah, you're right. You're not wrong. GG, everybody. Let's go. Okay, I'm gonna adjust this size so it actually fits the width. Oh, that's length. I want it to be width. It came here after scanning the Discord. Nice. Yeah, Dreamy, you do share a lot of art on Discord. I try to check it out on Fridays. Check out everybody's stuff. If you post it up on the Discord, link in the description. Every Friday, in the community creation stream, which happens after the game jams, it's a bit of a secret live stream. If you join up on patreon.com/hypergamedev for free, by the way, it is not a paid membership. You basically use it as a way to have your email for an email newsletter, and I send out the live stream in your email every Friday, and I check out people's creations, including Dreamy's art. This kind of looks good enough to me. I might want to squish it a bit, but it looks fine. It looks pretty fine to me. Okay. And then we're gonna not have it emit constantly and make sure it's a one shot. And then I actually need to set up all the collisions to be off at the beginning. So I'm going to keyframe this as emitting off. Get the walls, keyframe that to emit. I'm duplicating the walls, and we're going to call that particles gates or whatever. Your original character's special day is coming up. You posted an art in one of your threads. Nice. Cool. Yeah, you make really cool art. And I'm glad you share it with us. Okay, so now I want to make sure that it does emit the doors one. I want it to emit when it's time for it to be destroyed. So I'll click on it and then keyframe it. And so now those doors will go away, and in theory it will explode. It doesn't always happen right away if I just set it. There it goes. Explosion. I kind of want a few more. I feel like we can add a few more in there. It just seems like it could be a little, especially because it's gonna be probably hard to see since there's other stuff around. It might be nice if it just looked a little more explosive. Okay, and then we're gonna have the roof go away. Something that I would like, I'd almost like every hit to cause some kind of particle effect, even if something doesn't like break off. But I'm not ready to do that. That's something that I'll go back and do if I feel like it's missing from the game. All right, so now we're doing the roof. Let's see what the roof looks like. I'm gonna emit it all the time. Obviously, we need to move it up a bit. The length is almost exactly the same. I love that. Wow, I guess I really did try to make it the same size as the other one. That's awesome. Yes. It does seem like the chunk should be bigger and like we should be doing a lot more particles for it. So I am going to update that. So let's make it unique. Doodle along to the stream. I love it. A bucket list, a doodle bucket list. That's cool. That's so fun. Yes, co-working. I think we could expand the size a little bit as well. Yeah, I don't like to overthink this, but the more I get it right the first time, or that I feel good about it the first time, the less I have to deal with it later, fixing this and that. Set it and forget it. I guess you'll draw 'em. New level chunks after all this time. Yes, I finally got the performance issue sorted out. Thank goodness. My gosh. I wanted to so bad yesterday just do new level chunks. But those performance issues were like, ain't gonna happen. Not today. But today it does happen. So yeah, I'm setting up some of these obstacles to actually destroy so I can get the most out of actually enjoying the level that I'm setting up. And yeah, I'm working on a new cattle range. I'm gonna do some terrain painting and stuff. This one I'm setting up over here. I'm gonna paint some terrain. I'd like to get a bunch done today. So far, I've not finished one chunk, but this is a bit of a tricky chunk. And, you know, I put a bunch of cows in here, and I added like this, oh, you see we got some overlapping meshes there, but I kind of don't care. Hopefully the player won't see it. If the player does, fine, I'll go fix it. I did this on a whim. I quickly slapped together this, and it shows. It shows. I should have done a merge on that array. I can redo it if I need to. But, yeah, and so I put all these cows in here, and I wanted to make sure that I could actually access those cows. I was tired of putting these down, and I can't access the cows. So I'm making it so it can break apart and all that stuff, which will be nice. If you can't see it, it doesn't exist. If you can't see it, it doesn't exist. I know that's right. I know that's right. It's a fair point, Pressipire. Oh, Pressipire is a member. Pressipire. Okay, wait. We gotta see what the music's like. We gotta see what the music's like. We'll see if it's still around by the time I start singing. Oh, Precipier, oh Precipier, you are here and on fire, not in a bad way. Precipier's on fire like you're doing a great job. Go get him, Precipier. Oh, Precipier, you're on fire, not in a bad way, but in a good way. Don't put Precipier out, cause that fire's burning, it's great. Precipier, you're first rate. Oh God, I'm so sorry for that song. But you know what? You're welcome. Oh man. Oh gosh. Oh my goodness. Breathing doesn't exist. No, breathing doesn't exist because you can't see it. No, actually, lyrically, that kind of came together. I was actually a little surprised by how well that came together. Maybe I'll get better, and maybe the more people become members, and the more, you know, if Olaf gifts, I think you got to gift membership, the gift memberships, the more memberships that are out there, the more practice I'll get, and maybe the better I'll get. And I'll be, by the end of this, I'll be a freestyler. Alright, so breaking the roof apart, it looks great. Oh, it looks fine. I don't want the roof to be constantly exploding. Breathing only exists on cold days. True. True. Come back to the animation player. And I am going to keyframe the roof to be emitting at that point. You can take a little adjustment for it to actually appear. There we go. Looks good enough for me. The next thing is the walls. Alright, let's see what we're working with. It's looking a little weak. It's looking a little weak sauce. We'll fix it right up. I kind of want to make sure I didn't mess up the other cow barns animation, or particle effects. I think I made everything unique. Oh dang it, I already played it, so now it's not showing. Ooh. That looks like the other one. Is it just me, or does that look like the other one? I think that's the other one. Oh yeah. I don't know, I don't think I made that unique. I'm pretty sure I didn't. That's okay. It's Dreamy's OC, or original character. You're clearly talking about all of the Simon Cowells you drew. The hit star and judge from X Factor. Yeah. Yeah, and Dreamy made an original character called Simon and draws a lot of those drawings, or shares a lot of those drawings over on the Discord. Dreamy's a great artist. Of course. And that's one of the top 10 people you don't really like. That's the character on the left there. This one. She's a good artist, right? The way she used patterns and gradients and colors and textures. Yeah. So that's the Simon to which she refers. Yeah, she's good, right? And there's more art than you'll even know what to do with. She posts so much art on the Discord, I can barely ever keep up with it. You know, she talks about doodling, she's drawing in notebooks, everywhere. Everywhere she can. Okay, I'm gonna take this roof. I'm gonna make. I guess I'll make it unique now. Better now than never. And now I gotta fix this over here because it wasn't unique. Create cover art for the Alien game? That's an interesting idea. I wouldn't want to have anybody do that unless A, they clearly licensed it as being usable for the game, and B, I liked it as fitting the feel of the game. It's a fair thing, but I'm not asking. Please don't do that. Please don't make art for the game. Make fan art. Please make fan art. Please don't make something you expect me to use for anything. Okay? That is a hard boundary I must set. All right. I would want to pay somebody if I wanted that kind of contribution. And besides that, I just, I don't know. The game's not even done yet. I don't want to be making art for the game. I'm not even, no. It could be, but it's not gonna be. It's not gonna be. Fan art artist. I love fan art. I'm all for the fan art. You have a whole board of Simon? Nice. Okay, so... Right, so back on this barn, I needed to fix the roof because I accidentally used the same roof. Whoopsie. How many more chunks for the farm area? A lot. Many, many, many more. I mean, right now there's one cornfield type and there's 2 cattle ranch types. There's literally 3 chunks. Variants. I'm gonna want, 5, 6, maybe even up to 7 variants of each type. So if there's the points type, right? That's what the cattle ranch itself is the points type, because you collect animals to get points. Then there's the obstacles type. The only obstacles one that I have right now is this bunch of trees. So I want to make several of these, maybe 5, maybe 6, something like that. 5 of them, 5 variants with different things that are obstacles that are relevant to the farmland area. At least level 1's farmland area. So level 2 will have different chunks. It'll share some chunks from level 1, but I want to add in new ones for the new levels. And then there's the safe chunks, which right now, the main safe chunk is the cornfield, which is just a bunch of corn. I might add like a different... Actually, I think there might already be like a slightly different cornfield. It's ever so slightly different. I think that'll be more like level 2 and 3 that have like ones with like tractors in it and silos and stuff. But in level 1, I'm just gonna keep it kind of simple. Yeah, and so I plan on making at least 5 more cattle. Well, not 5 more, but at least up to 5 cattle ranches. Probably more. So quite a few. I want quite a few because what I want is whenever you're looking at one screenshot, you're looking at the game just at one way. You never see the same thing twice. Now, it can scroll through and you end up seeing the same one again, but at once, when you're just sitting here looking at it, you won't see the same thing. And I want to make sure that there will always be a unique one every time you look at it. And then ideally, there would be enough that there's a good chance that you still won't see the same one very recently over and over again. So I'm trying to make more. And this is the one I'm working on right now, is this chunk. Technically, I'm working on this one. So I have a lot to do. And the reason why it's, you know, I'm spending so much time today on this one chunk is because I'm setting up, see, these are the obstacle ones with the forests. I'm setting it up so I can actually interact with things like the building, which hasn't been true. But, you know, if I'm going to go to the trouble of making these new blocks, it would be nice if I could actually access the things that are inside and stuff. So, yeah. Oh, cool barn. Hopefully the roof won't. Roof disintegrates. Yeah. You never know. You really never know. It's just one of those things. Okay, so this somehow got completely messed up. So I'm gonna fix it. I don't know why it wasn't emitting constantly. It's a bit concerning. Okay, so I'm pretty sure it's unique, but we're gonna do it again. Oh, this was probably the thing. I can't. Did I really not make it unique? Are we? Wow. Yes, I did. I must have made. I must have made this shape unique. I just forgot to make this unique. Bring it in a bit. Who knows? Maybe I'm just imagining it, and I just actually think it just needs to be fixed some. I mean, it looks fine. It looks fine. It looks fine. What are you worried about? It looks great. All right. You don't know what the face looks like? Yeah, that makes sense because you don't see it, but it is something that I want to be seen. Are you ready for this, Dreamy? I don't know if you're ready for this. Merry Christmas. There's the face. Hey, what's up, Ranger B? Boop! Welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, that's the alien face. It's pretty serious. It's a pretty serious face. Perfect. Got a lot of drawings of it. A face only a mother could love. Especially mother could love. Mother could especially love that face. Mother loves that face. That face has done some things. The face has seen some things. But yeah. It will be visible more in the game eventually. The idea is going to be that every time you eat something, you like those doodles? Yeah, these are my game dev documents. These are my game dev documents. Yeah, look at this one. Yeah. I like this, although unfortunately I have recently decided that we can't put any quadrupeds in the game because it's going to be too much work. Do you guys know all the lore for the game? Let me tell you this. Humans are, let's just say humans are on the menu. All right, let's talk about this game. So this game, this is the old model. This is the old model. I started to work on it on Monday, but I ended up just planning all day on Monday. So next Monday, I'm going to start working on the new model. I honestly might keep the head anyway. And probably what's going to be different are the arms and the legs. But we'll see. We'll see. All right, so here's this game. Here's the story of this game, all right? These aliens on their home planet look like this. They're just heads. They're just the head. That's all they are. It's just the head. And on their planet are these winds in the sky. And these winds blow past each other and create friction, and like pearls form in between them. And those pearls are something, they fall down to the sky. So there's all the little aliens hopping around looking at it. And those pearls fall from the sky or whatever. And the aliens do what they do, which is put their mouth on it. And they secrete a special chemical onto it that allows them to actually fuse their organs and their internal parts with the orb, because the orb has some magical, the pearl has some magical properties, and those magical properties allow it to receive part of the alien's biology. And so basically that's their body, that's like their form, is just this orb and their head. So this is how they pretty much live on their planet, is like that. All right. Now, one day, and this is true, human beings sent animals into space to see what would happen. Dogs, mice, bugs, things like that, monkeys. And one of those animals landed onto this alien planet. That part may not be true, but it is in this universe. Landed on this alien planet. And one of the aliens, as they do, put their mouth on it and ate it. And they found that they grew limbs that matched the limbs of that animal that they consumed. And this alien was like, yo, guys, we gotta go get more of these animals. I know, the dog one is so sad. The dog one is so sad. I can't even with that story. Yeah, I know. It's tragic. It's tragic. Well, humans are going to get their comeuppance for sending that dog into space, because these aliens are going to invade. You shouldn't have been sending animals into space, because these aliens are coming for more. They want more. And guess what? They don't want no dog limbs. You know what they want? They want human limbs. They want human limbs, because human limbs are going to let them, build stuff, and they can get more pearls and use their hands to like build them into domiciles. So now they've all got arms and legs, and they can make houses and build a great civilization using those. They don't want They don't want fish. Not useful and out of the scope of this game. But yeah, in theory, maybe someday I'll have a publisher make that version of it for me, but I'm not gonna do it. So they invade Earth, and you're gonna start the game out as just a head and a body hopping around. And yes, people are on the menu. No, not DLC. The idea is to make the simplest prototype possible. And also, I'm trying to learn, so I'm giving myself some grace and having a little fun and adding some extra things to help me learn. But the idea is to make the minimum viable product, so that way I don't burn myself out. And then maybe I'll remake the game if that goes well, and I'll find funding or something and assemble a team, and we can maybe do fun things like that. But for now, we only can do what we can do. I can only do what I can do. So yeah, cows are on the menu, people are on the menu, and basically the only option you're going to have are cows. That's why I'm making this farmland as the beginning. There's not going to be any humans, only cows. And so you can turn into a cow. We are not going to be doing quadrupeds. I thought about it this Monday, and it's going to be way too hard to switch between a quadruped skeleton and a biped skeleton. I'm not going to do it. We're not doing it. So you can only turn into... So instead what it'll be is you'll be a biped with cow limbs. So it'll be similar to this. And so you'll become a cow, which is still an inferior thing to be. And then at the end of that level, you're going to get to a cattle farmer who's like, stop eating my cattle. Please stop eating my cattle. I don't like it. And then you're going to eat that farmer. And eating that farmer will give you human limbs. Now you've got human limbs. Congratulations. You and all your friends are getting human limbs, and you're wrecking stuff. You're just tearing everybody up. But guess what? When you ate the human, you didn't just get human limbs. You also got human embellishments. empathy. You also got human empathy, which is basically going to be a karma system in the game. And so all the humans are like, please stop eating us. They're literally protesting. They're like, guys, can you stop eating us? We don't like it. And for some reason, the aliens are like, we feel bad. Why? It's because of that empathy. It's because you got that empathy. And so these are all going to be, this will be communicated in cutscenes and stuff. And so this introduces the karma system. So while the protest is happening, some's gonna go down. Guess what? A militarized force is going to attack the aliens while the protest is happening. And the collateral damage is going to be protesters. So the protesters are upset because they just got fire rained down on them by their own government. And the aliens are mad because they just got attacked. And so guess what? Now there's a common enemy between the humans and the aliens. So as a player, in theory, you will have choices. You can either be a good alien or an evil alien. Don't ask me exactly all the ways that's going to play out. I know how it's going to play out in terms of you'll get certain buffs if you are good, and you'll get, it'll be more difficult if you're bad. But then again, maybe not, because it'll be different. Let's put it this way. You'll have different challenges if you're good and different challenges if you're bad. Is what I have planned. In terms of the story, I'm saying, don't ask me how it ends, because I don't know. But you know, in terms of how it impacts the gameplay, I'm more understanding of what will happen. So yeah, so that means throughout the game, you'll have choices. You can either eat innocent humans or you can eat bad humans. So that'll be people who are flying planes, helicopters, soldiers, police. Those are bad humans. Good humans will be the innocent ones who are just living their lives trying to chill and not get eaten. So cows and everyday people go off of the menu, and violent authority are on the menu. And then that's basically the rest of the game after that. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, so it forces you to make choices, because eating meat will also give you health. So you might be about to die, and the only option you have at whatever given moment is to eat an innocent human. But if you eat an innocent human, you'll get more health, but you're going to lose karma. And so you'll have certain consequences based on that. So yeah, it's also to force a certain, you as a player to make certain choices and change the play style. Yeah, you're right. It does give an interesting twist. Yeah, that's what's up. So that's basically the way the game works and the story behind it. And I thought you should know, based on the things you guys were saying. It sounded like you could use that information. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. Feature creep isn't real. Add multiplayer, microtransactions, competitive leaderboards, skins, loot boxes, hats, DLC, ads, individual limb swap, more DLC, level editor, mod support, workshop content. I can't believe you typed all that. You knew exactly all the things. I know people say add multiplayer, and I'm like, come on now. Come on now. That human needs some food. He can fit through the slip under the door. What? He needs some milk. I don't understand. I don't understand. What does that mean? Are you talking about the stick figures? Alright, where are we at here? So the animation got the roof going. I guess we're working on the walls right now, I presume. Oh, I never did the rafter. I forgot to do the rafter. Let me do the rafter. So the rafter, we're gonna have it emitting. Did I turn off the second barns? I didn't. Turn that off. Alright, come over here. Oh, the rafter is already the correct color? That's amazing. How did that happen? Do we have a rafter in this one? Oh, we do! Oh. Oh, I see. The rafter in this one Okay, great. No, we're good. No, okay. All right, good. No, we're in business. Good, great. I don't know why I thought there wasn't a rafter, but there is. Okay, so emit this constantly so I can see it. Please. It just kind of looks like it needs a new position. I don't know that I really have to do anything to this. I can increase the count. This isn't something I have to make unique. It'll be fine just as it is. I think that's fine. I'm not gonna adjust that anymore. But I do need to say that it emits when this happens. So I'm gonna put a keyframe right here that it is emitting at the rafter destruction. And then we have the walls going away. What if the alien ate a bodybuilder? That sounds fun. That sounds hilarious. Let's emit the walls. I am going to make it all unique. I think I'm gonna want to change all of the parts of it. Let's at least just move it up. Well, you kind of want to... Let's make these chunkier. Just chunk it up a bit. And you're making an evil one. Nice. This is the most... I don't think I've ever done 400 particles on one particle effect before. It's a lot. I don't know that I really actually need to do anything else. It kind of feels good enough. It could be a little... The position's a little off. We could center it better. It feels like it should be wider. But it's pretty good the way it is. I think you want Z. I guess it could be taller. Somehow it just like doesn't look like enough. But there is so many particles here. There are technically quite a freaking few here. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's too tall. Welcome back, Unknown. I can't believe that doesn't feel like enough. I can't do 500. Doesn't even look that different. All right, I gotta cap it somewhere. That's gonna be good enough. Okay, make it one shot, and then we're gonna keyframe it to be emitting right there. And then finally the last part for the gates. So let's see what this is looking like. Not good, but we'll make it good. I actually kind of like to be able to see over top of it right now. Let's change this, make sure that's unique. I'm gonna make sure this is unique as well. You know what? Just make it unique. I'm gonna update the material to be the same as the gates. I'm not gonna worry about the foundation. I'll worry about if I'm like, ugh, it really needs the foundation. I'll do it, but you got Godot to work, but when you run your game, it has OpenGL3 error. Do you know how to fix it? I don't. I'm sure Google can help you, but hey, you want to ask here? You might be surprised, friend. Let's see. I wish I did. I didn't mean to just point you to Google. I know earlier it felt like you would grow a lot by learning how to use Google. Someone here might know though. Someone here might know. I would say search your error. Precipier wants to know if you've updated your drivers. Search your error. Like whatever error it's giving you, just like literally search that exact same thing into Google. More or less. And see what other people are doing to deal with it. Please update your drivers, or if you have a very old integrated GPU, upgrade it. Your video card driver does not support any of the open... Is that, you know, what's your error? It depends what your error is. So search up your error and see. I can't tech support for you. And unfortunately, I don't have experience with that. But I hope you can solve it. Because Godot is awesome. You deserve to enjoy Godot. But I believe in you. I believe that you can figure this out. I'm gonna concentrate the explosion to the area where there's the gates the most. Whoa, oh, that's size. I thought I was doing position. I was not. I was not. Actually, I would rather these look like the bars. If I'm gonna be a little pedantic about it, I'd like it to look like capsules. My cats are playing, and I don't trust one to not be a bully of the other. Okay. Let's make this a little bit like that. We need cows to fly out of there when destroyed. That would be cool. That would be cool, but sounds like that's hilarious. I mean, you didn't not make me curious if that's possible. Okay, I can't just drag a cow blender file on there, but but I'm sure there is some way I could get a mesh if I like exported it or whatever. I could probably somehow get it to go on there. But we're gonna not worry about that. Also, these capsules are not rotating the right way. Your doodle is done, gonna make a new thread. Okay, alright, cool. Obviously this rotation is terrible. Fine, forget the cylinders, it'll just be boxes. Boxes are easier. Screw it. I don't care. I don't care. Oh good, unknown. You'll be blendering in no time, or Godoing in no time. The power of Google. Let's go. Good job. Right. You're right. That is the implication, potentially. Maybe. Hopefully. I hope so. Okay, this 300 seems like a lot for this. And what I really want to bring down... Oh, I'm sorry I was covering all that. It doesn't matter. What I really want to bring down here... is how far it spreads. Don't want it to spread very far. And I want it to be localized here. Like, obviously we're missing this gate here. I just don't care. I mean, I don't know that I do. Okay, fine. I'll spread it out a little bit. Now that I think about it, maybe it should spread out a little bit. But not a lot, just a little. Really doesn't have to be, like, a perfect thing. No, don't spread it out that way. Spread it out this way. Maybe we could do a few more pieces, actually. I think this is good enough. I don't want to obsess over it. So much I wanted to do. That is not this. Fine, I'll put it at 300. Cool. Alright, so then I want to keyframe this at the end. So we're going to not have it emitting. Make sure it's set to one shot. Keyframe it on. Dreamy's art is up. Ignore your anatomy accuracy. Okay. It goes out with a bit of a whimper, but that has to be okay. But it should, in general, destroy now. And so should, in general, the other one. Dreamy made some fan art for the game. I don't know if you know that there is a fan art channel. You may not have. It's really a fan art post in a channel. Let's see if you found it. You didn't. That's okay. I will cross-post it. I will cross-post it for you. Whoa! This is awesome! Bucket list of doodles. Ah. Look at those thighs. Meaty. And then just leaving a wake of destruction with like fire and death. Lisa's alien game, he ate a bodybuilder. Who is this? This is like some dead bodies all around. Oh, is there a little meat? Is that a little piece of meat? It's fantastic, Dreamy. It's fantastic. Buildings crumbling behind. They are perfectly round. It's a swole alien. It's deeply swole. I like the eyebrows. Alien ate Hulk. Yeah. Oh, and then you got the bomb dropping too. Nice. Solid fan art. Solid fan art. This is terrifying. It's actually this is like the scariest drawing, depiction that I've seen of this monster. You have done it. You have created the scariest version of it. The eyes still give it like a little bit of cuteness. But overall, it is quite terrifying. It's a mushroom cloud. Oh, and I see. It's a mushroom cloud. Oh, man. It's very nicely done. You modeled a face, and it looks like an alien. More fan art. I'm just kidding. Or am I? By the way, Dreamy, I'll cross-post this. You're welcome to do it. I'll do it. Doesn't matter. But there is down here in the Hyper Game Dev forum. There's a fan art channel here, so I don't lose it. At Dreamy's Doodle. Done. Cross-posted. Thank you for drawing that. I enjoyed it incredibly. Now I'm gonna find out if I set up these barns correctly. This actually, I haven't actually placed these. That's the old one. So we're gonna have a bit of a problem here where when I destroy this, there it goes, breaking apart. Nice, nice. Yeah, it's a little frustrating that every hit doesn't give you feedback. So you notice these are floating in the air. That's a bug I need to fix. I need to make it so there's a way to associate things that are attached to other things so that they destroy as well. And I would actually need to say that when the roof destroys, these all get destroyed, which is kind of its whole thing. Or just don't put things on top of things. That would be the other thing, is maybe we don't put solar panels on roofs. That's probably the path of least resistance. But it generally worked. It felt a little frustrating to be attacking it and like nothing was coming off. It felt like I wasn't doing anything, and I don't like that at all. So like if I hit this once, nothing happens. If I hit it again, the doors break off. See, I'm dreaming. Thank you for the fan art. I love it. Thank you so much. Goodbye. Take care. Goodbye. Goodbye. And that just ran the doors again for some reason. That way it didn't do anything. So I think it needs to do something every single time, or else we have a problem. Yeah, and you know, the more I think about it, I think the mounted solar panels have got to go. Oh, it's not replenishing because I have to add a script onto it. Specifically, the block object script. So that way it knows to replenish itself. So, and I mean, it's tough because I don't always know what the different movements are going to be. I almost want... Probably the easiest thing to do... It's interesting, I guess if I hit it once, it's actually falling in between here, and the doors don't really break off. I'd almost want to move this sooner, so that way one hit will break off the doors. I think it's time to retire the solar panel, the mounted solar panels. I think they gotta go. It's way too much to think about dealing with them being attached in some way. And it barely adds anything at all. Oh, and then I have to move the animation as well. I knew there was a good reason why I was procrastinating setting this up. Because it's effort. So now that technically, after one hit, that'll go away. Hey, Psychonic, welcome. New CPU. Oh, congrats. That sounds exciting. Good to see you. I'm doing pretty good. I had some performance issues in my game yesterday. I sorted it out. So I'm doing quite well today. Not having to worry about that. I wonder if I just like, well, I'm a little worried because if I have like a particle effect that fires every time, I have to make sure to turn it off too. It's a bit messy. The other option is it only has as many hit. Maybe I reduce the number of hit points. That would be the other thing to help. Is if that probably makes more sense. Like, what if we bring it down to 6 hit points? I forgot how to add a camera. Can you show me? No. But yes, because it's easy. But generally speaking, I cannot teach you. I will not teach you. But but what I will do, I'm here to work on a game. But what I will do is I'll show you, all right? Whoa, Pressipire. Whoa, chat. Help unknown. Yes. And also the Discord could be a good place. Head over to Discord. folks will help you there. But yes, Control A type camera. That's awesome. Love it. Bam. Camera. But you know the next question is going to be, how do I use the camera? There's some great tutorials. Here. Can we need like a Brackeys hotkey. Check this out. And watch this. Watch these videos. Alright. Does Brackeys have a Godot playlist yet? Come on, Brackeys. Get you a Godot playlist. Seriously? Dang. Alright. Well, I'll just have to give you both of them. There's one video, unknown, and there's the other. Watch these videos, and it should answer most of your getting started questions. This is by a channel called Brackeys. These are great introductory videos if you're just getting started in Godot. But also, nice work, Pressifire. Your background lurking on that one, it looked tough. I hope you got it sorted out. Yeah, the performance issue is sorted out. For now. A Ryzen 5500, nice. Have you gone through the official Godot tutorials yet? They have one for 3D and 2D. Yeah. Right, there's also those. Godot has official tutorials. True. Upgraded from a 2200. That is a nice upgrade. Ryzen gang. Yeah, I think I have Ryzen too. Something. My specs are in the description. I don't remember. I think so. I built it like 6 years ago? 7 years ago? So I haven't like thought about it since, because it's been all good enough. So if I want this to have some stuff that pops out every time, I kind of have to, what if we just do the walls one? I'm gonna duplicate this, and this is gonna be just, we're gonna call it filler hit. Much like the word color, I am the outlier with Intel. That's okay. Oh, that is what Ryzen is? We hate Intel. Okay, I was like, is that what we have? That's quite a difference. That is quite a typo. It went 2 different ways there. Alright, I'm gonna see if I keyframe that in there. Will we get a hit on the second one, even though it won't actually destroy anything? It was for a second. It was so positive. Hit 1, hit 2, hit 3, hit 4, hit 5, hit 6. There we got a hit on every single one. Dope. Yeah, I think it is important that every single hit does something. And then I am completely done with having mounted solar panels. In many ways, I like it. Jeez. Godot's fly around is very buggy. I often use this fly around feature in Godot, and It is currently bugging on me very badly. It has absorbed my cursor, and I now have no cursor. Oh, I hate when this happens. Oh my god. Alright. Oh, I got my cursor in Blender. But my cursor is still locked otherwise. Okay, so I'm gonna close Godot. No, don't open Godot. I have to close it. Now my cursor is back. And then I have to reopen Godot. Yeah, I use this fly around thing. Shift F pulls it up. And it lets you like move around with the camera using like WASD and stuff. And I love it. I use it all the time. But once in a while, it bugs out. And it captures my cursor. And my cursor has disappeared. And it still works. Like I can still click things underneath even though I can't see it. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of these. And then see, it's not working now because I'm moving in circles. I press Shift F, the circles are gone. Sometimes it works right. Sometimes it doesn't. Oh, now it's back. I wonder if just moving the gizmo in the top right brings it back. Anyway, I'm gonna get rid of all of these solar panels because they just aren't cutting it. I like them. I like them. I don't like the idea of having to make them work. Can't operate on nodes from a foreign scene? What are you talking about? Oh, I see. That's what it's talking about. Ugh, okay. I guess I made them all local. Or something. I don't know. Just get out of my face. Get out of my face. I don't care. Just die. I made them all editable. They have been destroyed. Okay. No more solar panels on there. Great. And then, now that I've actually got these hooked up, that should mean, on that one that I've got off to the side on the left, I also need to replace the long ones with the one that I've been spending so much time setting up. Oh, I gotta get rid of the helicopters. But when I destroy this... So this is one problem. You see that cow? I just sucked that cow up from outside of the building. That is a problem. The raycast isn't... The raycast is going through the building and seeing the cows on the inside. That is not good. That is very unintended. That is incredibly unintentional. And I do not want that to be how this works. I know there's a way that we could fix that. I am currently not in a place to try to bother fixing it. There are some problems. There are some problems. And that's the flip side too, you know, Rogi was talking about. It's good to have collisions be small. Yeah, maybe. But there is one issue, which is the collisions are good to be small if the collision's purpose is only for what damages the player. But in this case, the collisions are also supposed to serve as a place where input is received. So if I click on this, it's supposed to attack the building. But as you can see, I am definitely clicking on it. But because we made the collision a little too small, now I can't click on it here. And it's actually having the opposite effect, where it's a negative for the player. The player's like, I thought I attacked it, but now their attacks aren't going through. You know, and the idea of adding multiple collisions onto it for different purposes sounds a little devastating. So you have to make sure you click a little lower so it actually hits it. So that's a bit of an issue that bothers me. The main thing that bothers me, however, is that I can click through the building. Oh, there's no cows in this one. I can click through the building and grab a cow, which is a problem. So I need to at least write that down as a bug. So here, if I click, see, I just got a cow. I just teleported it through a wall. Not good. Probably the way to solve this would be to say, if the raycast hits something on the object or the obstacle group, grabbing is turned off. That is to say, cows can't be picked up if the raycast detects that it's hitting a wall. Also, the particle effects are playing at the wrong times. Sometimes. So there's a few issues to deal with there. I don't know how you come here, but is it true that what Hollywood movies show has nothing to do with the real American public life? Oh, you don't know how you thought of it, you're saying. Just kind of came to your head. Is it true that what Hollywood movies show has nothing to do with real American public life? Depends on the movie. Hollywood in general is gonna be pretty fake. But I mean, even think about movies. Yeah. Think about movies, you know, I don't know where you're from exactly, but movies where you're from, would you say that they depict real life? You know? Probably not. But the goal of Hollywood entertainment is to entertain, not to inform. So it's always going to start with that. And it's going to sensationalize things. For sure. But I would say, yeah, it's probably fake. There's an American girl who's been living here for more than 10 years. That's what she said. Yeah. Generally, I mean, it was about people being much more closed off than in the movies. Yeah, I mean, again, I would say, you know, think about movies that you would associate with your country. You probably wouldn't expect them to be similar. Your life in the movies, right? Part of the movies are big. You know, they're supposed to be watched on a massive screen. You know, they're larger than life. Unknown's asking chat what the shortcut key to get out of POV is. Out of camera POV. I don't know what the shortcut is, but I can tell you this. When you're in a camera, the only way that I know that you can get into that in the first place. Oh, Control P. It's Control P. I didn't know that. It's Control P. I usually just press the button. Click up here, now you're in camera POV. Click that box again in the top left there. So right here. Preview. that'll switch you in and out. But apparently you can also press Control P. That was an easy enough one, so I gotcha. Wait, you guys don't have Spider-Man? You don't have a Spider-Man? You don't have a Spider-Man. We don't. Actually, we do have some people who dress up like Spider-Man on the street. That does happen. Yeah, movies are for entertaining. For the girl who lives here, it was strange that couples kiss on the street. She's from Kansas. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing about the United States, and here's something that's really important to remember. The United States is huge. It's so large. You can fit so many European countries into one landmass that is the United States. And not only is it huge, but in different parts of the United States. Right, Precipire's got it. In different parts of the United States, the cultures are completely different. You know, from the West Coast to the East Coast to the South to the Midwest, you've got vastly different cultures where they're almost like separate countries unto themselves. So what's acceptable in one place is going to be different somewhere else. Something like public displays of affection, I would say that's even more of a micro thing. I think generally that is a weird thing to do. I would say, you know, having traveled and lived in different places in the United States, that's generally something that if you're gonna do it, you're gonna get attention, and it may not be attention that is pleasant. But again, it just kind of depends on where you are. It's not as simple as this is okay in the United States, this isn't. It really kind of depends. Yeah, it's a really, 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 really big country. You might not be in the camera POV. If you're looking to do like what I'm doing, because it depends. Like, are you in the editor view or are you in a camera? If you're in the editor view, if you don't see that up in the top left, unknown, then you're probably just with the editor camera. And there's a gizmo in the top right that'll let you move around like this if you click and drag on it. And then something that I use a lot, and you may not like this, but something that I use a lot is the fly around. So if I press Shift and F, and then I press WASD, I move around like this. And if you use your scroll wheel, you can make the movement more gentle. If you turn it up, it'll move more quickly. So if you turn it down, you'll move more slowly. Turn it up, you move more quickly. So Shift F if you want to do that thing that I often do. It's a little buggy, so like, you know, be careful with it. But yeah. Australia has the same amount of land as the US, but only has 26 million people total. Dude, Australia must be big. I didn't know Australia was that big. That's wild. Yeah, there's a cool country. There's a cool website. What is it? What's it? I don't know what it's called. Size of countries. True size of. This website is awesome. Dear God. Okay, there we go. So this website, we can grab the United States here, and we can literally move it. Oh, wow, look at that. Wow, I had no idea Australia was that big. Look at that. That's wild. But then we come over here, like I was saying. Look at that. Look at that. It consumes Europe. It just eats it up. Try those videos I sent you. Did you go to Bracky's? Go to the Bracky's YouTube channel, Unknown. I'm sorry you can't figure it out. I want you to enjoy it. Please go look at Bracky's on YouTube. Oh yeah, try reopening it. That's a good idea. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat, for helping. Someone needs to toggle the ad blocker on. Yeah. I should put uBlock on here, actually. A big Europe, yeah. Please, for the love of all that's good, check out the Bracky's tutorial. It's fun to watch. It'll teach you things. And also, thank you, chat, for helping Unknown. Oh my goodness. Right, so I need to add that bug in there as something to fix. And I think I have an idea on how to fix it. But I am not going to do that today. I am doing level design today. That is all I'm doing today. That's all that will be done. Period. This is a bug. A programming bug. What is it? Pointer grabbing player, we'll say cursor raycast should not be able to grab meat if an obstacle is in the way. Cows are grabbable through walls. This should not be the case. Set the raycast to turn off grabbing of meat, grabbing of animals / people. If an obstacle is detected. This could be a problem because this is not a great thing. Because if you think about it, if there's like, oh, I guess I need to draw it. I guess I have to draw it. If there's a wall here, a wall there, and a cow here in the middle, and then the raycast is coming down like this, right? And we say, oh, hey. Well, the raycast isn't like that. The raycast is like this, right? And we say, you can't grab anything because this obstacle is in the way. Good, great. That's what we want. But what if this obstacle goes away? Then the raycast will come through here and it'll say, oh, sorry. Not gonna work because I see this, therefore no grabbing. So we have to work on that somehow. That's gonna be a whole thing, but might not work if an obstacle is behind the meat object. So figure that out. Can mask it? Maybe, yeah, maybe. We're gonna estimate that one's I'm gonna give that a 5-hour task. I'm gonna say it's a pretty high priority. Australia's a great country. There's a lot to see and do. It's a very Western country, just kind of existing in the East. I always wanted to visit New Zealand, but you're not selling me on Australia. I need to get a snack. This wouldn't have to do with you changing all those masks things and obstacles yesterday. That definitely had some effects that weren't ideal, but I don't know if that's one of them. I'm not sure. Because this wasn't... Actually don't know. Maybe. not sure. They're collision masks for the raycast. Yeah. It's like Python. Yeah. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, but anyway, we just have to solve this problem another time, unfortunately. I mean, it bothers me because it's going to accidentally happen. Because the idea is supposed to be that you have to break the walls in order to get them. But what I don't want is for accidentally you... Well, yeah, you get the idea. Well, accidentally, like if I set it up... You hate Python. If I set it up, I mean, you get the drawing that I did. If I set it up so that if it sees an obstacle, it's no good. I'm worried it'll see the obstacle behind the meat object. But it's unfortunately a problem for another day. But I will at least try to move it up to give it some visibility so I can see it. I'm gonna get a snack real quick. It'll take me a couple minutes. I guess the best thing to put up is the debug level. I think at this point that makes the most sense because I don't have any obstacles that I'll run into. Yeah, meat object. So cows and humans. That's the idea, is that the alien needs meat, and that's the unifying thing between the stuff that the alien can eat is meat. Ranks or stops at the first one. Yeah, like that. Right, we'd have to set up something like that. I don't know how to do that, at least not off the top of my head. But yeah, something like that. Yeah, look into it. Oh my gosh, that would be so helpful. Thanks for even being willing to. All right, I'm gonna be right back. Give me a couple minutes. Y'all, get you. Yes, get exactly. I was just unknown. I was just about to say that. Get you a snack. Stretch your legs, whatever you gotta do. I'll be right back. And then I'm gonna hopefully get this level chunk made. I'm gonna try to get this level chunk made. I can't get distracted by things just yet. Bugs and stuff, not just yet. Enjoy the music, get a snack. I'll be right back. I'll leave the chat up. Unknown says they got Nutty Butter Bars and Pop-Tarts. This music is nostalgic. What music? Which one was it? That's funny. I mean, this music is all just like... basically the stuff that I can play on YouTube without getting any kind of copyright anything. So everything on YouTube that YouTube offers for no licensing fee or whatever. And not everything. You know, I tried to pick songs that I felt were appropriate for getting me in the coding zone. Getting me in the game dev zone. But I don't know which one you heard. But I'm glad to hear that. Alright. I'm excited by these ideas that are coming through here. I'm a little daunted by resolving it, but not too daunted. Just like, ugh, I gotta do this. Although it's not my first choice to be working on that task anytime soon. Unknown knows JavaScript, but you don't know how to make games just off of code. So you don't have a use for that skill. Yet. Not yet. And also, you know, if you learn one language, it helps you learn others too. So in some ways, that was how it helped you. A bug fixing stream? I mean, generally that just ends up being what streams are anyway. And today I'm trying to set a hard boundary, like, not today. Today is not that day. But, no, for sure, like, definitely. Yeah. It won't be difficult? Let's go! It depends. I mean, if you guys throw up a suggestion that's really easy for me to sort out, you know, I might just wedge it into the next one. Fati says, the raycast won't be a problem. The documentation said, returns the first object. Oh. That is easy. So it's ignoring the wall entirely. Gotcha. Okay, that is easy to fix. That's incredibly easy to fix. And honestly, it might be Precipier that it was the changes I made the other day, actually. Okay, maybe I can fix this right away. As a line trace instead of a raycast that detects all objects in a line. Right. Oh, okay, so that makes sense that, like, if it's actually a special feature to do anything other than the first thing it sees. I didn't try looking it up because it wasn't a problem I was trying to solve yet. But wonderful folks in the chat did try to solve it. Which means I may not have to look it up at all. It's not good in Unreal. Alright. That seems simple enough, so I think maybe I can actually fix it now. That seems so easy. I mean, the thing that confuses me about that, dude, I know what it is. There's multiple raycasts. I forgot. There's not just one raycast. We're using multiple. Because I was like, well, if it's seeing both the... Because it is seeing the wall. It's not ignoring the wall, actually. The one... Oh, we don't have it loaded. The one that's supposed to be looking for walls sees the wall. And the one that's supposed to be looking for cows sees the cow. And they both are acting simultaneously. Currently, yes, that was not intentional. That was not intentional. Basically, I had one raycast, and then someone was helping me set up a different way to grab things, to pick things up. And when they typed up that code for me to use, they just created a raycast. And when I plopped that code in, I just never changed it. That's on my to-do list. So now there's two raycasts. That sounds like a you problem, Unknown. I never said this was a instruction stream. I'm just here working on my game, man. Alright. So yeah, so that's why it does both things. It attacks and it grabs. But yeah, I don't really need both raycasts, but again, that's something I need to deal with. Another day. I don't even know if I should bother with this today, honestly, now that I think about it. I guess I gotta move that task now. For a second. Just make levels. Be happy. Be happy. Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. Sometimes code is exactly what I want to do. Sometimes I'm like trying to resist doing level design stuff, and I want to do that. You know, it's like, it's more like... Sometimes I want to focus on it. I think it'd be a little reductive to say that it is two raycasts that is the problem. But there are two raycasts, and it is related to the problem. The brand new dedicated bug fixing stream! Yeah, so... Yeah, I don't feel like dealing with this right now. It's just like, it's like, yeah, I don't want to. But we've got it down. I'll add notes, and I'll definitely put out credits. I'll make it a subtask. We'll say reduce or reconfigure the multiple raycasts. One for grab versus one for attacking. And then I'll also say this is a fun subtask. Remember, the raycast only returns the first thing it sees. Not stuff behind it. Yeah, it should be a relatively easy fix. It's just like different than where my brain's at right now, and I don't feel like shifting those tracks. So I ain't gonna. But it's right there, it's right at the top. And then I'll make sure we give ThoughtT some credit there for suggesting it. What we say that is Godot consultant, collision, obstacle design, obstacle detection. Does that literally say obstacle detection? Wow, it does. Oh wow, wait, ThoughtT already has a credit there. There's another one. It's not really obstacle detection, it's also other stuff, but who cares? It's good enough. Alright. So, back to the level building. Well, I don't do it for you. It happens to be something that is a nice recognition for you. I do it for myself more than anything. The most unexciting version of that is for legal reasons, which is if I ever make a version of this game that's monetized, which will not be this, but will be a remake of it. But if I ever do, and someone tries to say, hey, you should be cutting me into that, I'll have the credits list that clarifies exactly who did what they did, and how much of it they did. That can help prove out whether or not that person is entitled to anything. And also, that will ideally be nothing. Because I would want to pay somebody like, hey, you want to be working on this project as a coder, as an artist? You're hired. That's the structure that I want. I need legal rights. It's not about you. It's not about you. It's not about you. But it works out. It's also a nice way that I can give, you know, my appreciation. So in the actual credits on the game, I can literally have a list with everybody's names, and we can make sure that everybody's listed in a way that is proportionate to the work that they did. Can't make up your mind for what you like. You like tractors, coding, airplanes, and so on. You can like all those things. You don't have to like one thing. Like it all. It's all good. Right, making games, hacking things, music production, archery, or some of yours. Nice. I love that. Creative Commons 0 for all code donated to stream. Yeah, right. Right, exactly. I know, right? Basically, I mean, essentially, that's what that's my intention. Thank you for putting it that way. Could even type it in here, you know? Just like Creative Commons 0 contributions. You automatically agree that every contribution is Creative Commons 0. Which is kind of contradictory because it's attribution. When like Creative Commons 0 is no attribution. Anyway. This song is in a game. I mean, it's free, royalty-free music, so. No, I do know. This will be free. This game will be free. But at some point down the line, I might remake it. And I might keep some parts of it. Yeah, I might keep some things that were in this, especially in terms of IP and concepts and stuff. But it's possible that I'll even borrow some code from it. There's some copyright sounds banger. No copyright sounds bangers on here. Yeah, I agree. I agree. You know, I could pay for like a subscription to something. But for now, this seems to work. I'm not tired of it. I even kind of like listening to the same 300 songs every week. It's kind of nice. Alright, I need to replace these with the new one. Now that I'm a bit nourished. Think I could maybe handle that. There was a game that had this song before the game got taken down. Oh no! What's a monster cat? What's monster cat? What does those words mean? I don't know what that means. That's what I said, Thoughty. Like, what? What you on about then? A music label. The game was called Block's Head. EDM stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I've found that most of those licenses, I don't really trust them. Because depending on, you know, I don't really know how to, like, read a lot of those things. And YouTube makes it incredibly easy. Because YouTube will let me search by whether, not only will it let me search how much it costs to use it, but it'll also tell me, I don't want to lose my place in the playlist. So I'll just open up a new one. Not only will it tell me how much it costs, but it'll tell me how long the license applies for. So I can search by price, obviously, 0. And then we have a license duration. So I can say that that license lasts forever. And it's possible that the thing you're talking about does last forever and it's free. But personally, I don't ever want to think about it. I don't want to worry about it. I don't want to ever have to come back and deal with the audio. And I mean, it's, you know, at the end of the day, it's like, well, you're going to lose the ad revenue. It's not that much ad revenue. Yeah, well, I've had a video privated before because it had licensed music in it. So literally the video just got taken down, essentially. And then obviously there's things like copyright strikes, which can deeply negatively affect a channel. I just don't ever want to mess with it. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to have to come back and be like, wait, what's this video from 2 years ago? The license changed. Now I gotta, no, I don't want to think. This is annoying. You know, it's one more thing I have to worry about. Monthly license might affect VODs retroactively. It might not. It might be, but, you know, it might be that I can, like, you know, dispute it, right? And say, hey, I had this license during the month of, you know, May 2024. This was 10 years ago. What are you talking about? This is my, you know, and then, but I gotta prove that, and I gotta say that, and I gotta wait. It's like, oh my God. But this lets me Be absolutely sure that I'm good forever and it costs nothing. One less thing to worry about, you know? Also, what's up, Jose? Thanks for coming through. Hope you're doing good. I had to stop to get a snack. But I'm making level I am doing level stuff. I am. Tincho! What's the music for Tincho? What's the music for Tincho? Okay. Oh, Tincho. Oh, Tincho, what's up, Tincho? Tincho, you are here, don't you know? Oh, Tincho, welcome to the stream. Tincho, thanks for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Tincho, oh, Tincho, oh, Tincho, hope you're doing good. Oh, yeah, Tincho, I hope you're doing alright. Welcome to the stream, Tincho. Thank you for supporting the channel, Tincho. That's it. That's all I got. Best song ever. Appreciate it, Tincho. You're too kind. No. 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 You must, man. No. Oh my gosh. All right. I would never ever give mod to somebody who asked. You asking has forever disqualified you to ever be a mod. Congratulations. Okay, I want to just, from playing the game a little, I didn't actually like the positions of these, by the way. That is a devastating catch. That is like wretched. That's a scam of the highest order. If that's true, how dare they? Yeah, Pepe, you were a mod back when I was still on Twitch. That was a long time ago. Pepe's been a mod for years. Years! And even now, you know, I don't think I've added a new mod in at least a year. Maybe longer. Everybody you see as a mod has been that way for a very, very, very long time. And has earned trust. And then I offer them that position. If they want, you know? Cause it's really about, it's not even just about trust. It's about like, are you doing mod stuff? You know, especially when I see people already doing things that a mod would do. And one of those things is definitely not wanting to be a mod. Alright. Now, I did want to add like a solar panel farm on here. This is not the mask texture that I want to use. The ground, it's actually throwing me off seeing the wrong ground on there. So I'm going to deal with that. With that said, I'm flattered, Unknown. I'm flattered. I would just remove it, but I don't know if that's gonna go like I want it to. If I just take this off, down on the base man, you get model a woman to save your life. No need to apologize. Yeah, do that. I mean, honestly, there's no reason to like put yourself through the frustration of modeling something like if you don't need to. You know, you're here to make some games. Make some games. Don't worry about all that. Don't worry about all that if you don't have to. So I guess I want this to be like more obstacles and stuff over here. I kind of like to put a house. Yeah, but well, we don't want houses on 1. We don't want houses on level 1. So I think it's gonna be. Well, it could be your solar farm. Put your solar farm over there. That's what you do. What I need to figure out is how I want to do the fences. That's what I need to figure out. And then I kind of like to do the dirt and the texture painting last. Now with these hay bales, I've kind of boxed myself in a little bit. I need to, rethink this. Well, if you think about it, the cows, technically, will only come out of this side, right? This is opening for the cows to come out from. I mean, your game's not gonna get so the music asset. So music is governed very differently than other things. So, for example, the licenses are often very clear, and so you have to read the licenses. But there are vast resources for game developers to put in 3D models, 2D models, sprites or whatever. There are so many resources with good, readable, fair licenses. When it comes to music industry is very particular, and this is just part of the history of the music industry. Music industry is very particular about protecting its copyrights, and so it's exceptional in how fierce it is in making sure that you're not stealing things or whatever. Stealing is I think it's hard to call what people do with music stealing often, but the music industry disagrees. And so terms get a lot dicier when it comes to audio, and that's why the detection is so good for music. But like, you know, for assets, it's just not the same. It's just not the same. You don't have to worry like that with assets. You know, obviously you do if the license stipulates so. The license may say you can't use it without some kind of attribution, or there might be weird stuff in the license. So you always have to look for and read the licenses for whatever you borrow. Always. You must. You must. So presumably Pepe is going to do that and make sure they get it from a source that will fit their needs. So this big old wall here, by the way, is the boundary. That is to say, the player actually can't go beyond this point. And it's really there to serve as like a visual reference for me. So the fences beyond that aren't going to be object or obstacles. They're not going to have code on them or anything. So I will continue it beyond there. And stuff. On Roblox, if you use an asset from someone and you don't credit that person, then your game can get taken down. Right. Well, that's Roblox. I don't know. First of all, I can't confirm that information because I don't know anything about Roblox. But whatever it is that Roblox is doing, they can do because Roblox is a controlled platform. Right? This is the Wild West out here, man. This ain't Roblox. Roblox is a corporation, they're a company. They can dictate whatever rules they want. The law is Roblox. Roblox is the law. But out here, everybody defines their own laws. And so that's when people make licenses for the assets that they make. So a great example is Kenny. Kenny makes game dev assets. Get out of my face. Kenny makes game dev assets that you can use. But like, what is the license, right? You have to think about what is the license. Well, guess what? It's right there. Creative Commons 0. This is a commonly accepted license, or it's a very familiar license. When folks see this, they already know what it means because they've already read it, because it's used all over the place. And so this means that it's in the public domain. So you can copy, modify, distribute, perform it, even for commercial purposes, all without asking permission. Right? Done. It's yours. It's a gift. Enjoy. It's very readable, it's very quick, it's very easy, it's very simple. This person makes awesome, awesome assets. And you can have them for your game. And you don't have to pay anything. And bam, they're in your game. You could put this in a game and make millions of dollars. And you wouldn't have to give anything to this person who made them originally. That's it. That's all there is to it. Roblox has no power here. I'm gonna put some fences over here as well. Actually, let's get it from that. But that's not the case for everything, so you always have to check. Some things don't have such a generous license, so you always have to look. Yeah, I gotcha. I get you. Okay. So obviously these cows need to like get out and roam around. So I would like to give them a fenced area. We may be offering these cows up to be eaten, but we still care about them. We still want them to have a good life. Good life means a good death. As long as the model is being used in your game, you are free to profit from it. You cannot sell the models on their own. Right, yeah, right. So a lot of licenses will have stipulations like that. So you can't just take it and flip it. And that's Steam version of Fuse. We care about the cows for a couple seconds. However quickly the alien eats them up. Unless the player decides that they're a good alien, because eating cows is not a neutral act in this game. We'll lose karma for that. So you gotta be a little careful. I'm gonna keep this fence simple. I'm not gonna do much more than this. Yeah, I don't feel like getting too complex with it. Just trying to line that up more or less. Doesn't have to be perfect. These cows do not get a lot of free roam. Turn the music up. I think it's pretty good. This one is a banger though. Okay. So yeah, so as you see, I am gonna have a few lining up problems, which I kind of just gotta deal with somehow. Roblox does profit off the youth. That's correct. It is closed. Yeah. Yep, good points. Hey, guess who got a membership? Guess who got a membership? It was Joe. Joe Schmo. Oh, the song ended. I can't sing a song to no song. All right, here we go. Oh, this is a creepy one. Joe Schmo, you're here. Welcome, lo and behold, it's Joe Schmo. Lo and behold, Joe Schmo is here. Don't you know? We're so glad you made it, Joe Schmo. Lo and behold, don't you know? You're here and I am so sorry for that song. I am so sorry that you had to endure that, every single one of you. I apologize. But there it was. That was the song. That was the song. Yeah, Olaf gifted some memberships earlier. And that's why you got to enjoy that. Enjoy. Okay, so I gotta somehow kinda adjust these in a way. You know what I could do? Well, I don't really want to do that. Thanks for saying that, Unknown. That's nice of you. That's nice of you. I don't like those overlapping fences. They bother me. I guess probably the easiest solution is just to make it bigger on the ends. That's probably the best idea. So I'll just do that. I still haven't made a lot of these, so I'm still kind of learning how I want to like deal with this in these situations. I do have to redo a bunch of them, unfortunately. So yeah, I'll just scooch that out like that. Make sure this is pushed out as far as it can go. The whole Blender Godot pipeline was deemed too painful for my team, so we switched to Maya. Less plain for the modeler and animations are breeze to implement. Oh, well, so you're saying a person on your team is more comfortable in Maya. Well, that makes sense. I mean, if that's the case, then that's the right move. But personally, I like Blender a lot. I feel like I tried Maya when I was like a kid. I got like a cracked version. And then I also had Blender when I was a kid, and both of them overwhelmed me, and I said nope. But I was a child, so it makes sense. They're properly trained in Maya, but FBX and Godot have their quirks, so we wanted to try Maya to Blender to Godot. I tried Maya once, then half of my hair fell out. I think to some people it's like more intuitive. But yeah, I like the Blender to Godot pipeline. The animation stuff is not great. But for models, I don't mind the Blender to Godot pipeline at all. Animations are less nice. You wouldn't recommend the Maya lifestyle to anyone. Learn Blender. Some people swear by it. They're like, nah, this is what speaks to me. This is what I like. I'm like, all right. That's what you deserve. Then that's what you deserve. Because the original concept of the game was pixel art, I'm trying a more blocky style. It's a more human look, just doesn't seem to allow the transition. Nice. Art style is very important in terms of consistency. Sounds like you're making a good choice. Welcome back, Abo. What keyboard do I use? This is ridiculous, but I'm going to be able to show you so well what keyboard I use. You ready for this? Bam. That's my keyboard. Right there. It's got buttons. K600 TV. I swear by this keyboard. It is not a fancy keyboard, but it is the keyboard that I like for live streaming. It's got the touchpad on it. I like the touchpad. It'll do. It allows, the main thing, the reason why I like this so much, you bet it is, Pressapire. The reason why I like this keyboard is because it has 3 little toggles between different devices. You see that just went dark? Because I just switched to a different device. It has 3 different toggles to different devices. Now, a lot of keyboards do this. A lot of keyboards do this. But what makes this toggling special is that the first one is connected via a dongle. So this needs just a USB. So I plug in the USB dongle into my computer and it reads this. And then the other 2 are connected via Bluetooth. My streaming computer does not have Bluetooth. So I need a keyboard that I can hook up to it and is not encumbered by a wire. I need it to be able to be non-Bluetooth. So that's why I need it. And then I also have another computer that I use to monitor the stream and chat and stuff. And so that's why I need to switch to it with the other button. And then I used to do streams. I used to have my cell phone sometimes for streams, and I would use the third one for that. Still might need a third one for something else, but yeah. Yeah, the dongle's amazing, yeah. I found one other keyboard that does this. I don't remember what it's called, but I don't recommend it anyway. It was trash. It was just some, like, I don't know, some, like, crap products on the internet that wasn't good. But the last time I checked, which was a few months ago, this is the only keyboard that exists that has that capability to switch between multiple devices via Bluetooth or a dongle. And that's why I swear by this keyboard. Plus, I don't like a mouse that's separated from my keyboard. I like that it has extra shortcut buttons, although they don't always work right, so that's not great. I love that it has like left click and right click buttons on it over here on the left. And then it also has left and right click on the trackpad itself. It's the perfect command center for me when I'm streaming. And I like it. It's not the nicest keyboard, and they don't even make it anymore. But I swear by it. I have multiple. This one broke, unfortunately. And I'm planning on buying a couple just to have around, because they're so useful. $2,000 a year license? I don't remember what that was for. Oh, for my, oh. That $2,000 a year license cost really speaks to those people. I know, right? I know, right? That's the other thing. That dude, that alone is just, man, like, how can you justify that? I am eating quinoa. I literally didn't even season it. It's just quinoa. Just eating quinoa. Touchpad built in the keyboard seems nice. I've always wanted to try one. Yeah, you know, I mean, touchpads, touchpads, if you've ever used a laptop, right, with a touchpad, it's about as nice as that. Which is to say, not that nice. But I do like it. I do like it. I do not like mice that you have to, like, pick up and move around. I hate that. Yeah, I mean, I do have this, which I use sometimes. I have this alien spaceship looking trackball. I like this a lot. I do not like mice that move around, because inevitably I knock them off. I reach the end of the table and I have to pick it up. I hate that. I hate having to move it. It hurts my wrist. I don't like it. So if I am going to use a mouse, it's going to be a mouse that doesn't move around, that stays put. But generally, I just use a trackpad. I don't know what a SteelSeries keyboard is. Okay, so great, fence, looks good, totally fine. I think this is good enough, and then I'll put, right, we're gonna put a solar farm on here. I think that's cool. I'm gonna move all of these. There's a lot of hay bales on this one. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it is a thing. Oh, I'm always using the touchpad. That's always what I'm using. I'm big on the touchpad. The only time I bring that external mouse in is if we're doing the game jam and someone makes a game that is impossible to play with the touchpad. That's the only time I use the touchpad. Otherwise, I don't bother with it. Personally. I'm gonna get rid of all these fences. They're not doing me any good. Not in the market, unknown. Not in the market. But maybe someone else is. skilled touchpad user in the world. One of my great claims to fame. I do be using it. I really do be using it. So these fences are actually just meshes. They don't have any code or special features. They're simple because they're actually designed to be outside of the boundaries. So the player can kind of see them in the fog in the distance. They are finicky, yeah. Yeah, I would never try to convince anyone to go touchpad. But it works for me. It works for me. Yeah, you know, it's not a terrible, like I've definitely used worse touchpads than this. This is not the worst touchpad I've ever used. It's not the best touchpad I've ever used either. It's good enough. Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, I would $5 keyboard, woof. Oh man. Okay. All right then. Okay. Good luck with that. Some bucks weren't meant to be saved. So this will be, and this will be basically indestructible, but it also will not harm the player or interfere in any way. It's just like a visual thing. Oh god, this is gonna be so annoying to snap together. Please fit. Oh, they don't. The fences are possibly the most annoying thing to build. It's better than Logitech. Who knows? Look, we don't know. We don't know what unknown may have just this, have unlocked the secret to keyboards for all we know. And defied all logic. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, I hear what you're saying. You're saying that'll put it on local, which will move it this way. Yeah, totally. I guess I tend to go back and forth. What would make it most easy is if it would snap together as well. That's what I was kind of super hoping for, is that they would snap better. But thanks for reminding me. While I knew that thought, T, I often forget. You know why I forget too? Because if I select multiple, it bugs out and it doesn't work right usually. And so I tend to just not bother. But when moving a single object, it can definitely be really helpful. Sometimes I don't even mind faffing around and moving it diagonally. But you're not wrong. It's easy to forget, yeah. It doesn't work well for multiple objects. If I select two of these and I'm on local, it'll move them in different directions unless they're both like facing the same way, and like even then it's not quite right. And then it also doesn't show you the right gizmo. But you know, like I said, if I'm moving one individual object, very useful. Just with a single, yeah. But yeah, thanks. I need to remember. Although, it still isn't lighting up. Boo. Why does it do? I don't know. I don't know. No good reason. This fence is so much longer than it needs to be. I've overscoped with this fence. This is all gonna be off screen, but that's okay. It's fine. It's probably my least favorite thing to do right now when building these levels is the fences. It's honestly grueling. It's like, it's completely hateable. Yeah, that's a lot easier. That is a lot easier. Although that wasn't, I don't know why I said that. That wasn't the individual movement. But it was easy. I guess I'm just saying that one went well. Well, it's weird because this is actually moving locally, right? So I know why I said that, because this is moving locally. But look at the gizmos, they're pointing the wrong ways. Very strange. Oh, feels bad, Godot. Godot, that feels bad. This fence better connect. It won't. It is off screen, so I kind of don't care. It's honestly unlikely the player will even be able to see this out here. Oh god. No. Guess we gotta get weird with it. I think that's the only answer. But it's basically going to be like very hard to see by the player. It might technically be possible to see it. But if so, barely. We'll do it like this. It's intentional. I could. I don't really want to, though. That just feels wrong. Totally intentional. It's just you know what? It's a little opening. It's just a little opening at the end. All right. It's supposed to be open. I doubt very highly it's going to be visible. It's most likely not going to be visible at all. Do it. Nah. I don't think you know what the word ego means. See, the player can barely see it. You know, it's possible that someday the way the fog looks changes, and you could, but it's barely noticeable. Pretty much the fog is too thick at the bottom, but that's not to say I don't change the thickness of the fog someday. I kind of need that first fence to be a breakable one for it to make sense. If I'm being honest. Yeah, we're not going to worry about that. Not necessary. You're the one with the ego. You out here trying to be in control. Trying to be a mod with absolutely no reason to be a mod. Trying to get people to do things. Trying to be in control. Wait, why is that one a different... Are they different sizes? That's shocking. Not yet, not that shocking. Alright, this is good enough. Let's get out of here. I'm done with that. Alright, fence is done. Oh my gosh. Miserable. So I want to move this over quite a bit. And I want to duplicate it. Good riddance. Alright, so I'm going to duplicate it. And then what I'd like to do is also adjust the electric pole position so they're not the same on everything. Maybe I'll put it back there. Maybe that one can go there, and this one I'll put around here, something like that. Okay. And then for the solar panels, this is gonna be a beefy chunk, technically. Oh, I haven't even put all the cows in here yet. Man, these solar panels are small. I kind of wish they were bigger. I don't know. Welcome back, Pepe. Man, I kind of want them to be bigger. I don't like the idea of scaling them. It feels wrong. We can't make everybody happy. Just can't. But if they're bigger, they should there should be a reason that they're bigger. You know, like they should have more hit points or something. You're caught up now. I feel so wrong scaling this up. But nobody answered me on the Godot forum. I asked if it was okay to scale up, like if it would be bad for like performance. I don't even know where I posted this on here. I don't know where the heck I posted it. Once upon a time, they actually showed me where my posts were on here. Can you just search by my name? Maybe if I search from user. Maybe that's the secret. There we go. So I asked this question. The world is full of the most cruel injustices. Because I don't really know if if I resize an instant scene, I worry that it's gonna have some kind of problem. Well, right, exactly. But if you, well, not if you think about it, but if I think about it, I'm not scaling the colliders, I'm scaling the instance. And indeed, so I already scaled this up 1.7. And if I make the children editable, whoops, I did not click that. If I make the children editable, and I look at the collider on there, it's still 111. So did I scale the collider? I don't know. That's why I'm confused. If I send you an image of the style, can you please critique me into the ground? I can't find anything that works. Sure. Oh, that sounds fun. Ooh. Sounds like a distraction, but I'll try to be quick. But yeah, that's why I'm not sure Pressifier. And I really haven't like found anything in particular about it. But if I do that, I'm gonna want to increase the hit points. Which will be a bit of a problem, because then the animation player will take longer to end. Well, at that rate, I might as well just make a new scene and make a new collision. Yeah, that's the answer. You know what? That's the answer. I think I've discovered my own answer. But it's still a question that I wonder about. Short answer is yes, I did scale the collision. Long answer, a child of a node has every parent's transform matrix applied to it. Oh, the collider scale is relative to its parent, which is relative to its parent. I see. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I've already made a mistake then. These electric poles are actually scaled down a bit. That's why I asked the question, because these ended up being too tall. I didn't want to go into Blender and remake it, and it's just I set up like the obstacle, and it was like a lot of work because it has a lot of phases. And if I were to just make the mesh smaller and then make the collider smaller, it would just be like a lot of extra work. So I just scaled the whole thing down. And I was like, well, if I see funky results, then I'll deal with it then. So this is scaled down a bit. So I'm gonna keep that in mind. I'll remember that. I'm glad to at least have that answer. To at least understand a little bit about whether or not Godot considers it as, or the engine considers it as scaled. I'm not sure what the quirks are of collider scaling, but you're mostly using box colliders, so I don't think it'll be too bad. Right, totally, right, like, come on. Oh yeah, I remember you making this art a long time ago. Wow, this is an old one. I remember this from like a year ago. And what is this supposed to be? What is this in relation to that? Seven-minute video? Oh, this is from your game. Okay, this is your game trailer. Or your gameplay. Okay, I see. Alright, we'll check that out Friday. Okay, so what are we looking at? So we're looking at, because, I mean, of course, on the left, this is amazing. And I remember I critiqued this already on the left and told you it was awesome. And I remember the animations and everything. Right, but are you asking about these two mixed together in one game? Because if you are, not good. This on its own, I love it. This on its own, I love it. These in the same game, I hate it. Does that make sense? But yeah, this art style is amazing. And I remember the animations were really juicy and good too. The left one imagined in the style. Okay, that's what I was trying to find out. I think that'll be awesome. I think that'll be super cool. I think that'll be great. I mean, immediately I'm like, you know, why aren't the limbs attached? Which can be cool. But if they are gonna be not attached, I would say make them equal distance apart. This head is like so much further apart than these legs are from the body. And then, you know, I think as well, there's some lack of agreement between the shapes. Right? Like, the head is very circular in its roundness, and this is much more blocky. So if you want to do full disconnect, I mean, from my eyes, I think it might look better if they were an equal distance from the body, but that's just me. Maybe that looks worse and I don't realize it. And then I'm also just noticing that the head is a lot less round, or is a lot more round than the other parts. Which maybe that works without more like context. It feels wrong somehow. I mean, obviously like human heads are rounder than their bodies, but something about the edges being so different just feels weird. But I think it looks cool. It looks fun and bouncy. I really like the like flared, there's something kind of like the legs like flare out at the bottom and they taper in at the top. I like that look a lot. It almost feels like the inverse of this, because look, this leg tapers down and then this one tapers up. So I guess I don't really see how this is similar. The arms are kind of doing the same thing. And then the body here is much more dynamic, and here it's just like a block. So I'm not exactly seeing how these translate to each other. But I like the blocky style that you're going for. I just think it could be a little more unified. That's all. Oh. Yeah, maybe there's a public link. I'm gonna check it out tomorrow on the community creation stream. Yeah, this was a private message. Oh, okay, so it is on the Discord. Nice. So probably if you come over to the Hyper Game Dev Discord. Hop into Games by You. There it is. Pepe's bad game idea. Maybe in there somewhere. Games by You. Alright, anyway. That's all I got. That's all I can do. Oh yeah, I was gonna make a new solar panel. Let's do that. So I'm just gonna duplicate this scene. I messed up my naming convention a bit, so I'm gonna fix it. I like a good hyphen. Godot does not like me to use hyphens, but they'll allow it. But they try to get me not to. You a real one! You're welcome. I look forward to seeing more from it. I appreciate when people ask for specific types of critique. You know, because my baseline is like, okay, you know, say nice things about it. But I also really appreciate when people are like, no, specifically, let it loose. Critique the crap out of it. Like, all right, let's go. Let's go. Let's do this. Okay, so over on this new... Did I open it? I did not. There we go. So on this one, this will be easy. Some things are harder to resize. This will be easy to resize, thankfully. The worst part is I have to resize the particle effect areas. That's the most annoying thing. So what did I like, 1.7 bigger? Something like that. Yeah, that's Pepe. Pepe did that. It seemed like a pretty cool app that Pepe used to do that too. Nomad Sculpt. Yes. That was it. It's pro. Yeah, it's good, right? Yeah, Pepe's so talented. Okay, and now the collision I want to adjust. Of course. Naturally. And then the particle effects I'm gonna have to adjust too because they're all tiny. They're all for a tiny thing. This isn't a tiny thing. So I'm gonna make this unique. And increase it. I think this will be fun. A big old solar farm, I hope, maybe. It was something I was kind of thinking of saving for a later level, but we could just like give a taste. Although, you know, that could also be good for an obstacle. Actually, that would be good for an obstacle chunk, now that I think about it. Okay, I'm gonna have this emitting all the time so I can see what the shape needs to be. I think it's gonna need a few more particles to make the most sense. Since it's quite a bit larger. This works for me. I could probably just copy the same extents. Paste them over here. Make this unique so it doesn't affect the other one. I think that pasted them all. 0.86, 0.155. Yeah. Looks okay. I think we can do a little more. Show me. Show it. Show it, show it, show it. There it is. Bring it up a bit. Looks good. Now, if this is going to take multiple hits, that means it needs to break off multiple times. That's what it means. So, with the particle emissions, they're both off to start, and they come on there, so that's when it fully destroys. I'm going to duplicate these. gonna say filler hit. Filler hit. I'm gonna make sure that those are set to not emit. Let me make sure I actually turn these off. Nope, I gotta make this one shot. And I gotta make this one shot. It's a little unnecessary probably to like double check to make sure they're unchecked, but I do it anyway. 2 warnings in the gameplay video. At one point there's a copyrighted music about 5 minutes 40 seconds in, and it's not really a warning, but you can hear Danny and Pierogi. That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay. I'm probably gonna forget that time frame that you told me. Thank you. You're on top of it. All right, so tomorrow, hopefully I'll remember to come check that. Thank you. I'll leave this unread. You knew. You knew. Okay. All right, so those are off. Oh, these are probably not set up, since I duplicated them. They're probably not set up as one-shots there. So I'm just gonna say it just takes a couple hits. I don't want to do 3. We're just gonna say it's 2 hits. So then halfway through, I wanted to emit the filler hit. And actually, I'd want the filler hit to be a little bit less extreme. So instead of 200, we'll like make it like half or something. This one's only at 150. 75 it is. Alright. That should be all I need to do for it to be the larger solar panel. So I'll come back over here. Not there. Not there. Not even there. But here. And we'll drop these big ones in. I don't know, where would the sun be? I mean, could be in different places. We'll just say the sun is right there. There's gonna be a lot of solar panels. I mean, I don't have to make it that many. But if it's anything like the solar farms I've seen, there should be a lot. Alright, maybe like that. Something like that. I have no idea if these are even. I would like to feel confident that they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Works for me. That's kind of a lot. It's definitely possible that this is overdoing it. Hopefully it isn't. I would like to hope that it isn't. We'll find out. I think it'll be okay though. It's probably not. If we could put all of those because if you think about it, the fences
you know, what was taking up so much with the fences was the stuff that was on them, and the same stuff is on these. And I think this is still less than all those fences that were on the other one. But let's find out. Let's find out what it feel like. Oh god, it spawned right on top of them. That's something else I need to fix. Is, oh god, they're so dangerous. Oh man. That's more than 2 hit points. What now? 1. I said 2. What did I change the wrong thing? Oh, I updated the hit particle lifetime, I think. No, I made the health max 2. I said 2 hit points. I wonder if it might be Precipier, it might be that all those collision settings that I did. I do wonder if it's not seeing the obstacle behind it. I do wonder. I don't know why that would matter off the top of my head. Why would it be? Let me make sure. This is where it would be nice to put in the hit point debug. I might do that. Okay. I'm clicking this one. 1, 2. 3, 4. It got 4 hit points. Are there 2 there? 1, 2. Oh. No, it's not that. I put 2 on top of each other. It's not clicking through. It's not clicking through. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. To clamp them more. Are you in the past? You must be in the past. You must be in the past. Precipier, come to the future. Precipier. What's up, Christian? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so I do not want 2 on top of each other. I do not think we messed up anything with regards to click-throughs. Dunkable wants to join, but you'll be at work. No! No! I'm sorry to hear that. Man, I don't know if there's anything I can say about that. Take off work? Call a sick day? The only way around it is it's not guaranteed, and I can't make any accommodations for you. But if you start your game late, and there are enough entries for me to check out, you might have the time it takes me to check out entries to work on your game and still get it submitted. Because a game jam itself takes an hour. Like literally on itch, you only have an hour to submit. But if you pre-submit, you can submit an empty project and then update it whenever you're ready. So you could pre-submit from work and just do an empty project. And then if you get back from work, you can work on it and then upload it later. But I might not check it out on stream until later after the stream, if you didn't get it done. And you know, you can also just sometimes people will make a game outside of the game jam and they'll base it on a theme and they'll still share it with us and they'll do it in an hour. And I always check out these things in the community creation stream. So if you head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev for no money, by the way, it's free. I use it as a way to have your email and send newsletters every Friday. I send out an email that has a live stream. It's a secret live stream. You can only access that live stream if you are a free Patreon member or higher, obviously. And I check out people's creations that they've made, games, art, etc. And so, yeah, so if you make an entry later, I will still check it out on stream. I'll send you a link to it, stuff like that. So yeah, that's the best I can do for you. But thanks for letting us know. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'm excited that you're interested, Dunkable. Almost 8 hours. Just a little over 7 hours. But yeah, you know, Christian, I usually do about, basically my minimum is 8 hours these days. Once in a while, I'll do a little less, but almost never. 8 hours is my minimum. And I try to keep it my maximum, but sometimes I go over. And yeah, I'm making a new level chunk. I'm trying to make some more level aspects. That is to say, add more stuff into the game. More variety of stuff. Oh my god, we spawned on top of it again. So yeah, specifically right now, I was working on this cattle ranch with some solar panels on it. I think I have a path forward to making sure it doesn't spawn stuff on top, but I have to figure that out. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's on Wednesdays and Fridays, that's all I do. That's all I do. Why do you have one leg? Well, it's because I spawned on top of things that hurt me. The game is about taking limb damage, and when you lose limbs, you lose abilities. So you would walk slower there, just fell to the ground because my legs broke off. You should walk slower. Currently, you don't walk slower, but it's a work in progress. I'll get there. For now, the legs do break off, however. And so it means, whoa, that's a lot of cornfields. It means that you will have, so your arms also will break off, so you won't be able to like reach as far and stuff. So it's a part of the game that you could potentially not have all your limbs. But you aren't supposed to start out that way. I'm still working on getting it so you can start the game without landing on top of something that hurts you. But that's why the leg was gone. Oh right, I put double solar panels on there. We gotta fix that. I must fix this. So many I don't need all these cornfields open. There's too many cornfields. Oh, I think I left up. I think part of the reason why the particle effects looked messed up earlier is because I think I left some of these settings on wrong or something. That actually looks fine. Yes. Yes. I mean, in theory, I still have to set that up, technically. And I experimented a bit. Oh, look, these emit in the reset function. That's why. Don't do that. Yes. Yes, you can get your limbs back. Absolutely. 100%. Technically not yet. Oh, and then I forgot to set these to be not emitting at first. That would explain that. Oh, the filler ones. Gotcha. There we go. So I'm still working on that. It's technically you can do it right now, but it's buggy. They grow wrong. But yeah, the idea, so part of this game is you have a choice as a player to either eat things that you abduct or to oh, I took the textures off all of them. Dang it. To either eat, so you can grab these, in this case cows, but also there'll be humans. You can grab them, you can either abduct them and get points, which will get you closer to beating the level, or you can eat them, and then that will regenerate your limbs. if you eat them. But I haven't set up the eating yet. Work in progress. But eventually you will be able to eat them. I did not mean to delete the mask on there. That's very irritating. But I see now why that happened. It's because I didn't make it unique. Oh. The gradient was, okay, that's actually an easy fix. Thank goodness. Right? Oh, it saved it that way? I mean, it's an easy fix, but why would you do that? Okay, drag that over here. Okay, but then, so obviously this has the wrong thing on it. I guess I need to make this unique. Select the resource to make unique. The gradient texture 2D or the gradient itself. I can just do one of them? Oh yeah, no, do both. Do it all. So now if I shrink that down, and I come over here, that one's fine. Okay, cool, cool, cool. But anyway, yeah, you can get your limbs back, but it ain't working right. Because it's a whole thing, because the limbs have to regrow. Right now, the limbs, like, actually procedurally, or not procedurally, but programmatically get shrunk. It's not an animation. Like, the bones themselves actually get smaller. And there is a way to make them go up, but I've turned it off because it is broken. And then one day, I'll spend a whole week, probably, trying to get the healing to work right so you can heal them more easily. But for now, it ain't there. That looks better. Oh, right. The solar panel. There's 2 of them here. There we go. Delete it. Are there double here as well? There are. No doubles, please. Alright, now that should be good. And then I want to paint onto this, and I might want to add other things. I mean, I usually put a truck on most of these. We can make this pick up a different color. I haven't really bothered to do that yet. Give it some editable children. You know, I'll probably have to, like, universalize this more someday. But for now, we'll just have a bit of fun with it. And just give it a different color. What's a trucky color? I don't know. Make it a little shinier. Great. I feel like this chunk is pretty much good enough at this point. You know, I might want to put more things over there someday. And I could slap a bunch of trees over there if I wanted to. I do have, like, mesh-only trees. So that way they won't have any gameplay impact. Decorative trees, more or less. I don't know if I made mesh-only trees for any of the other tree types. Probably should. But it could be a nice way to make the world, because I really want the world to seem bigger. Ideally, there aren't strict boundaries, but the challenge of setting that up isn't really worth it. What I want in my dreams is like a wrap effect, where you go off the left side and you come back out the right side. So it's just like an infinite plane. But yeah, I don't feel like figuring that out. It seems like a little out of scope. No need for all that. Maybe in my dream remake version. Probably not. Alright, whatever. Just throw some trees out there. We could do the same on the other side, even. Grab a few of these. Bring them over here. Duplicate them, move them around, stuff like that. I think it's kind of cool being able to see some stuff out in the fog. Like, this world does exist beyond what you see. Despite how obviously contrived the fog is. Okay. Now, texture painting. It only took 7 hours to get here. But let's do some texture painting. I am gonna hide all these particle effect gizmos. They are very annoying. And then for the mask, that's just gone. Drag this out for now. And let's make a new mask. It only took me the whole stream to do it, but we got there. So wait, whoops, what did I just do? Open up a different program and my mind falls apart. Okay, don't care about that. So the way I'm going to get started with this, I'm actually just going to save this one as Cattle Ranch 3. I'm going to export it, the same name. I'm just going to leave it just as it is for now. And then I'm going to add this in as a texture. So that's, of course, not the right one. So let's get the right one. So we've got these different colors here, right? Red represents the light, let me get out of the way, represents the light brown right here. So whatever is red is going to come through in this gradient on light brown. whatever is black is going to come through as this dark green. Everything in between red and black will be this blend between light brown and light green, leading into the dark green. Blue spots are going to come through as dark brown on the far end. It's a little weird, but that's how it works. Turn up the music for that. So first, I kind of want to get a sense of where everything is. So I'm just gonna start painting. If I were to like guess how this maps, because just kind of see these blue lines right here, those kind of line up with the white lines. That's like the boundary. So I mean, it's not gonna be perfectly lined up, but I can try to get sort of close. So I'm just gonna splat some red on there, splat some red there. And now if I export this and we click over to Godot, it's gonna update it. And so now you see we got some splats. Not exactly where I thought they'd be, but that's okay. Let's try there and there. Nice. And then, so there's this shader also has a noise texture and a degree of randomness that it will add in some of those brown bits, so that way it's not uniform and it has some like variance to it. So that's why there's already some mixing in there. I'd almost think that for now it could be nice to not have much of that. Just to make it a little easier to paint. So I can just see exactly where we're at. And I'm just gonna vibe and try to guess it the best I can. So obviously I've pretty well covered the entire area. So I want to start dialing it back. And obviously a little bit, in some ways it can be like natural. It doesn't have to be perfect. But I would like it to kind of like make sense. Sorta. You know, where do the cows roam around that would wear down the grass? And not even just the cows, but cars and things. think it's easier to just plan out the little areas first, and then if I want them to be more connected, I'll deal with that. Obviously, we got some of those hay bales there, so it could be nice to rope those in a bit. Like, for whatever reason, it just makes sense that there would be some extra dirt there. You maybe like they often, you know, grab a lot of those hay bales that way with the tractor that they use or something, so it gets worn down over there. I do have to be careful I don't get too close to the edge of the chunk. Because otherwise, they won't all connect together as well as they should or could. Probably good enough for that section. Alright, so then this area over here. I probably want to move that water windmill. Because if I think about it, I'd want the water windmill to be pumping water for both these cows and these cows. So it might make more sense if the water windmill is more centrally located. You know, it's a little bit more logic than probably is needed. Plus, you know, it creates like an obstacle that is more centered. Which isn't necessarily a good thing. I don't particularly want to be punishing the player. I'll move it back a little bit. But in theory, I'd put a drinking pool right over there. Right, anyway. Alright, this section. And just do a little at a time, see where that gets us. Especially for the stuff that's out of bounds, probably don't have to worry about it being super great. As long as it's kind of good enough, that's good enough. At least for me. I kind of like to see it also extend to this building here. And maybe those like hay bales under here as well. It's a little not quite where I imagined. You know, it's almost like, well, these might as well connect here, but they could connect lightly. So you still get some definition between these. Because I'm also gonna blur this so it's a little smoother. Or less smooth, I guess. Fuzz it up. Feels like that comes a little far over there. I said export. Thank you. It's a weird shape. That's vague. Can mean a lot of things. I think it does the job it needs to do so far. Just needs to be underneath this. And then we'll spread it out a bit. It does look like a pot. It's kind of like, you know, maybe you're in an airplane or something, you're looking down. Or you're seeing a picture from above. You're looking at a drone footage. Everything just looks a little different. Not that I'm saying what I've made looks like real life, but I definitely see the pot. Probably don't need to be too perfect for the edges over there. At all. Again, that's out on the fog. I don't even know if you'll be able to see the ground on the fog. Right now, probably not. Someday, maybe. Yeah, a bit of a Rorschach test. Yeah. I think that's good enough for that. And I kinda like to have it blend into this a little bit. Just a little bit. Almost like a path. And then I think it'd be good to do that in the middle here as well. I'd like that to be real soft though. Ideally. It just looks the same. That's alright. I mean, if I think about it, they would probably connect more like around here. They can keep, whoops, they can keep an area in the middle. It's a little silly, but it's kind of nice. Whoops. I forget, oh jeez. Hold on, I gotta redo that. Maybe with blue, yeah, right, the blue will give us a little dirtiness. True, maybe. I forget that GIMP doesn't use Control-Shift-Z for redo. It's old school, it uses Control-Y for redo. Devastating. It's 2024, man. We don't use no Control-Y anymore. I started using GIMP when I was like 10 years old. So I'm very familiar with it. That's why I use it so much. From my experience, I think Krita does most of the things that GIMP can do better. And still is free and open source. But when I tried to learn Krita, I felt like I was wasting my time because everything that I need something like GIMP or Krita for, I already know how to do in GIMP. And so it just kind of felt like, why am I gonna bother wasting my time to learn this new program? Because everything was in like different places, and it's just, you know, I can learn new things. But it felt a little pointless for me. Maybe someday that'll change. That is to say, you know, there's things about GIMP that bother me. There's things I don't like about GIMP. You like GIMP more? Wow. Why? If you know. It's okay if you don't know. Sometimes it just feels better. Maybe I don't like Krita as much as I think I do, but I know you were saying that you have more of a technical way of thinking of things rather than artistic. And Krita definitely skews artistic. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it was just kind of like, this is all different. Why should I relearn it? I already know how to do it in GIMP. I'm solid with GIMP. But there's some, GIMP is antiquated. And it feels like that's part of the reason why I stick with it. Because it's the same program I used when I was 10 years old. It like hasn't changed in all of these years. Which in some ways is its strength, in other ways is its weakness. Yeah, it's good. I like it. And look, I think it's very buggy, but so is Krita. Krita is buggy as well. But to me, it really boiled down to Krita seems more suited for like visual art, painting, and stuff like that. And GIMP seems like it handles. I don't know that GIMP is like better in anything probably than Krita, but for simple image manipulation tasks, I found Krita to be overkill. And when I say overkill, not overkill, but I found that it wasn't necessarily trying to help me do that. It was trying to help me be a better, like, painter. Oh, I just realized this is too close to the edge. This is way too close to the edge. That's not gonna work. I have to change that immediately. But anyway, I like GIMP because it's familiar. Krita used by painters. Yeah, and then the buggy thing, it's just like a free and open source thing, especially with these kinds of programs. But this is way too close to the edge. I'm gonna need to deal with how those hay bales are set up, because we cannot keep stuff close to the edge. I also don't have to have the hay bales be in dirt. I just kind of wanted them to. We're a little too close to the edge over here as well, technically. I kind of boxed myself in with that fence, though. Literally. But yeah. I like GIMP. Because I know it. I'm sure Krita is great. And I have used Krita, and I like Krita. And maybe I'll learn it more someday. You don't choose most times between Photoshop and GIMP because you learned with Photoshop and it's hard to switch. Right. I see. Some things are better in GIMP? Whoa. That's wild. Yeah, I never bothered to learn Photoshop. GIMP did everything that I needed well enough that it didn't ever feel necessary. So I just never bothered. There are some things that I think Photoshop does really, really well. Like Photoshop has a lot of contemporary features that GIMP just simply doesn't. But I don't need a lot of those features anyway. I'm not a professional graphic designer, so it kind of doesn't matter to me. Perhaps if I was, that would be a lot more important. But yeah, when I was a kid, I wasn't about to get Photoshop, so I just learned GIMP, and it's kind of the same thing I felt with Krita. You know, I would pull up Photoshop and I'd be like, why am I gonna relearn everything I already know? I assume Photoshop is better. I don't know. Photoshop has some extras, but those aren't necessary most of the time. Right, right. Alright, let's say this is painted enough for now. I don't even know that I need to blur it that much, because it doesn't seem to be responding to blur. Yeah, GIMP gets the job done. Something I like about Krita is they have really good vector painting options. And I literally tried to use GIMP's vector paint plugin, and it crashed immediately. It was not good. GIMP plugins are not good, in my experience. I mean, some of them might be, but the ones I've used have never been reliable. All right, so there's that. Let me just see what this looks like when I apply the noise to it. Nice. Look at that. Looks awesome. Not much of an opinion. Just tried it, it didn't work. Yeah, it's fair. That's fair. Sometimes I think I might want to adjust this gradient a bit. Say range gradient 3. Just feels a little more, I don't know, a little less dirty than I'm imagining. Something about the light green kind of bothers me. Like, it looks good, like artistically, but the idea is supposed to be that it's like grass that is less healthy because it's been like run down. Something about that bright green almost makes it look more healthy. But I think the contrast in general is nice. And now it's just all looking a little muddy. I feel almost a little indecisive about the colors. You know what? Something I'd like to do is establish a color palette at some point. One day. Yeah, kind of like that. I don't know. Just looks a little more natural. It's a fine line between looking natural and not. Of course, Pepe, you as well. Thank you for everything. Good night. Can't wait to check out that video tomorrow. You did good. I'm excited that you're already moving on to the next thing. You're doing good work. Thank you again for supporting Hyper Gamedev. Goodbye. I don't know, something about making it too light in between bothers me. Like, I feel like something darker adds like a nicer dimension to it. I can't explain it, but then it looks like a little mud pile in there. I don't know, I'm really just kind of winging it here. Can't tell if I'm straying too far. Oh, yeah. I like that. I almost feel like this should be closer to the green that's already out there. So I know of free graphics software that includes the essential basics, but is very comfortable and clear to use, because even GIMP and Photoshop are a bit too rich for you most of the time. Honestly, I don't. Edit tools, layers, grid, some effects. Not really. I pretty much just stick to GIMP. Somebody else might. You might want to put some feelers in the Discord. Someone might know there. But you know, there's a lot of good lists out there. I just did free open source image manipulation software. I mean, looking at this, most of them are, these are like more on the complicated side. I mean, something I use, I wouldn't really recommend it unless you're interested in composition stuff. But I use Canva for a lot of my like thumbnails and things. I don't know what Pixlr is. Like, here's the thumbnail from yesterday. It's not, it's very far from free and open source. It's free, except it does have some pro features. But, you know, it's got some layers. I use it for my thumbnails. You know, it's nice because it adds a lot of like rulers on the screen and stuff for lining things up. You know, I can like cut things out. I added like shadow to the background of something here. You know, it's very simple. It's made to be simple. It has a mobile app as well that is different but very similar. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. But it does have some paid features. You don't need them to do everything. You know, it's got some simple text effects and things, but it is definitely not open source. Yeah, it's web-based. Yeah, exactly. It is web-based. The mobile app isn't, probably. Maybe. Mobile app is different, but similar. But it's got a lot of nice things you can do. Yeah, you might want to just try it, see what it's like. And it's got simple effects that you can put onto things. But for me, the web-based is part of it because I can work on it on any computer and know that I'll have it. Yeah, bookmark it. I'll have it on any computer, and you know, I can work on it in bed. If I need to do a thumbnail real quick, I can work on it over here, over there, right here. And it stores everything. Like, I upload so many files to Canva. I've just got tons and tons of thumbnail things on here. Just thousands of things. And it's just there, you know? Like, obviously, you know, things on the cloud are not safe. Servers melt down and people accidentally lose data, but it's not like it's super important stuff. It's just like week to week, I need to have everything right there and be able to access it. And it makes it really easy for me to do that. I am not exactly sure, so I do use the subscription. For me, it's worth it. I pay $15 a month. That's what YouTube Patreon money goes to, is to Canva. But it helps me so much. I literally would not be able to maintain the channel appearance the way I do if I didn't have Canva. So I consider it a necessary business expense. But before I upgraded, I never hit any point where they were like, that's too much uploading, stop it. I never hit that point. So I'm not saying that it doesn't exist, but I've never hit it. Oh, here you go. For free, you get 5 gigabytes. Oh, wow. I didn't realize I have a terabyte. I use monthly. I guess they do have a limit. Well, I don't think I'm gonna hit a terabyte of JPEGs anytime soon. But yeah, for free, you get 5 gigabytes. Yeah, dude, Canva free is really, really useful. The editor, the storage. That's what I use it for. Honestly, some of the stock photos are really good. Actually, the stock photos are one of the great things about it, actually. If you don't have the Pro, you're gonna run into a lot that you're gonna wish you had. So I don't recommend the templates. They might be interesting to you, but like generally speaking, I don't worry about that. But you know, I just said the word worry. Let's look up worry. And so they'll just have all these graphics. If it has the little crown on it, it's Pro. But you know, a lot of these you can just use, and then many of them you can change the colors. Not sponsored at all, dear God. But I just find it incredibly useful. Yeah, it's all exactly. It's so convenient. It feels like a necessary evil in my life. You can also like save brand colors. So I've got like hyper game dev colors, and we can just make sure it's all it's all branded and everything. It's useful. It's useful. So this is all still just free stuff. You know, obviously it's got licenses, but the licenses are generous as far as I've seen. You know, again, just don't resell things, but you can use them. You can't like, you know, you can't make like a professional logo with their elements, but if you're just putting something in a video, even if you make money on that video, you're good to go. So yeah, I don't know what Pixlr is. Never heard of it. I don't know that it's not complex though. It looks complex. I don't think that one's simple. But yeah, I think a lot of the things that end up being simple will be like marketed to people who aren't typically into more technological things, and Canva is very much that. Canva, I think, is largely marketed to like small businesses who don't want to pay for graphic designers. So like everyday people or whatever. Oh yeah, totally. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's the share button up here. And they've got some good options too. So I can hit download. We can do different formats. You can download as an SVG, PNG. And then you can make sure the background. So if you wanted to just like snatch that image, maybe with a few changes, you can just set it to a transparent background and then just export that one page, download it. Yeah. It doesn't, they don't try to make it easy for you to just straight up download them as they are, but if you just drop it into a canvas and download it, you'll be good. I actually use it for the website. I don't know if they support other languages. Probably. Seems like they would. But there is a HyperGameDev website. It's hypergame.dev. I don't really use it. It's just a landing page for the channel. So like the live streams up here. But it's not, it's, hey, there we are. Wow. So I don't do anything with the website. They do have your language? Nice. But literally, I built this website on Canva. It's not a great website builder by any means, but I don't need a nice website. So I can literally host the whole image on here and use all the same tools to add in elements and links and all that stuff. And it's just like the same website. So yeah, it's a cool thing. It's you know, again, I think there's a lot of good critiques of Canva because they're like a big company, and you know, they make a lot of money off the backs of graphic designers, and especially they're taking jobs away from graphic designers, and that's kind of their thing, is to say, you don't need to pay a graphic designer for your company. Just come to Canva and use Canva. Do it yourself. Which kind of sucks because Canva, like, you're probably gonna make really bad graphic design compared to what a graphic designer can do. But I don't really use it for that. I just use it for my own little purposes. I can't afford to pay someone to do all the graphic design. And you know, so it ends up being used by cost cutters, not people who can't afford to do anything else. And again, I'm not really, because what they try to advertise is like, look, you don't even have to think about it. What you need to make a flyer. You want to make a flyer so people will come to your event? Don't pay a graphic designer. Look, we got this right here. Game Day Football 2026. Just use this. Swap it out with the people you want. Just put Lee's in there. Put a Lee's in there. It's Lee's football. It's easy. All you gotta do is crop it out. Put it in there, and now it's Lee's football. Anyone can do it. So like, you know, I think that is all very fair critique of Canva. Super would not recommend you decide not to pay a graphic designer if you have the money to do that. Bam, I'm a football star. Let's go. Easy. I saved $100. Yeah, personal use. You know, I would say the channel is like commercial to an extent, but you know, at the same time, I don't have money. I can't pay someone, a freelancer, to do that stuff for me. Yeah, it's got a lot of nice things, and I could change like the colors of this, so we could desaturate it so it like matches this better. Or like adjust some of these hues. It's good. It's useful. I made myself pink. And this is why you hire a graphic designer. No. Oh, it's AI stuff. Boo. Anyway, now I'm just distracted. Officially. You know, sometimes they actually have other tools, but they think that they need to do that to compete. So they say that stuff. Anyway. Game day. Alright. Something about this dirt feels off to me. I mean, it's probably never gonna be perfect. Yeah, maybe a little lighter on those edges. What looks great? Canva's homepage? Alright, I think I've fiddled enough with this. So, cool. I'm gonna save this as Ranch Gradient 4. I mean, it looks so fine. I almost feel like it looks pretty good the way it is. I think there's still some changes I could make. I'm gonna get rid of some of these hay bales. It's too many hay bales. You don't need all those hay bales. It'll be alright if there's a few less hay bales. Alright. I think I will add a little dirt on top, though. Wait, which homepage? What do you mean? Oh, you put a link. I see. Hey, what's up, May? Welcome. I'm going overtime. I'm 10 minutes overtime right now. I know. I should stop. You know what makes it hard? Is because I'm taking off next week. I do 3 weeks working on this game, and then I take 2 weeks off, or 1 week off. Sorry, 3 weeks on, 1 week off. So I'm still gonna do the Monday member stream and the Friday game jam, but on Wednesday and Thursday, I do 8 to 10 hours working on this game. And next week, I'm not gonna stream on Wednesday or Thursday, but I will after that. And so when I know that I'm not gonna stream the next week, I'm like, oh, but I gotta keep going because I'm not gonna get to work on it again. I will work on it on Monday in the member stream, but still. You're sorry you don't watch? That's okay. I don't expect anybody to be here. I literally expect that no one will be here. With that said, I'm always ready for if people do come here. Canva looks great too, but you check Pixlr homepage at the moment. You said for that it looks great, but it is an AI generator. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Sneaky. Sneaky. I don't like that sneaky stuff. But yeah, don't worry about it, May. I'm here if you ever want to come through. And if you can come through. You're not here for me. Wait, I'm not here for you. Wait, whatever. The point is, it's all good. I hope you've been good, though. I'm gonna add some blue on here. We just need it to be full, regular, plain old blue. Whatever that is. And then I'm gonna get the confetti brush, or the dustier brush. Increase the spacing, adjust the dynamics, make it larger. And just dirty it up a bit. I don't even know that I need to blur it. I will blur it a little, but it looks so good the way it is. I will blur it. But I was surprised that it turned out so good. So let me actually do that. Oh, I didn't separate the red and the black. That's okay. I'll make a new black layer over here. And we'll just well, try to cut out the black. That didn't work like I thought it would. It's fine. Let's blur it. Yeah, sometimes that when they say it's just AI stuff, they're just trying to compete. Oh, blurring it is pushing it way beyond the boundaries. So I just need to be a little more selective. I will still blur it. I don't think we need to blur it. I just don't think the blurring is necessary. I think it looks fine the way it is. You sent a picture? Oh, nice. It's like simple, like what you were looking for. Nice. It's got some tools. It's got some layers. Nice. Photoshop Lite. Oh, good. Hey, I'm glad you found what you're looking for. A lot of people also recommend Photopea. I didn't realize that was necessarily because it is web-based. But if you're okay with web-based, you might want to look at Photopea. This could be a good one for you too. It reminds me of that. But yeah, sometimes they just use the AI stuff as advertising. Buzzwords and all that. Oh, you didn't like Photopea? Alright. Yeah, look, if you get in there and you don't like it, that's it. You used it in school. Yeah, you know. There's so many tools. It's like, which one do you vibe with? Go with that one. I think that looks pretty good. I don't even think I really have to erase those edges much. Let's just see where we're at. Whoa, nice. So you can kind of see the dirt that it added in. You might have missed it if you blinked. So if I hide the dirt, the blue, and I export it, and we come back in here. Wow, it makes such a big difference. Put it back in there, export it, look at it. Whoa. And we can actually control that. It's coming along good. You know, it's doing its best. It's getting there. Little by little. Every day, it feels more like the game it's supposed to be. Which is always a cool feeling. I kind of don't like the way the noise is ignoring the hay bale area. It's kind of a lot of hay bales anyway. But yeah, I'll show you how it's going. Still a lot of work ahead of me. But, you know, not too bad. Right now I'm building out some of the level, especially, well, particularly level 1. And kind of getting used to what that workflow could be like. Level 1 is going to have farmland. The whole game will not be farmland. There will be towns and cities, environments as well. But for now, we're working in farmland. And the game is going to be we spawned on the solar panels. That's I'm gonna fix that soon. So the game right now, it's about an alien that invades Earth. It's gonna be like a roguelike game, and you are tasked with abducting as many humans, animals, whatever as possible. And you have the ability to destroy things in your environment. And so I just destroyed that cow barn so I can farm all the cows out of there. I think something that bothers me, I don't really like the way the noise works, because it takes away stuff. You know what would be nice is if I could use one of the RGB channels to say noise has no effect here. That would be nice, actually. Because it doesn't make sense that there be one grass patch underneath an entire building. That's silly. But it's also silly to try and get the noise that's randomized to, like, be solid right there. Because we do have the red channel and the blue channel, but the yellow channel isn't currently being used. I feel like that would be good for, like, an exception to say noise doesn't go here. But anyway. So yeah, it's about getting abductions. When you get a minimum number of abductions, you'll move on to the next level. And then you'll be able to upgrade and things like that. You'll also be able to use the things you abduct to heal, potentially. The player won't be able to stop, like I just paused it. The player won't be able to do that. You'll also be able to heal yourself because your limbs get broken off. So as you can see, I've lost a leg, which in theory should make me slower. Currently it doesn't, but we'll work on that. And then in theory you would use the you'd instead of getting yourself a point, you'd use this to heal yourself and eat some limb growage. You'd regrow your limbs by eating stuff. So yeah, we got that working where it will chip away at you slowly until you totally die. If your head shrinks, then it's game over. And you gotta start over. So yeah, you know, I'm just trying to get a lot of the basic components in there. I'm setting up level 1 so we have something to test with. There are some NPCs, there's some helicopter enemies. They don't really attack or anything yet, but technically they exist. So that's cool. So yeah, work in progress. Getting there a little bit every week. The helicopters got a little broken. Not super broken, but a little bit. I've made some choices that made them behave a little differently than they used to. But yeah, they fly up, and then you can attack them, and they fall and they die. They used to collide into the player and hurt you, but that got broken somewhere along the line. Not really. I mean, it does still hurt you, actually. So actually, they'll still crash into you. But they seem to be doing less damage. I don't know what happened, but they work. Eventually, they'll shoot you, and there'll be different types of NPCs. That's going to be a whole thing, is getting the NPCs to work. Coordinated chaos. Oh, they'll like spin out, like they carefully spin out, and then, yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for there to be more units, vehicles, people running around, tanks, different stuff like that. So, you know, there's a lot more to add in here. And then there's, you know, there's a degree of randomness to how this stuff loads in. I don't know how I feel about the solar panels. I like them. I feel like in general, I want to update the colors to the solar panels. I mean, first of all, they look a little weird. I don't know. Something about them bothers me. I think they're too saturated, at least. But at least it's definitely adding more variety in here. I think it's a little aggressive. Like, it's a lot of potential damage to hurt the player, but hopefully the player will think to move over here. I think at some point I want to add in a way to slow down. Right now you can speed up and go faster. I think I'd like a way to slow down. That would feel good. We can control chaos. We can attack this here, and it breaks apart. Control chaos is a good way to describe it. I feel that for this game, for sure. I'm gonna change the colors on these. The colors are bothering me a lot. It's too saturated. Not even the white. The white, yes, but the blue. The blue is killing me. And then I'm just gonna make sure I save these colors. So it updates all of them. Let's see if that blends in a little better. They stand out too much. Oh. Alright, I'm just gonna do this while I'm looking at the game. Oh, this is bad. Yeah, just like darken them. I think the absence of a texture hurts it as well. I'm trying to avoid doing textures because it's more effort. And I'd like to avoid it as much as I can, if I can. Ooh, I like them looking darker. That definitely makes it blend in a lot better. But it's not really what solar panels tend to look like. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm trying to embrace it as a style. You know, I'm going for consistency over high fidelity. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've made all these assets myself, only getting like advice on how to like do certain things in Blender and whatnot. And I like it that way. I like that I've had the freedom to sort of discover how I might artistically do something. Something I do want to do is I want to think about color palettes more. Right? I didn't always think that. I did not always think that way. It used to be like, I have to make a game in Unreal Engine. It has to look amazing. It was killing me. It was slowing me down. It was wasting my time. The one thing I'll say is they don't really stand out, and then they're easier to run into, which isn't good. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that means. Nice. This looks like some pretty high fidelity pixel art. Maybe I'm bugging. This pixel art is nice. This is beautiful. But I also see how it has simplicity as well. This game looks cool. I've never heard of it. It looks awesome. But I kind of see like why you would say that. Like it has a lot of simplicity to it. There's not a lot of complex textures here. This is awesome. This game looks so cool. What is this game? This game looks really, really cool. I kind of want to play it. But yeah, I don't want the solar panels to blend in too much, because then the player isn't going to see them. And they'll be quite damaging if you just run into them. So, you know what? I'm back on team make them brighter. But not too bright. They should stand out, but not too much. And then, you know, if they're going to stand out, they should stand out as much as other so other obstacles should stand out too. Why did the... Oh, because they're under a shadow. I see. I was like, why did those look blue? Might need to adjust that. That's something, you know, I think I'll learn as I get better at making games. As I get more practice. But like as it is right now, it's kind of hard to tell what will hurt you and what wouldn't, right? Like the cornfields, like why doesn't the cornfield hurt me? Well, because it's a cornfield. It's not gonna hurt you. But like, how does the game communicate to the player that it's not gonna hurt you? The only way it communicates to the player that it isn't gonna hurt you is by not hurting you, which kind of sucks. So I might want to make sure the color on the... Oh, it's freeware, nice. I might want to make sure that like the colors on the corn are much more subdued or something. And then the colors on things that can hurt you pop more. That would be wise. But these are the kind of things that, you know, I don't want to plan in advance. I just want to like discover. I want to set up all these different components of the game, try to play it, and be like, why is this hard? Why does this feel harder than it needs to be? Why does this not feel right? What's wrong here? And it's like, oh, the colors are off, right? The colors aren't serving a purpose. Yume Nikki, how am I going to remember to... I need, you know, something I need that I don't have is like a list of games that I want to ever try. I have games that I want to try in relation to like a project that I'm working on, but not just like blank canvas, what are games that I want to try? I don't have that, but I should. I should make that list somewhere. You've inspired me to do it. It had to happen eventually. Today is the day. Games I want to try ever. Yume Nikki. Mentioned by May. Done. Done. List begun. This is the start of something beautiful. But yeah, those corn stalks, I mean, it's not really a distraction to work on that. It's actually very much not a distraction. It's literally working on the game. Which ones are the ones that are in here? It's gotta be this one, right? Yeah, it's gotta be. Oh wow, right. It's only one color. It's literally one color on the whole cornstalk. Good. You have a lot of games that are massive design inspirations for you, so you're working on a more 2D-ish project. Nice. That's it. You gotta go with what you're inspired by. I like how you say it's 2D-ish. It's not 2D, it's 2D-ish. Oh, I got around it being one color by making it a gradient. Wow. Did I save this? I must have. That's cool. Good idea, Lise. But also, we need to change it. I just think it should blend into the background a bit more. You know, it's less vibrant, it's less exciting, it's less interesting. There is no ish. Okay. I see. It is 2D. But then if I'm gonna do something like the electric pole is looking very oh, I didn't want to save that. I want to save this. You like this color? It's nice. It is a nice color. The electric pole is just like this brown. It has some other colors on it, but if I want to make it pop, make it stand out. Well, if you're going to do that, you should do the conduits. You should make all this stand out. You know, there could be other things, like some like special effects that things like have a little globe behind them or something. That seems a little extreme, but I mean, I think saturation. I think saturation is maybe a good thing to go with. So it doesn't have to be that something is brighter, but rather that it's more saturated. Could be something. So for the pole itself, you could saturate it, make it a little lighter brown. I don't, but I have a working title. The working title is Alien Meat World. I haven't really heard a title that I like better yet. Someone suggested Earth Harvest. I like that one. That one's cool. But I want the name to kind of be a little silly, but also tell you something about the game. The game is about collecting humans or animals, so that's where the meat comes from. And it's like Alien is meeting the world, like Boy Meets World, but Alien Meat World. It's kind of silly, but I want a better title. I haven't heard it yet. And I'm hoping that that will become more clear at some point. But I'm open to suggestions. Oh, these are like silvery. Yeah, make them pop more. Welcome, Gecko. Good to see you. How you doing? Welcome. I'm doing level design stuff, and I'm realizing that things that hurt you don't stand out that much. I am making a new level chunk. I've pretty much made it. Well, almost. It just kind of occurred to me that I wanted damaging stuff to be a much like brighter, more saturated color, so the player is more aware of them, and it's like communicating something like, hey, maybe be careful, this thing might hurt you or something. So I was just messing around with that a little bit. Make sure I save all these, so the particle effects also are a different color. Or are the new color. You know, I'm kind of trying to avoid putting too many... Yeah. I guess something that I'm trying to do is avoid having too much HUD. You know, and this up here is just like sort of temporary. But to me, the less that I can do, and this is just, you know, my personal choice. I think what you're saying is a good idea. But I don't want there to be too much chaos either. But yeah, if I do want more freedom with the colors, that would be something to go with. Yeah, just try not to crowd it out too much. Yeah, but I always appreciate suggestions and ideas. And I figured I'd just explain where I'm coming from too. And then it kind of makes me want to change this cornstalk color, because the cornstalk color still feels a little saturated. Yeah, I'm not, you know, and I don't have like a strong preference. Really, like color-wise, I mean, I want the game to generally feel cartoony, but I don't have like a color palette in mind or anything. And I don't want the cornstalks to look dead. But hopefully they could be a little less vibrant. You know, it's more like a subconscious level. You know, like if the player, that looks a little too yellow. If the player's not necessarily thinking to themselves, that looks dangerous because it's brighter. But on a more subconscious level, they know, are more likely to notice something. Like now, look how much more of those stand out. You know, I feel like the electric poles stand out a lot more now. And the cornfields kind of fade into the background a little bit. No, it's just a subtle thing. It's just a subtle thing. You know, and then these hay bales don't hurt you. The fences don't hurt you either. But again, how do I make sure the player knows that? This building will hurt you. And so I might want to make that pop a little more as well. And the other thing too is that, you know, inside of these, you're supposed to be able to find cows. Whoa, that was some lag. What was that lag? Interesting. I think it's an interesting approach. Many people think about what are hazards based on their appearance. Intuitive. Yeah, I want the game to feel intuitive. Very much so. Yes. So what do you want me to call defer? Seeking? You want me to do call deferred on this? I don't even know how I would do that. Right, we had to do set divert on this. Oi, oi, oi. Yeah, I don't know about that. That's a problem for another day. I don't know what that little bit of lag was. But I guess there's always bugs to find. Oh, I gotta make those other barns sorted out all the way. But yeah, I do want it to feel intuitive and stuff. Those barns have some problems. They're not replenishing. So yeah, I can always pick this up more later. Let's not obsess over these things right now. Hopefully I saved all those colors. I think I did. Did I? Just double check. Save that. Pretty sure I saved this. Double check. Just save it again. Okay, so these don't have block object scripts on them, which means they won't get destroyed correctly. Or they won't replenish. So I gotta add that on there. I also need to update. I don't know if I did the electric pole. Wait, let me make sure I saved the electric pole color. I think I did. But just gonna do it anyway. Yeah, you know, I really want to do more of that stuff, tweaking to see if the game looks intuitive to play, feels intuitive to play, but that's the kind of stuff that over time I think is going to become easier to think about as more of the game comes together. I'm hungry for that. I'm hungry to like have the game that I can play and it works the way it's supposed to work. You know, a bug here or there, but generally it's the gameplay that I'm looking for, and then I can start analyzing and making more design decisions to push it one way or push it another way. You know, I'm not just interested in learning every step of the way to make a game. I want to, like, you know, mold a game and think about how does this game feel to play? How can it feel better? Stuff like that. I want that so bad. I'll get there, but it's gonna take persistence. And I may not be much, but I am persistent. Actually, I'm just gonna leave that there as a reference. Let's try this new version in here. Yeah, that feels like a bit of a revelation to me, the whole colors thing. I'm actually really excited about that. I wish I wasn't at the end of my shift today. You know, we're getting there. Not right at the end, but getting there. I wish I wasn't, so I could just, like, keep going. But that's not healthy, so... Okay, get rid of the old one. And I could put some cows in there and stuff. It's hard to do everything. Even just making one chunk took me the whole stream. I mean, I did other stuff today, but really, that was one of the bigger accomplishments, was putting this chunk together. I kind of want to fill this up with cows. I'm a little afraid to. From a performance standpoint. Is that the right cow? What cow do we use these days? Cow 1-3. Yeah, that's the one. Alright. Just making sure. And these cows all have a 50% chance of spawning. So each one, it's a coin flip whether it actually shows up. Which seems like about half of them show up. Yeah, I mean, it's going on 8 hours. It's going on 8 hours. Welcome, zombie. Their tails are sticking out the back. Are we sure these are the right cows? Yeah, I guess they are. They just seem a little large. No, they're right. Just checking. I guess, oh, I see. The example cows that I had in the Blender file are smaller than these cows. That's why. They're large and in charge. Yeah. You're right. That's correct. In charge of their very, very small pen. But it's theirs. I'm not gonna worry about lining them up too much. Man, I'm so nervous performance-wise. I mean, whatever. Like, it's not gonna... The game's not gonna crash. It's just like... I'm just gonna find out, or not, what the limitation is gonna be. And have to make decisions based on that information. Just a little butt. Just a little cow butt. What the? Oh, that's part of the cow. I see. Mine even starts sticking out on the other end. Oh no, it looks good. You know, it doesn't have to be perfect. It really doesn't. I mean, they shouldn't be sticking out on the back, but they could stick out here. The player's unlikely to notice that. And I'm kind of intentionally trying to not make it look exactly the same on each side. And since I know half of them will spawn in, I kind of want to put a lot of them. So that way there's like enough. Okay, this is a lot. I don't think you need that many. But I could also change the odds and just say more than 50% spawn in too. Hey Thoughtsy, thanks for hanging out. It's been a pleasure. Thanks for all your help. Good night. Take care. See you next time. Bye-bye. Oh gosh. Now if I want to duplicate it, I have to select all of them. No, just like see if we can do like a click and drag thing. Maybe. Okay, select nothing first. And then deselect things you don't want. That's definitely been the fastest.
Oh man, this is wild, but I'm gonna try to drag all of these cows over in this one. That's so many cows. We're pushing it today. We're pushing the limits of what might be possible. Oh, we got a few cow butts sticking out. Get back in there, guys. All right. Oh man. How's this gonna go? I don't know. Maybe it'll be fine. Basically, what'll happen if it's not fine is there will be a big lag spike when that chunk moves onto the terrain controller, or when it appears in the distance. So far, it seems okay. We do have a bug that I need to fix, which is that you can grab cows through the walls. That is not intended. Honestly, the performance is good. I'm not seeing any problems whatsoever. It's fine. It can handle it. I'm not saying there isn't a performance hit, but I can't notice it. And before, when there were too many objects, I could notice it. So I would say we're fine. Now, in theory, I click on this and we destroy it, and then we get the cows. And you can even see, you saw how many I put in there, but look how few actually showed up. And so this is another thing too, right? The cows don't really stand out. If you, the player, need to be looking for cows to grab, you'd want them to stand out a little more. And so something that I had at one point was, if you hovered over things you could grab, there would be a UI element, and it was in the game. So like if I hovered over this, a 3D arrow would appear above the object. That's something I do want to put back in. It might even be better if it was like glowing or something. So I do want to have more feedback, but I think even without that, I think they should be more obvious. And that could even be like an ability, right? Like a power-up where meat objects are easier to see. Maybe you can even have X-ray and you can see through buildings to see things. So that could possibly be useful in another way. But in general, I am immediately thinking about, they don't stand out very well. But it works. It's good. I feel good. I would have wanted to make so many more blocks. I wanted to make the set list, the playlist better. That is to say, the order that things spawn in. I wanted to increase that. I wanted all these blank spaces to be filled in levels. I was like, we're gonna fill it all in today. The things I think I'll get done. But you know what? Still got some good things done. Namely, just this chunk right here. And so now we have an extra level chunk to add some variety to the farmland. It's got a solar panel farm, and it's got a ton of cows. I improved the barns a little bit, and I finally made them actually be destructible. See, half of them did not spawn in. Most of them spawned in. So that's not 50. It's a 50% chance that about half of them will spawn in. Good progress, and we learned. I would say so. I would certainly say so, Gecko. Yeah, this is cool. I mean, it's nice to have more level. I don't know, there's so much I want to do. I might update
the gradient on the other ones. You can see the colors a little brighter on this one than that one. So who knows, you know? The point isn't to have the perfect game built already by now. It's just about little by little adding a piece in there, and today we added a piece. We added a big old piece, a chunk, a level chunk, and I'm very excited. I'm very excited. Oh, it feels good. No, it's good. It makes me happy because I haven't made a new level chunk in a few weeks, and it's just nice to see more coming together. And you know, I'll probably continue this work next time. Next Wednesday and Thursday, I'm not going to be working on this game. Next Wednesday and Thursday, I am taking a break from working on the game, but I will still be doing the Monday member stream and the Friday game jam. So those won't change. I just won't be working on this Wednesday and Thursday, but I will after that. Then I'll do 3 weeks of working on it again. By the way, there's even a whole extra live stream you can check out on Friday. After the game jam, I do a community creation live stream. So if you head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev, you'll be able to get access to that secret live stream. It's a top secret live stream. Big shout out to all the patrons who support this channel, by the way. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Patreon.com/hypergamedev. You will just come right up here, hit join for free. That's all you gotta do. Sign up with your email, and then you'll get this community creations live stream in your email inbox, and you'll be able to access it. And then, of course, the YouTube members. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Dude, we got Henry rejoined as a member. We got Olaf gifted so many, 5 memberships. Thank you for gifting those memberships. I appreciate it. If you join on YouTube, you'll get an entire 8 to 10 hour live stream just like this every Monday. That's the Monday member stream. Even though I'm taking off next week, I am not taking off for members. For members, it's like I'm still here. So yeah, consider joining, and make sure you've got your gift memberships turned on YouTube. That way you can get a gift one, and then you just have the membership, and that's cool. All right, y'all. Thank you so much. It's been a blast. I appreciate you all. You're all brilliant, genius people. Oh, hey, I noticed that you're watching this after the live stream, or you're watching it live, but you're still here. Either way, you made it. Either you skipped to the end, or you stayed here for all 9 hours. Thank you. I hope you'll consider pressing that like button. Hyper smash that like button. It'll help so much. More people will see this and the channel will grow. So thank you if you're willing to do that. And if you're watching it, if you are that person who's watching it after the live stream, hello. You can tap or click in the bottom left to see the last live devlog that we did. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one. And hopefully I'll see you there. All right. Good night, everybody.